it's a Twitter space, but you need the LinkedIn. Yeah, you need to go live on LinkedIn and then you activate the OBS camera. Yeah, that's what you're going to do, and then it's going to be able. What time is your live stream? Can I call you in? Can we talk in an hour? Because I'm setting up a live stream right now and I need to be on the ball.
No,
I'll get back to you before the end of the day. Before me, just call me at 2. No, call me at 2. I'll be settled by then. No worries. Yes, my brother. Yes.
reach out to what you want to pitch. No speakers, but I think we need to
Anthony Kiritu Mohammed. Ibrahim Aziz ni Ibrahim. Marcel, can you see the stream now?
Do you have your computer here?
I'm playing by
My laptop so that I can show you.
check everywhere. Yeah, so now I can start playing on the stream. Can you give me, do you have the things that are supposed to be presented there?
No, but I can find that one.
Yeah, if you can get me those, I can put them on. No, everybody's around us together. We should do something. So I'm live now. Yeah. Abby,
Yeah.
could you plug this in for me?
I think you have that.
Back then. Is there one in front of us? Wait, let me check it out. Wait. Where does this go? Yep, Google file, USB drive. So you're getting them today? Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. They keep making some needs. Let me just show you. So you never an email now. No, I've got into, I sent you the screenshot. I applied the code and it says checkout. Yeah. Checkout is not working. That's what I was texting you about. I'm telling you checkout isn't working. I don't know. So I've done, it said apply, right? But on the bottom part, the only time I say it says checkout is when I say M-Pesa.
You're supposed to click on that and
Should I do that?
click confirm and pay.
Yeah, let me do it now as well, you see. Because
Ah,
you
the code approves. The code's given. So we shut down.
So
So
now
you have
you
to
can-
add your
yeah.
and here is the numbers like I swear down.
Man, I've
So
tried.
I swear like
I texted.
Yeah, I saw, but I was like, you applied for it.
Yeah. Are you seeing the stream, Marcel? Marcel, is the stream good? John, I'm just thinking, you move this first line away. Yeah, and then you no, this first line, this behind the VIPs. No, there's a space there, right? There's supposed to be like a space there in my mind. Yeah. No, yeah. It's the one that's sending out the stream. I'm saying for aesthetics, as in, for aesthetics, this line should be here, the first line. So that you need a space here. Although you don't end up with this line here. So you fly this line here, take it to the back. Take this line all the way to the tree. What if I pass it to the Wazambo?
So hii ndio nyuma. Na hii sasa na hii haingii.
So that means you need an arc. So start somewhere here and then carve it. So that all of them are in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Umesikia watu wangu hawajasikia? Hawajasikia alafu.
Alafu in between every three was a space.
Every three go.
Every three was there, there's a space here.
Sio ni karibu ni hapo.
Hii inatoka kama itoki.
Ayo itochimba shaka
In
leo.
the 16th side, itabidi wakaribie tulipata in the circle.
So at the every three, look at that way. This is just the safari startup show. Just because I've already added your email.
Where can you send it on WhatsApp? I'm checking now. Oh, this one isn't logging. Good call, good catch right there. So HDMI isn't sending sound.
Operators will even get involved because it's either you already have some kind of network or this to even be able to get involved, and that should not be.
Well, interestingly, so I've been having some conversation. This is a bit of alpha. We haven't thought through the entire process. Aya has built both sides. We've built a talent side and we've built a builder pipeline.
Yeah.
We're thinking of how better we can bring them together, and the creators kind of fall into most of it.
Then I'm sure that with the media is actually a community that can actually help, because then she said that we actually did discuss about how we could collaborate and how we could come in.
So
and
happy
support.
to have those conversations. I mean, we're here for Africa.
We are here
Any
to
day,
build for
anytime you
Africa.
catch us, we're here to build for Africa.
I'm from Africa.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to something here. We're going to spell Booyah.
Booyah, B-O-U-Y-A.
No, we're going to say to the camera. I'm going to spell it. So spell Booyah.
B-O-U-Y-A.
B-O-U-Y-A. You will know if it's correct when the video comes out.
Damn.
Yeah. But
That's
now,
nice.
you're going to look at the camera. I'm going to say let's go.
My name is Pipe. I work as co-founder and CEO of IHQ. We are driving innovation across the African continent through technology, infrastructure, and community. We're live here at Prodfest in Jos Plateau State with We The Media.
Booyah!
The future of the internet is here. Or it might be. So far, the web has gone through two major stages. Web 1.0, which you may remember from the 90s, was largely a read-only medium. That is, it was a decentralized collection of static web pages you could read, but you couldn't easily add your own voice.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayode Jaoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 Bridge has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the cohort, 39 guys graduated from the cohort. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 cohort because here we've got guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda, and yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me, don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at We The Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the course. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at We The Media, in 3, 2, 1, booyah!
Having to work with people in a team, it's something that I would say haven't been easy for me, but what Tribush kind of shaped that for me. Having to stay up all night building age products. It's called Block, but it's spelled Block, BILLOQ. And it's a decentralized application that allows you to pay for your utility bills.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayode Jaoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 Bridge has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the cohort, 39 guys graduated from the cohort. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 cohort because here we've got guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda, and yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me, don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at We The Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the course. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at We The Media, in 3, 2, 1, booyah!
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, where you're from, and what tribe you are.
My name is Ebelindo Kolo, and I'm from Anambra State. I'm Igbo by tribe.
Okay. And how did you get into Web3 and learn about Web3 Bridge?
Okay, I got into Web3 from my conversation with my friend, Proper. It was more or less a WhatsApp sessions, and he said, like, are you interested in Web3? I told him yes, and he suggested Web3 Bridge. He was in the last cohort. I know he was doing well, the whole training and all that, so I gave it a shot.
And were you already a developer?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. And what's your experience been being a part of this recently concluded cohort here at Web3 Bridge?
Okay, it's been overwhelming, right? You know, this whole back and forth. Sometimes they give you assignment that lasts till late nights and all that. It's been overwhelming. It's been interesting. You have the right community you need, and above all, you have the right names. So, minus being overwhelming, it's been interesting, right? And I'm just grateful for it.
And how was your experience of the community through this rigorous, overwhelming, but exciting experience?
Okay. My experience have shaped me personally. I mean, having to work with people in a team, it's something that I would say haven't been easy for me, but what Tribush kind of shaped that for me. Having to stay up all night to get the tasks done. I know they're trying to get something done. You can't like sleep because you need to get this done. So the whole zeal, the whole grades, the whole pushing, it's something that what Tribush has brought up to do. So I'm grateful for that.
And out of participating in this cohort and learning about smart contracts, what are you looking to achieve?
Okay. So currently my student and I are building a product. It's called Block, but it's spelled Block, BILLOQ. And it's a decentralized application that allows you to pay for your utility bills using your crypto directly. So instead of converting to Naira and then going back to pay your bills, you just use your crypto to make your bill payments. So we're working on that. We've gone through the process. We are releasing currently.
That's incredible.
Okay.
And looking forward, how do you think you would give advice to people looking or thinking about applying to Web3 Bridge?
I also need to go for it. Web3 Bridge minus the teaching, you have the right community, you have the feeling is good, you have the right, you have everything you need, internet, power, which is like a major challenge every Nigerian faces. So go for it. It's something amazing. It's a shock I would advise everyone or anyone I know to go for.
Okay. And then the last thing we like to do is we like to say booyah. But I'd like to hear you. How do you think we spell booyah?
Okay. BOOYAH.
Okay. And you want to count us down and we can say it?
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Booyah!
We are working on getting like connecting agents or landlords and civilians or people that are looking for houses like together. It's a decentralized app that brings house owners, or people that are willing to sell their lands or properties to people that are willing to buy. Yeah, and also it helps like saves them from fraud. Yeah, and also like helps them save their money as well. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayodeji Awoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 Bridge has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the court, 39 guys graduated from the court. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 court because here we've got guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda. And yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me. Don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at We The Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the court. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at We The Media, in 3, 2, 1, booyah!
So let's get to meet you. Can you tell us your name, where you're from, and what tribe you're from?
Okay, my name is Inena Okoye. I'm from Anambra State and I'm Igbo, right tribe.
Okay. And how did you learn about Web3 and Web3 Bridge?
And I got to know about Web3 and Web3 Bridge from a friend, Papa. So he was part of the last cohorts, and I've been like, I got to learn more about Web3 from him, and also he told me that Web3 Bridge will be like the best place to like learn and also meet people and community. So yeah.
And how has your experience being a part of the 12th cohort, which recently completed, been?
Yeah, it's actually been a nice experience, though it's been stressful. Yeah, but then I've learned a lot. Yeah, from the mentors, even from the people I met here, I've learned a lot. Yeah, and also like it kept me on my toes. Like I've been on my toes, and I've learned to like adapt to like every situation, every like trials, every point in time. I'm always up. So yeah, it's been a nice experience and a wonderful another.
And how would you describe your experience of the community?
So to say, I've not only learned from the teachers, I've learned from the people I've met, the events we've attended, and what they've said. I've learned a lot. Yeah, so the community is a great one. It's something that I'm very happy to be like involved in. So yeah, it's lovely. Yeah.
And out of this experience, what are you looking to achieve?
Yeah, so I'm looking to join people out there after Web3 Bridge to build stuff with different people, to join different African communities, to experience the whole Web3 ecosystem as a whole.
Are there any particular problems you're interested in thinking about how we can solve with the blockchain?
Yeah, so one of them, I and my team are already like working on that. So we are working on getting like connecting agents or landlords and civilians or people that are looking for houses like together. So yeah, and it's called Property Chain. Yeah, so and it's a decentralized app that brings house owners or people that are willing to sell their lands or properties to people that are willing to buy. Yeah, and also it helps like saves them from fraud. Yeah, and also like helps them save their money as well. Yeah, so yeah, and we are working on that. So yeah.
That's awesome. It's incredible. And I'm curious, what would your advice be to someone thinking about applying to Web3 Bridge?
Yeah, I'd advise them to apply and make sure to be here, because I've actually learned a lot. I've met great people, yeah, and I've learned a lot. So I would advise them to like, it's better to come here and be among people and learn with people and go with people as well and join communities. Yeah, so I would advise them to apply.
Love that. And finally, we like to say booyah in our interviews, and I'm curious, how do you think we spell booyah here at We The Media?
Booyah is BOOYAH.
Okay. We're going to count us down so we can say it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Booyah!
I want to be the builder. That feeling where you make something and people use it, you have this feeling of satisfaction, not just consuming what has been there. So yeah, I would like to be the builder over and over again.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayodeji Awoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 Bridge has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the court, 39 guys graduated from the court. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 court because here we've had guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda. And yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me, don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at We The Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the court. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at We The Media, in 3, 2, 1, booyah!
What's up?
I'm good.
Thanks for joining us for this. Can you tell us your name, where you're from, and your tribe?
Okay, I'm Godswill Udolo, popularly known as G-Will, and we're from Iwobo tribe, and I'm a front-end Web3 developer.
And how did you get into Web3?
Okay, I got into Web3 through a friend of mine. He's a senior dev, and it's a smart contract editor. So that's how I got into Web3.
And what about Web3 Bridge? How did Web3 Bridge get on your radar?
Web3 Bridge has been very, very good to me, and it's really an interesting experience. And I would like every other person to want to tag along and come and experience what I've experienced so far in Web3 Bridge.
And how do you describe your experience here? What are the core components of that experience that you'd say?
Okay, before now, I was wondering what were smart contracts, how to interact with blockchain. I usually thought blockchain was just basically Bitcoin, Polygon, Solana, just those top surface this coin store. But it was more like that. Web3 Bridge opened my eyes, showed me that there's more to these things. So I was taught how to write this smart contract, make my own tokens, interact with blockchain, and it's really a good experience so far.
Yeah. And what would you say has been an unexpected highlight of your experience here?
Okay, I didn't really expect that I would have this much experience. I thought probably they just want to normal mentors, they would just give you, after paying, they just give you PDF, just give you normal videos to just go and watch and all of those things. But it was more than that. We had practical experience. We had live mentors. They were able to guide us. Wherever we have errors, they were always there to fix these things for us. So it's really, really good. It's a good thing, and and I was able to connect with like minds as well, different devs. Those are writing other networks and all. I was able to connect to them, so it's really good. It's a good thing.
Was it an easy choice for you to commit to coming here?
There was no easy choice for me. It was just Web3 Bridge or no Web3 Bridge. Just it.
I love that. And do you feel like blockchain is important for Africa at large?
Yeah, it's important. I want Africa to really adopt this new tech because it's really something good for Africa to adopt.
Why do you feel that way?
Other countries, they adopt Bitcoin, they adopt blockchain, they adopt there's easy way to write your smart contract is just basically your lawyer. You don't need this lawyer. It's just written down codes that they'll execute when you just want them to execute legally. So this eliminates the need for normal human. There's transparency in the blockchain. So I think in Africa is really there. They've really been in the dark. So you introducing them to the blockchain is like showing them the lights. So everybody wants to see the lights. So that's why I want. I think it's important for us to adopt this blockchain tech.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I'm curious, on a more personal note, what do you hope to achieve with out of your experience here, coming here, what you've learned, etc.?
Okay, I hope to make my impact in the world. I hope to onboard more users to Web3, and I also hope to build products that are essential for people to use. And yeah, that's what I hope to achieve.
Yeah, I got that. And I'm curious, when you think about the different sides of crypto and blockchain, where are you most interested in use cases?
Okay, I want to be the builder. I want to be the builder. That feeling where you make something and people use it. you have this feeling of satisfaction, not just consuming what has been there. So yeah, I would like to be the builder over and over again.
Over and over again. Yes, I got that. And as you see yourself wrapping up this cohort, you guys have been working on projects. What are you working on?
I'm working on race 3. So in summary, it's just you connecting founders and investors together. So founders, they would want to showcase their product. We offer the platform for you to bring your product as a founder, showcase it on our platform, and you see investors just come in, check, browse through the product that's available, and they invest in your idea. If your idea is making sense, they invest on it based on milestones and all. So basically, in summary, it's just connecting these two guys. We know there's a problem. Everybody wants to build. They have a lot of builders, but builders face challenges. You get, they want grants, they want hackathons, they want funding as well. So we provide the means to make this funding easier for them to get access to, like those that are waiting for them to showcase their products. So this would be like an opportunity for founders to get funding from us.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful, especially for founders here in Africa. I think there's a lot of longevity in that. I really appreciate you and your roommates. You all let us occupy your room here tonight, which is really nice. So very humble. I really appreciate it. And I also noticed in 2 conversations, I shared about We The Media, and you jumped in our Discord really quick, but I also shared about Warpcast, and you jumped on Warpcast really quick. And I'm curious, what was the value that you saw on Warpcast and We The Media that had you take such initiative?
Okay, the value I saw on the Warpcast is where you said it is really, really narrow. On X, we have developers. Everybody wants to showcase and all, but there's a lot of noise on X. But this Warpcast had made it easier for just devs. It's just like minds. You say something and everybody relates to what you are talking about easily. It's not just it's not like X whereby you make something or you make a post and you have people that are non-devs that are your followers. They won't really relate to what you are talking about. But it made it easier. And also the community you introduced me to is me, I'm a big fan of communities. I like joining communities, see what this community is about, see how I can contribute to that community. So it's kind of like my thing, but I like it.
That's beautiful. Thank you. And to close out here at We The Media, we like to say Booyah. This is to close out our interview. So I'm curious, how do you think Booyah is spelled?
Okay, BOOYAH. Okay.
You want to count us in?
Okay. So 3, 2, 1.
Booyah!
As a developer, I have a lot of things to achieve, but one is providing solution, using what I know, the knowledge, especially the Web3 knowledge, the blockchain knowledge, to solve problems, trying to transform some of the Web2 app into Web3, because Web3 blockchain is providing scalability, security, and transparency.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayodeji Awoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 Bridge has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the cohort, 39 guys graduated from the cohort. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 cohort, because here we've got guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda, and yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me, don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at We The Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the court. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at We The Media, in 3, 2, 1, booyah!
What's up? How far now, bro?
I'm good.
Look at you. Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us your name, where you're from here in Nigeria, and your tribe.
Okay, I'm Ebuka Moses Okoye. I'm from Anambra State, Igbo by tribe.
And can you tell us a little about your background and how you got to Web3 Bridge?
Okay, I got into tech when I was in the university, and that was towards my final year. I met a friend and a brother, Kaswini Ojuku. So he taught me the Web2 basics before I left for NYSC. So after that, we keep in touch, discussing, talking, and when he came here, it was part of the course 7, I think. So after that, he kept telling me about blockchain and Web3. So he said I should look into it. So early this year, late last year, I have to like give it a shot. I applied and I passed the test and I was invited to come over. When I told him, he was very, very happy and I said I should go, that is a good shot. So when I came here, I wouldn't say that what I saw here wasn't what I was expecting. You understand? Because I saw a lot of things. I saw the brotherhood and the teaching, like taking me from where I am to where I'm supposed to be. Like it was a lot of
Experience the mentorship being here. You speak about the brotherhood, about the camaraderie. You know, like how do the mentors fit into your experience this community?
Okay, I would say that my cohort is very blessed because when we came, we met the for masterclass ZK. So if we encounter any problem, we used to run to them. The way they like take their time to break it down, to make sure that we understand what the problem we are facing is and how to tackle it. They will guide you through and they will ensure that you get it done. So, and even the owner of Web3 Bridge, like when you go to him for any problem, he will also calm down. He will be talking to you like your own senior brother. So you see that there's a unity. So even with the staffs and everybody, and your team members, everybody, when they come here, the unity and the togetherness is, wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I'm curious, what did you hope to achieve coming here? Like, what are the goals for you?
Yeah, as a developer, I have a lot of things to achieve, but one is providing solution, like to any problem, existing problem, like using what I know, the knowledge, especially the Web3 knowledge, the blockchain knowledge, to solve problem, or trying to like transform some of the Web2 app into Web3, because Web3 blockchain is providing scalability, security, and transparency. So this is not where you like rush to the bank saying that you made a transaction and it failed. Everything is on chain. You see your transaction, if it failed or went through, you see everything there.
And I'm curious, do you feel like blockchain is important for Africa at large?
Very, very important. Very, very important because I won't say, but we need transparency in Africa. Yeah.
No, I understand. Yeah. No, that's beautiful. And you all have been just completing this cohort now. You all are working on projects. I'm curious, what have you been working on? What solutions have you been designing?
Yeah, me and my team have been working on projects. Though we have 2 projects, but we are working on one now. The other one will work on it after we left here, after we leave here rather. Then the one we are working on now is more like is a platform where you can gift someone. It does like a gifting platform, but we don't want to call it a gifting platform. So where you can generate something like a gift card, you can give it out to someone, or you can also give it out to like an employee, like an incentive or maybe an encouragement to like or appreciation. And you can also give it out as a merch, a program, tech conference. So that is what we are building on.
Listen, and what would your advice be to someone who is a Web2 developer and not really sure whether or not Web3 is for them?
Okay, I won't advise the person anything, but I'll just tell the person it's either Web3 Bridge or Web3 Bridge.
Booyah. Okay, well, thank you. And to kind of wrap up, we like to say booyah here at We The Media. And I'm curious, how do you think we spell booyah?
Okay, booyah. Capital B, 00 YAH.
Okay. You say so. You want to count us down and we can say it?
1, 2, 3. Booyah!
Yeah, my whole experience in the Web3 space started January. I mean, I was not the Web3 space at all. So I came here not knowing anything. And right now, I've built 2 products like in the Web3 space, currently investing. And that's like a big win for me.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayodeji Awoshika. I'm the founder at Web3 Bridge. For the last 5.5 years, Web3 has been training amazing developers in Nigeria and in Africa. Trust me, Port 12 was amazing. We had 74 guys into the cohort, 39 guys graduated from the cohort. They are intense. But then Port 13 is going to be bigger than this 12 cohort because here we've had guys apply from Cameroon, from Togo, from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda. And yes, Nigeria is not left out. Trust me, don't want to miss the experience. Today, I'm chilling with Masio and his team at WeThe Media. They are speaking with the guys that just finished from the cohort. Make sure you watch that. As we say here at WeThe Media, in 3, 2, 1, oh yeah!
What's up, boss? So, can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, where you're from here in Nigeria, and your tribe.
All right, my name is Alion Joseph, popularly known as Leo. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria. What else?
What's your tribe?
Yeah, Edo State, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious to hear, how did you find out about Web3 Bridge?
I got to find out about Web3 Bridge from my brother. So I was in school and my brother was like, yo, I was a Web2 developer. So my brother was like, yo, come into Web3. It's like the new web. You know, you need to learn about this stuff. And there's like a place where you can learn this thing fast. Yeah.
Thanks. And why was this opportunity important to you? That you came here, you know, you've been here now, how long?
Yeah, 4 months. Yeah, so I've been a guy, like I'm a man of exploration, like to explore. So I've touched so many areas on the web and Web3 was like still like a mystery to me. So I was like, let me learn this thing.
Okay, and so now why would you say you think Web3 or smart contracts are important?
I mean, it's a way of decentralizing things, that's making things free for everybody to do things. Making things decentralized in the sense that everybody can now be their own boss, you can be their own server, you can be their own computer, and do things themselves. I mean, it's the next wave, it's the future.
Why do you feel like other developers who haven't yet ventured into Web3 should explore this as an option?
Web3 is very, very exhilarating. It kind of makes you think about your whole stack and your whole knowledge. I mean, I came here 4 months ago thinking I was good, but then I got here and you broke it down to basis and then you can beat me up. So I feel it's something that every developer should go for. It's something I should do.
And so you speak about being broken down and built back up. Really, how would you explain your experience, I guess, with more detail of being a part of this cohort and the community that you were part of, you know, participated?
Yeah, my whole experience in the Web3 space started January. I mean, I was not the Web3 space at all. So I came here not knowing anything. And right now, I've built 2 products like in the Web3 space, currently in testing. And that's like a big win for me. Big win for me. So,
yeah. What are you looking to achieve moving forward?
So yeah, you know, I'm more about changing the whole scope of things. I already started learning programming while I was like a little younger, but then I always wanted to be part of the founding guys. I don't want to be the one learning all this coming back from the back. I want to be part of the guys that are building the new things, you know, setting the whole scope and creating, involving the ecosystem. It's something I've always want to be a part of. I think that's where I want to move towards too. Building my knowledge space, moving forward and changing the whole ecosystem.
That's beautiful. And what would your advice be to someone thinking about applying to Web3 Bridge?
I'll tell the person to just pack his bags and come. It's a great experience. It's something I've always want to be a part of. I think that's where I want to move towards too. Building my knowledge space, moving forward and...
You call you what?
Lee.
Lee.
L-E-E.
Yeah, creative. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I so deserve, but I have to learn to start being more.
I try my best.
Okay, but like I heard from the convener of PropFest, he said you're the creative lead for PropFest, and the whole idea is to be able to merge builders, and by builders, they mean developers and creatives together to coexist and, you know, bring real-world solutions to life. Yeah. So I was very curious about how they went about the creative approach of things, and I was good that you're the one handling that aspect. You did hear my concerns a bit about the idea of, oh, there could have been more integration of the creative side of things, but I understand that it's the first and there is more to come. So, but for you now, what exactly was it like? How exactly did you see the vision of this when it was shared with you?
Yes, so before starting this, they were actually more reference project, right? But to explain how the idea actually came about, because I actually handle a majority of the branding, right?
Yeah, and
So-
I love the branding, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the idea we started with was to have a part where development, that's engineering, and design works together. And
I was very curious about how they went about the creative approach of things, and I was good at everyone handling that aspect. You did hear my concerns a bit about the idea of, oh, there could have been where like more integration of the creative side of things, but I understand that it's the first and there is more to come. So, but for you now, what exactly was it like? How exactly did you see the vision of this when it was shared with you?
yes, so before starting this, they were actually more reference project, right? But to explain how the idea actually came about, because I actually handle a majority of the branding, right?
Yeah, and
So-
I love the branding, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the idea we started with was to have a part where development, that's engineering, and design works together. And I think the creative part for me was to simplify a majority of the Web3 terms and jargons and processes
Yeah,
that
those-
you guys
yeah.
always use to make things very complex, right?
Just communicate.
Yeah, and then a part of that was also to communicate Plateau States as a place, because we are trying to bring people in, because we are trying to make people around Jos, also developers that are building in their own separate silos, you understand, to actually come out and meet new people and understand what is actually going on in the Web3 space at large, right? So a majority of that branding actually has to incorporate a majority of those things. So basically, we just try to simplify everything for everyone. Developers need to understand how designers think, and designers need to understand how developers think. Yeah, so that's it.
You know, for me, I'm an advocate for the creative economy to actually grow, for more infrastructures to actually be created to support it. You get beyond those idea of these bounties and all these things we see.
Yeah,
you get.
yeah.
But more about the idea of us being in the key decision making about the narrative is being built, because I feel like that's why we see a lot of the Web2 ecosystem evolving. You get. You can see how TikTok grew, because of the creators too.
Yeah,
You can even say that they
creative
even went super into creating the business tools too for businesses. So it's like they even went into diversifying a lot more of the niche and the ecosystems.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, okay, at the very least now, we're having where we're calling builders, and under these builders we're having what we call developers, and we're having creative, we're having creators here, and how they could make to really create real world solutions that can really make an average man use our products, because that's the new web.
Yeah, actually.
So with that being said, like for you now, even with this happening, how do you expect, like, you've learned from this. How can you see yourself evolving in this space? And like, how do you expect
hosting these events, right? So definitely the second one, we plan for it to be way more better because we've learned a lot through the branding and how the branding actually applies in real world spaces, like you can see the hall. And yeah, we try to have a majority of our hackathons also. I think I spoke with some of the team members, right? And we try to find ways to incorporate designers into most of these flows.
Yes,
so designers and creative content, because no matter what you are building, there has to be someone that's going to put in it.
Yeah, there has to be research.
Yeah.
So these are the things that
people are going to research and put it out there, and so that people will be able to use. That's where actually the research part comes in, where people can actually search up your product and then know how to use it, because you put out stuff there, you put out content that people can actually look for and get. So coming back to my first statement where I say the idea is to make everything simple, to bridge the gap in between these two, what I call it, ecosystems, right? The designers and the engineers. We plan to make everything more simpler next year, and we plan to have way more creatives here. I feel like that's my personal mission, really, right? So we plan to have more designers, more creators, people that would help us celebrate Web3.
Musical artists,
yeah, you get
artists themselves. Like, we need to see NFTs around there. We need to see people in. Okay, we need to see, like, for example, I was already seeing the kind of idea that I felt like, like, we need to see like NFT, like an NFT channel. Yeah, we're coming. We need to see like an NFT hackathon, like artists winning like the best NFT or something like that. We need to see artists, musical artists come here to perform their products too, because whatever they mean is a product.
Yeah.
So we need to see that happening too. We need to even see, I don't know what's going to be like for dancers coming on chain, but like, yes, it's storytelling. I was a dancer when I came into the whole creative space.
So, there's something I can say about that, right? Over my time in the Web3 space, right, because I've tried to sell a lot of NFTs, right? Some of them worked, some of them did not. But the main thing here is that I've gained a lot of experience through interacting with a majority of these products. Like, you have people that only make music and then they sell them as NFTs. And for a creator, only your content and being able to control who actually buys it, and people don't just like use your stuff uselessly,
so
and you actually gain from
control your IP.
Yes, yes. And for a creator, that is very, very important. You understand? Start earning from day one when you're pushing out content. And that's kind of what Web3 actually helps us do. It helps so many creatives actually make more. Think of a musician, think of an artist, think of an illustrator, think of a web designer, think of a social media designer, right? You create a majority of this content, and if you can actually help, or if you can actually put them on the blockchain, people are going to be willing to pay you a lot of money just to be able to use that.
Provided that, you know, at the end of the day now, it's like now, I feel like it scales creatives to a level of being critical thinkers. As compared to Web2 before, whereby it's all about creating music and just putting it there and telling people to go and listen to your song and all. I feel like what Web3 does now, and what the new internet is all about now, is purpose. So that it's like, you're not just on your data. What purpose does your data achieve? How does it actually even provide solutions? Yes, it can. You get, because people can start understanding like how we can evolve this data-oriented world right now. You can see how AI is scaling. How does that look like coming into the space too? And how can artists integrate into leveraging the infras of the next generation? Yeah. So it's okay. You have to say about AIs.
Not exactly, but what I can say is that I feel like AI is kind of like a new technology, like Web3 that is currently in existence, right? And the way I look at it is a way to enhance a creator's creativity, right? So take it, for example, with an AI, I can actually like make variations of something that I've already created. Definitely AI cannot like start everything for you from start to finish. Obviously, like you can test the new models that are available and you will see that it's technically impossible or almost impossible for you to envision what is in your head, right? Unless if you are someone that had no idea from the beginning. Right? But for a creative that actually hopes to create great stuff, that will actually help. Putting AI and Web3 together is a way to help, let's say an illustrator now is trying to put out NFTs, right? And you want to make like, say, 100 pieces of those NFTs so that people will be able to like get in scale. You're only one person, but AI helps you create more variations of those things. And then you can pick, because you are a human and you have like, what will I call it? You can actually see what works and what does not work. You have the entire picture of what the end goal is supposed to look like. AI doesn't. AI just basically mimics what it thinks you want to see. Yeah,
So you need to iterate.
yeah, iterations, that's very important. As a human being, that's going to be like one of the superpowers that you have above
Yes,
AI.
being able to
Yeah.
prompt, like prompters that, like now, that's even where the talent of prompting comes in, because everybody can type.
Everybody can
can.
type.
So it's like, how do you actually communicate? Because at the end of the day, part is it's still the same thing being the creative. The
Yeah.
power of communication. So you can see that even in the AI world, they will still need creatives because we will test these guys, we'll do the research, we'll put this into the limits,
Yeah.
we'll stretch it and see how this product can even still evolve.
Yeah.
And they can use the data that they gather from even creatives to even further enhance it to actually provide the solutions that it needs to.
Sure.
So you see, it's needed no matter where the space is. Creatives bring the culture. So it's important that we start looking out for how we can actually start scaling this and building more value. And for the VCs, the patrons, the whatever, to start being able to support more creatives, not just through just the idea of the bounties or this, but the idea of even having more infra, having more ops that can encourage people towards this initiative. Because I do believe that there's actually a difference between a creative and a Web3 creative. So that's
Yeah.
important. But amazingly, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure, man.
So you're going to do something again, yeah? Before we actually do this thing, I want to play a game with you.
What's that?
Yeah. I'm going to ask you like quick fire questions. 5
Okay.
quick fire questions.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't know what it is, but you're going to give me an answer to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Favorite designing tool?
Photoshop.
Favorite editing tool?
Has to be Photoshop still.
Editing tool?
Yeah, photo editing, design, whatever.
Favorite video editing tool?
Video editing. Yeah, I always do with After Effects. I'm a lot more proficient with that.
After Effects people. I don't know. Favorite social media platform?
Has to be X.
Favorite Web3 social media platform?
It has to be
platform?
social platform has to be Discord.
Discord.
Yeah.
I would say Pakistan is like Discord.
Actually. Discord actually helps build help you to connect. You connect more with the community there, and you get first-hand information because
Okay, Discord it is there. The last question. Are you ready?
Yes.
Mobile or camera?
Has to be camera. Camera is always better every time.
Well, that's not good, man. So you're going to spell booyah for me now. You're going to like look at me and just tell them like spell booyah.
Booyah.
Have you watched our videos before?
Not really.
But you know with the media?
Yeah, I know with the media.
Yeah, I've watched our videos before.
Like I've seen your social media channel, but like it's not like for a long over the time of like doing the whole design thing. I've seen you guys as one of our like partners, so I've been I've been checking everybody that's our partners. I've checked their page.
Oh, that's good. That is intentionality there.
Yeah.
Detail is very important as a creative that you are too. That's amazing, man.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Wayne Ibrahim. You can call me Lee. I'm a creative designer and motion designer, and I'm live at ProdFest with We The Media. Booyah!
When you see people using smartphones, I've come to discover that they use it in ways that most times we feel it's just based on what we were taught and all that. We feel it's just based on money, the DeFi aspect and all that. Then you get to go deeper and deeper and you need to see things like NFT.
On the We Them Niggas podcast. She said, what do I do? We Them Niggas is my podcast, but We The Media is like the media company I'm trying to build around it.
Okay, We Them Niggas podcast. Okay, I feel like the ability to let me be free with my style, be expressive with how I feel, and not really cloth them or make them feel not really compromising how I should be. And I think that's what I love. And the fact that it's for young people, yeah, I think I really like that.
Podcast?
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, everybody? I'm Maseo. Welcome to another episode of We Them Niggas. And this past summer, I traveled to Africa for the first time, specifically to Lagos and Abuja, Nigeria. This journey was all about connecting with the incredible members of our We Them Media community and deepening our partnership with Creative Alchemy, a community deeply aligned with our mission to bring artists, Nigerian communities, and African communities broadly on chain. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of We Them Niggas. This is our final interview of the Creative Alchemy Meetup. Are there any podcasts you listen to that you feel like are standouts or like people really popular here in Nigeria?
Yes, I said what I said. I love those sisters, and there's this other one. Reality podcast is owned by a friend, and there's this other one, but it's like a church, but it's not so churchy. It allows you express yourself. And then, yeah, I listen to some other podcasts. I don't really know some of their names, but I just make sure I listen to people that are not so judgmental and sentimental. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you sharing. I really didn't start listening to podcasts until I decided I wanted to start my own podcast. I was just like, I should try and build a platform. What did this look like? And I feel like I'm still figuring out, what am I doing here? How does it work and stuff like that. But I think the most beautiful thing is that it's helped me connect with people that I wouldn't otherwise necessarily stop and take time to have conversations with. I feel like I've gotten to know so many people on a deeper level because, even though people say your interview should be 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, we could talk for 2 hours and people are really into it. For me, it's about, what do we think about something and can we get through the whole thing? And maybe we can never get through the whole thing, but how far can we go in one sitting? And can we bring the audience with us? Can we be that engaging as speakers? Like you said, you have an interest in becoming a public speaker. How long have you known that?
Oh, I've been doing that for a very long time because I've realized over time that I've been one person people just assume would have an answer to a lot of their questions because I do a lot of listening. And then when they just, most especially when it comes to relationships, they just feel like, oh, talk to Patience, she has something definitely to say. And then when they come to you, you either have an experience from someone else's experience because you've listened to them, or you've probably just seen it somewhere and you're like, okay, I think if you do it this way, it's going to work. And not just for relationships, lifestyle in general, music, fashion, school, religion, and all of that. Exposure to things and to people just puts you in that spotlight where you're like, okay, before I make this judgment or before I look at this person in a particular way, okay, what is their reason behind their behavior? What is the reason behind the way they act or they think? So I've always liked being a public speaker, owning a podcast or listening to people with good podcasts like yours. It just gives platform to see that, oh, there are other opinions, there are other alternatives from what I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So it's nice to hear alternative perspectives.
Yeah, alternative perspective, very important.
And they don't argue with you.
They will argue.
But I mean, when you're listening, when you have the podcast.
Yes, very true. That's why it's most of the time when you listen to some podcasts, you're like, who brought this one here in the first place? Because people say dumb stuff. But then you're like I said, you're just looking at them, you're like, they're not enlightened. That's why there are other people who are enlightened. That's why you are there. That's why you have the platform to bring in. You're not just bringing in, whether you're the speaker or you're bringing in other speaker, you're not just saying these things cluelessly. You have made your research. You're coming in not judgmental, but you're coming in with facts, right? Because a lot of people, most especially young people, just go out and they just say things to the internet, and people, you see them later, they're coming to the internet and they're crying, oh, somebody dragged me for saying this, I was just being me. We all have past. Some have good past, some have bad. There are some things you should not be saying on the internet, in as much as you're trying to help people. You are supposed to say, okay, there was a bad part, but this is a good part. So avoid treading through the bad part, not necessarily coming out to tell us that, oh, I was a hoe for 10 years and I did all the bad stuff and all of that. and all of that. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like a challenging thing to like be vulnerable and also like preserve your reputation. I think like people can like are very quick to judge, very quick to turn you into a meme, a clip, a 10 seconds.
I'm telling you,
everything's
like,
done. You
you
gave
know,
you
people
gave
just
45
like,
minutes of context and they don't care. It's gone.
you're everywhere, and you're like, was it that bad? Did I say that? What was I not thinking? You're like, oh, I was just trying to be free, and the next thing I'm trending on social media
Yeah.
for being dumb.
Dumb me is Twitter.
Yeah, like it's there everywhere.
Hashtag dumb as hell next week on Twitter. No, I see. And so what makes you want to start a podcast? What makes you like be interested in like having your own platform?
Okay, basically, I would want to give people opportunity to express themselves and drop their opinions and also learn. Because if I were to have a podcast or if I were to be in sessions, right? If people invite me to their podcast sessions, I always tell them, okay, I always want to have an insight of what we are talking about before I come, because I would not just want to. It's not everything that, you know, Nigerian, we always want to catch cruise. It's not everything that is cruise. Like, it should be educative.
What does cruise mean? What do you mean?
Okay, when you say cruise, like, we make fun out of things. That's what we call cruise here. Like, they just want to make fun, whether important or not important things, right? So people just want to make fun out of a lot of things, and it shouldn't be so. So I feel like I would want to start my own podcast because I would want to enlighten people about relationships, about their money. Let's make the money while we are young, you know. But and
Stop playing with it.
yeah, so we need to be able to put out people.
Media mogul energy.
Yeah, all of that. So I feel like bringing in people in text, in media, in the fashion industry, art, whatever it is, like I'm bringing platforms that are enlightening people. Oh, if you do this to make money, oh, you could do this. Oh, you're having health issue. Oh, you're depressed. Oh, this is someone who was once depressed. This was how they came out of it. Nobody's judging you. You're feeling very like, oh, so there's a platform like this who is not judging me for doing this. Oh, I'm not. Oh, you know that time where something that has happened to you and you see someone talk about it and you're like, damn, I'm not alone. That feeling is so relieving. So picking topics, picking people that have experiences that are relatable, you will be shocked how much of a lifesaver you're being to someone listening. Because that maybe you just hear someone talk about your story and like, oh wow, so I'm not the only one who went through this. You are eager to want to hear their testimony of that story. So I feel like a good podcast would do that. A good podcast or a talk show or whatever it is would really do that. So I think I would be passing out my own information, not through just podcast, through fashion. I'm a fashion designer.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
I started doing that from a very little age. I remember when my neighbor is a tailor, and when she's done cutting all those fabrics and she throws them in the dustbin, I will go and pack them.
Oh yeah.
And my mom always be like, "You did dirty my house." I'm always bringing in those rags, and then I just use needle and I stitch and I make clothes for my door. And that's how she's like, "Oh, this child can be creative." I made my graduation dress from my secondary school.
Really?
I made it with needle and thread myself. I used my hand, and I wore it, and my mom was so proud, and she's like, "This is so nice, but you can wear it out there." I'm like, but she was so proud, and she supported me, and I'm in it now for like about 3 years. I'm a unisex designer, and it's not just basic outfit. I let people express themselves in my outfits, and I'm hoping to not just own a fashion house, but let people feel confident in their style. And all. So I'm also hoping I'm also a voiceover artist, which also relates to being a podcast because it basically has to do with you talking and all of that. So yeah.
And you're a singer as well?
Yeah. You know the whole singing thing, we all started from church, you go to church, you join the choir, and then you're like, okay, should I take such a career? But it's not a profession, but I just do it for fun because when I'm angry, I sing. When I just want to ease off some certain pain or distress, I just sing or I listen to songs. Yeah.
And so you write your own music?
I have, but none has been published yet.
Now what?
I've not published any.
That's okay. It could be for yourself.
Yeah, I just keep them for myself and I write. One time I was going to sell my lyrics, but you know how it can get where they breach agreements and It just happened. Just happened.
You shouldn't sell your lyrics. You should record your songs and put them out.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think it's just like, I think it's valid to be like scared. I think it's like, it is vulnerable, you know, sometimes put your music out there. And I think, I used to think like all these rappers, they don't make music about stuff that's surface level, but the truth is they probably make really vulnerable music.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm not giving that to them.
Nobody's gonna accept that from me, but you will never know.
And I feel like maybe it's not even about acceptance, it's just like I don't want people to see me that way. It's like, how can I keep up an appearance if I put out this kind of music? And so I think it's like, are you more committed to the appearance, or are you more committed to like the people that resonate with you, really getting to know you and like you know, get something from you expressing yourself, like what the podcast are saying, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe a young person really get a lot from hearing a certain conversation. But if that artist never puts out that song, you know, the only things they're putting out are things that are talking about drugs and sex, and they're at the strip club, and it's like, what are those kids getting from that kind of music, you know? But when you take a moment to let down your guard, to be vulnerable, maybe that's a young person that now is more comfortable being vulnerable themselves, asking for help, asking questions they weren't willing to ask before.
Yeah.
So I think it's like, I always say, if you're an artist and you write music, like, you should put your music out.
Yeah. And I think when it comes to the music industry, most especially here in Africa, we are more sexist about our music, and it's quite disheartening.
So talk about what you mean by that.
We are more, okay, let me use my country.
Yeah,
for
please.
instance, Nigeria. Must your music be about boom boom?
Oh, ask them.
Why?
Why?
Why is it always about somebody shaking it? My mom would be like, why are the men covered and the women are not? They are barely never covered. And then you're like, oh, my children can't watch that. But you see some other, you can be so creative and not promote nudity.
Yeah.
You can be so creative and not promote nudity.
Yeah, and just like the sexualization, the exploitation of women.
Yeah,
Like,
you can have like X-rated music and all of that.
Yeah.
Not bad, because you know, I think the stereotype is like, oh, for my music to blow,
yeah.
for my music to trend, I must have some certain exposure.
Yeah.
But it's not supposed to be like that. It's the sound. Yes, the visual can also matter where people are saying stuff, but sometimes somebody was saying something about Ice Spice, and you're like, remove your ass. Nobody's gonna be watching your video. Because girl, your next song should be worth it. Because we're tired of, after the ass, what else are we seeing? You don't give us real content. Give us real content, right? And I think this is something that all artists should work at. There should be meaning to your songs. There should be meaning to your art, not just promoting nudity.
Yeah.
It should be educated.
Catering to horny boy energy.
Yeah. You could just
Imagine that in the
educate
Ocean Summer
people.
video. I just chuckle at the
I'm
sentiment.
telling you, it's so dope.
Nah, the video is super dope, and I agree with you. And it's awesome to hear you bring that up, because I'm really curious to hear about like your experience in Creative Alchemy. You know, you're here at the event by way of that community. How did you first get introduced to Creative Alchemy?
Okay, I was introduced by a friend. She's like, oh, girl. She posted one thing one time and she's like, tech body. I'm like, oh, what is this about? And then she's like, it's a community where they could teach me, like for a beginner, how to own my own Forex, how to create my own NFTs. They're willing to take me through the process. They're willing to give me other platforms where I can meet with other creatives and do other fun stuff. So this is like my first physical meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
I've been in the group. I think I got into the group like 2 weeks. I'm not sure I've been 2 weeks, but I just got into the group, so I've not really engaged in. I only joined the spaces one time, and then I was looking really lost because they were talking more of this outing. So I really like, okay, maybe over time I'll get to really know what they do. But from today's meeting, it's been really good. I've loved it already. I'm like, oh, definitely. So it's not as difficult as I thought it was. Yeah.
And so what was your favorite part of today? Like, what stood out to you most?
I think the tech
ecosystem.
the
I'm speaking with the judges and they're like, one thing that they like to see is I'm a Kenyan. I think one thing they like to see is the business model being to the market. So today we have more speakers that just talking about the product stage, but also how do you brand yourself.
if
as
you
a
want to be
founder,
that
as a
influencer, you
builder
have to be able
in this
to meet
ecosystem?
with people
How do you
and
scale?
then
How do you
talk
brand
to
your
people.
product and
I
so on?
remember when I came this morning, I
And
didn't meet
also
anybody.
today we
I
also
saw Daniel,
have
but I couldn't talk
amazing
to him.
VCs that are actively
I had
investing
an
in the
idea that
African
this
market.
person was coming for this work. So how to
And I think
approach
this is
them
the
and be
best
like,
platform
hi.
whereby
So
you're
they're
able
just
to
saying
learn
it,
about
they're not going to
how
bite
do
you.
you
Like,
actually
so I'm
make.
even
I know
talking
majority
that,
of people
oh,
have this
I'm
challenge.
this able to keep
lot.
and bond with this
And now this
community.
is a platform where
Like, I
you're
can
able
go
to
to an
give them
entire
ask,
party and
where's
just
that
be like,
money?
I'm like, sorry,
Or
I want to go home.
what do I
type of
need
thing.
to
And just
be able
talk
to
to the
align
persons
myself
I know.
with the
But
facts?
like, I
We
like a
also
community
have
where everybody can just be themselves and nobody's
established
judging.
founders
I
that
can
have
tell I'm
been able
new
to
here,
raise
I'm
over $1
talking to
million.
like 2 persons
And today we
we're
also
sharing
learn how
ideas, we're
what
checking
they
up on
do.
each other because the world is
And
hard
what
now.
we
Everybody
need
is all smiling,
and
but
it's
people
really
are
a challenging
depressed
market
and
in
sad.
Web3
So any
mostly
little
in
thing to
terms
keep
of
them
raising.
sane.
For the
Everybody
past
wants to hop on that.
4 years that we've
And I
been
think that's
working
the
in
reason like
It's
community is so
Friday,
important.
this
Like,
has been
I think
really
like you're really
challenging.
pointing to like the welcomingness being one of your
Startup
like,
Showcase today.
yeah, the
You're all
conversation and
welcome.
I think at times we started veering away from the beginning from me. I'm not gonna lie, but I think for me it was still cool.
You can chat meanwhile, but please, I'll be back in a few.
I feel like it's cool to know like the thought leaders when it comes to the blockchain part. Because like just to have one is really valuable.
Yeah, very true.
And so to have like 3, 4, 5, you know, like 14.
You could just go to the content I'm building, you could go to the next, you could go to the next, and then there's a lot of knowledge because imagine having this person online, it could cost you a lot of dollars. And then you just have, all you just have to do is make friends and then go to them and access them for free. So this is the importance of community, and I think some people like it too.
Yeah, that. I'm really, you know, I'm really happy you said that because I know the long is so important to the life of the effort and commitment over the last week. And, you know, like for me, it's the same. I really have been aspiring to be going to this like crypto, all black person talking about crypto in America. Like, I saw one podcast talking about Ethereum ecosystem and how people are building apps and how they're talking about that stuff. That could be me. That could be me.
Platforms to other people to do things that you can do, but rather than let it go outside, you're bringing it home. Community so I think that's the
So now you are good. This is funny. But know you Eric. You know Eric.
Conversation, learn and grow together. I think. platform that you want to create?
Okay, Nigerian culture. We are very colorful. We are very creative. You'll be shocked at how much you can do. All you just have to do is ask questions, right? So, like I said, I would like to express myself more in style, in styling people.
That tracks, if they're here, please, you can just notify by the raising of your own hand. Lynette, yes, I'll need you. Do we have H-Oak? H-Oak? Okay, great. Do you have Miniland? Miniland? Great. Do you have B-Pesa? Great. Do you have Farmers Connect? Okay.
I already have a
okay.
Rush Again, you can check it on Instagram.
So, great.
Great. Whatever representative, I just have to just make them feel beautiful. You make them feel unique in whatever the child they choose to show themselves in. So that's what I plan to do.
I'll tell you that. It's really nice to hear you talk about the vision of a podcast.
Once more, welcome to Eat Safari 2025. Welcome as well to Eat Safari Startup Showcase. And today we are going to talk more about what is Eat Safari, why Startup Showcase, why builders, why startups. What are we doing? Where are we going? What do we have? What challenges do we have? And once more, today we have from great builders that are building cool projects. We have established startups, as I mentioned, the guys who are actively raising, the guys who have raised as well. We also have venture builders, guys who are building different types of builders across different regions in Africa. We also have VCs, the guys who are actively investing in the African ecosystem. We also have brand ambassadors or brand storytellers. How do you brand your own organization to be able to scale, or rather to be able to be recognized in a world where there's a lot of noise? We also have our amazing attendees that are joining us today for the first time, trying to figure out who is Eat Safari, why Eat Safari. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you, to invite you to today. Feel free, feel at home, but also make sure that the value, I know as much as Eat Safari is creating the value, what value do you need from this? Make sure when you are leaving from this Eat Safari Startup Showcase, you have value by yourself. You say that I got something. And one thing that I promise is we have really lined up of great that you need to know as a builder, as a startup founder. So this is your avenue. And guys who are working around that environment, you're welcome. I will welcome Alfred. Alfred Obon is Eat Safari organizer, and also is a builder himself, and will welcome us to the builders track and what we are.
I see a very interesting person on his own at the back, and I just want to say GM to the sir at the back over there. He looks new. He's probably never been to this space before, so yeah. All right, the builder track. Last year's Eat Safari started the first startup showcase where we're trying to bring the ecosystem together. And as much as the talent that was apparent, there was also a gap. And what we're trying to do this year is enable a clarification where we think there's two types of people who deserve to be highlighted.
I think I'm just
the founders and the
No, I
builders.
definitely think you are. And I
The
would say that's
builders
the
are
reason I
not
love being here
necessarily
in Nigeria
founders,
so much.
but
I've
the
met
people who
so
are
many
making cool
incredibly
things.
brilliant black
And this
people,
track is
you
to
know, and I feel
celebrate
like
cool
it's
things.
a shame, like
It's
how
not to get
undervalued I feel
funded,
like people
it's
can
not
be
to do
here,
this or that.
to be
It's to
so smart, and
showcase
feel like they
that
just don't have resources
Africa,
or a platform.
there's no
I
skill
think,
issue.
like I'm so
right?
excited to
And
continue
it's
to
to give the
develop my
devs a
role
chance
with
to
what our role
showcase
is
the
within
things they've been
media,
working on out of
here in
passion, out
Africa
of
and
drive,
Nigeria,
and out of
but just, like,
consistency,
like,
not
on the
necessarily
global
out of
scale, how do we
funding.
bring people who have so
So
much knowledge and value,
for all the guys
like, to
coming
the
up here,
people who
just
are
give them
excited to receive
encouragement
that value?
and try and
I'm so
see the
blessed we got
best
to have
side,
this conversation,
because we're
that I got
trying
to
to
have this
encourage builders
experience, you
to
know?
double down and focus on their talents so that they can get to the next level, whether they're founders or generals or leaders in their spaces. So that's the track. We're going to have four pitches. And we'll start with Mini Land,
listen
right?
to his podcast,
So I hope
subscribe,
you're
like,
ready.
leave a comment,
Awesome. So
engage.
just give them love, give them
Everything
encouragement. This is
you
a
can
community,
do,
and like if we can help
everything you
improve
can
our
do,
stack
engage,
by
because you'll be
giving good
surprised
feedback.
that share the links if necessary. Once you find anything relatable, there's definitely someone who's going to need something someone is saying at a time. Just spread love.
Well, thank you everybody for tuning into my podcast today. Thank you for being along with me on this journey as I'm building this platform, as I'm connecting with people who are new to the community, who are new to my community, whose communities I'm new to as well. I think this whole experience here in Africa and Nigeria has been mind-blowing, eye-opening in so many ways, and I feel so blessed to have had this homecoming as the first person in my family to return to Africa, which is like crazy to realize, but also to feel like I'm finding belonging in a space that, you know, from across the world feels foreign, even though it's a place full of people who look like me. And so I feel so lucky, I feel so enlightened to be in this space, and I'm so excited to return in the future, and just really say thank you for giving us your attention. I hope that you do return. I hope you make our way to the Discord and you join us sometime soon so we can learn about what you are and how we can support you. And I hope that you do launch your podcast, even if it has an NFT. And I hope that you all go and collect those NFTs and
Please do.
patience in creating that platform. That thing that you're such a beautiful soul, and I hear that your vision is going to be so.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Johnston Gikenya. I build solutions around DeFi lending protocols, and I'm currently the project lead at Miniland. So, Miniland is a USDC savings wallet that enables you to save your crypto. And if you really need to access credit, you can access credit using your local currency. So people ask me, why did you decide to build Miniland and not anything else? If you look at Africa and emerging markets, let's say LATAM and other parts of the world, inflation is a big problem. You find folks savings for their future and their children's education, take an instance of Nigeria. 200 million people losing value of their assets 30% each year. Why not have a wallet that saves your assets in stables? And when you need quick cash, you can take a loan in your local currency and spend it and also pay back in your local stables. So that's why I decided to build Miniland. So Miniland, just like any other wallet, we make money by taking 1% transaction fee on all transactions, interests accrued, over time, because these savings are being locked on a month, depending on how much you want to save and how much time you want to lock your funds. And in case you need to access your funds, because we're using smart contracts to secure your funds. And so that is all about Miniland. That is all we do. So I'm welcoming any questions, if any. Yes. Right. All right, good question. We use liquidity pools on Aave and other platforms, yield-bearing platforms, to generate these yields. Also, we also have our own internal reserves where we hold, let's say you're providing an asset that's not is not supported in the liquidity pool. We hold it internally, and when other users need to access local stables, let's say Celo Kenya Shilling or other local backed stables, we take from there, and you get interest on repayment on borrowers. So that's how we operate. Right.
Mic check. How far along, what is your vision for this? And is it something you're passionate about? And if so, why?
Right. So I see Miniland as the one-stop shop when it comes to savings on USDC and giving out loans using local stables, because I'm very passionate when it comes to folks using their local stables or their local currencies instead of having to use, let's say, dollar in an African country or in any other part of the world. So my vision is to see Miniland become a one-stop shop when it comes to USDC savings and issuing loans in local stables. Yeah. Yeah. You can head over to miniland.xyz and see our first beta. We are on beta right now. But yeah, you can just try out the app. And if you want to provide feedback, we have our Telegram channel. And Miniland XYZ on Telegram.
Awesome.
Thanks for your time.
So, Janet, are you in the crowd? Janet, are you ready? All right, we'll give you 30 seconds. Just come so we can coordinate.
So, it's the one, this is the live link. So what do you want us to focus? That's all we're gonna do. So just take a deep breath. That's good. Hold it, take it in. It's okay. You're gonna do better. It's cool. And you love your art. That's all that matters. Okay, so we're gonna start with this one. Canada, and then we go to the demo. Okay.
Hi everyone. You don't look lively today. Hi everyone. So my name is Janet Keminza and I'm the team lead MetaNexus. So what is MetaNexus? So MetaNexus is a decentralized gaming hub powered by blockchain. So what problem are we trying to solve? So in the current world, we have fragmented gaming communities, lack of true ownership of in-game assets, and also lack of opportunities for developers, publishers, creators, and gamers. So how does MetaNexus solve all this? We have few features under the app. We have our MetaStream, where our gamers will stream from, our tournaments, where we'll host tournaments and scrims. We have our sports pool, where gamers and non-gamers can bet on live tournaments. And we have our NFT marketplace, where in-game assets are displayed there. Then we also have communities and challenges for both gamers and non-gamers. So, I don't know, the live thing. A live link. So this is the UI prototype that we currently have. So you're supposed to log in. So log in. You can either sign up or log in. Sign up. Your full name, your email. So you find the dashboard there. Kindly go to the games section, games. So these are one of the finished sections we have. So under games, we have a section for developers and publishers. For developers who would like to work with us, and also publishers would also like to work with us. So after you sign up as a publisher, you are redirected to the games, to the dashboard where you find our games catalog, where you're supposed to find games to publish. Then you also have games. So we have embedded few games in there. And the most interesting part about this is we'll be hosting both Web 2 and Web 3 games, which is like, it's awesome. And also under the games, you have the paid games for those who like to test games. So definitely, yeah. So go back, just click the logo. Tournaments. So this is how the tournament will look like. So go back. Just click the logo. The marketplace. Marketplace. So this will be an NFT marketplace embedded within the platform where all NFTs are in form of gaming skins. So yeah, thank you. Any questions? Sure. Go ahead. So we haven't implemented that, but we are planning to have the in-game assets transferable within the MetaNexus games. Yeah. We haven't implemented that. The blockchain platform. Or
products or like markets that are similar to this?
No.
Okay. Then what has convinced you to build this? What do you see as a core problem for the gamers?
There's the true lack of ownership of in-game assets within the games we currently have. So why don't we have them minting their in-game assets and making them transferable within games, within the ecosystem? And to identify them, they have to be in form of game skins, such as, I don't know, if you can scroll down.
Yeah.
In such as armors, weapons, so they have to be in form of game skins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Janet. Is it just you building this?
No, actually, the partner is not in the country. He had also requested to have a call, but it's okay.
It's two of you.
Yeah, we are currently two. I'm doing the front end, and he's doing the blockchain integration.
Okay. I'm just curious because for me, this track is. I love seeing things like this. I just want to know, how are you guys supporting each other given the depth of the tech stack, and how are you guys like coping with all these different things that are moving around, given you're very young and we don't have that many quality gaming, education systems. So I'm just curious how you guys are figuring this out.
So step by step and learn along the way. But I'd say the partner I'm building with, he has a bit of knowledge on the same. So I'm definitely learning along the way. Yeah. And we also having talks with different gamers and people within the gaming ecosystem. Yeah. So any other question? Yeah, sure. Currently, no, but we are very active on Twitter. We are showcasing our work on Twitter. 160. Yeah. Any other question?
Okay, I wanted to ask, do you guys have competitors? And if you have, what are the sum of the...
Yeah, so we have different competitors, such as Steam. So with Steam, yes, you can find the NFTs there, but you have to jungle to stream. You have to go on Twitch to stream, then find the NFTs there. And another one we have is YouTube and also Twitch and ultra.io. So yeah, so now what makes MetaNexus unique? You find everything under one. You don't have to go to Discord to chat with your fellow gamers. Then you go Ultra to find the Web3 games. Then you go to Steam to find your in-game assets there. You have everything under one. Yeah. Any other question?
Good. Going once. Any question?
Oh, here's the question.
Are you still in school?
Yeah, I'm in my final year. I'm a mathematics and computer science student. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
The confidence alone is something that stands out. So
Thank you. I
keep building.
appreciate a lot.
And the audacity to dream. Keep it up.
Thank you a lot. Anybody?
Questions? All right. Thank you so much, Janet. Where can people follow you, MetaNexus?
So you can follow me on Twitter, Keminza_codes. And follow my partner at Azad Crypto.
Azad Crypto.
_codes and Azad Crypto.
Hazard. Oh, Frank
Azad
Hazard.
Crypto. I guess many people know him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. So we have 2 more presentations on this track. Then we'll move on to the founders. The next one is Hedgehog Chiza. Are you ready, bro? You good? Let's go. And then
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so the speaker introduced me as Chiza, but most of you maybe know me as Dennis Kimathi. And the project I'm going to present to you is called Hedgehog, and we've recently rebranded it to Credo Protocol. So a couple of months ago, Hedera held a hackathon in partnership with the Nairobi Securities Exchange. NSC being the council members, they're part of the council members in Hedera. They held a hackathon, and we managed to emerge as the winners in that hackathon. And what's happening right now is they're launching an innovation lab in the next end of this month, so that they can incubate these projects that won during the hackathon. And I will let you know what Hedgehog does. So Hedgehog ideally enables you to collateralize your tokenized assets. So in Nairobi Securities Exchange, the equities that people trade, and these equities we want to unlock the liquidity by offering people the ability to be able to borrow against them. And the reason is, right now you might feel you are missing an opportunity because you own crypto asset, you own a stock, and you want to use it maybe for income or use it for other purposes. And most of these shares are usually liquid, yeah, but we want to make them liquid by borrowing against them. So how Hedgehog works, our solution is basically very simple. We are tokenizing these assets on the Hedera blockchain. And with that, we are going to have a lending and borrowing market where we'll have reserves for Right now, we are thinking of Kenya shillings, but we'll have to maybe create a tokenized version of the Kenya shilling, or we can use USDC, a stable asset. So simply, how the contract works on Hedera, on Hedgehog, is we have, let's go to the next one. We have an issue contract, which means these tokens, then you receive LP tokens, which represent your share. There's a price oracle for tracking the various asset prices. And there's a lender contract, which essentially is collateralized, over-collateralized loaning, where you have to deposit your asset, then get in Kenya shilling or USDC. So that's how simply Hedgehog works. There's a short demo of a video on how Hedgehog works. So there's also a simple AI that helps you understand whether you're looking for information about a certain stock, and it will help you buy it easily. So there's a short demo on how Hedgehog works. I think it's the next slide. Yeah, so this is the market opportunity right now. There's recently a lot of traditional finance is coming on chain, and we want to be there on the forefront, pushing Hedgehog as a platform for investors to actually use their assets. So that's maybe the next video. The business model is the way we're making money is through the lending fees. When users pay back after getting loans, they're able to repay back. That's one of the revenue models. Another way we can make income is through scaling to other asset classes. We could include the likes of bonds as well, ETFs in the future as well. And we want to remain compliant. Therefore, in order to enhance the credibility, we're actually looking forward to joining the sandbox led by CMA so that we can actually incubate this project as well. Yeah, so I think our target market is mostly maybe corporate companies who have assets and they want to get liquidity on them. No more retail investors who want to buy stocks easily. SMEs as well, who can get access to credit easily using the asset that is backed by stocks. Yeah, so that's the target market we're looking at. Then the team right now is me as the front-end developer, Donald Seymour as the back-end developer, and Bill Okello right now, who is helping us with legal and compliance. He's a member of the Virtual Assets Chamber and is key to the growth of the team. So I don't think if I have enough time for a video. Yeah, so this is Hedge AI helping you to buy the stock. We have the markets there, different tokenized assets, Safaricom, equity, mostly Nairobi stocks. It gives information about a specific stock. You can easily buy it using the AI chatbot over there. Then the next thing is you can now supply that asset into the markets. You have a portfolio. You can get easily you can supply it into the market, then ideally earn yield as well from that asset. Then basically track the progress of the asset that you bought. So that's simply how Hedgehog works at the moment. And yeah, so this is supplying and borrowing from the market. You can check your portfolio, then repay if you took a loan as well. So simply that's how Hedgehog works. So right now, the last slide. Yeah, so right now what we're looking for is mostly mentoring and advisory. We need people to join our team who are really experienced in the financial markets to handle risk management as well. We know this is, we need to be really compliant in order to commercialize this product. And that's the key strategy. That's actually what we're looking for mainly. As well as maybe grants or raise money in order to boost up liquidity for these markets. So yeah, that's simply Hedgehog for you.
I'll just stop by. One concept I was a little confused by. So if I thought correctly, you can borrow 125% of the value of the asset.
So more or less it's over collateralized loaning, just like how Aave works. So ideally, the goal is if you deposit, let's say, $100 worth of, let's say, Safaricom assets, right? Yeah, you can borrow like, let's say, 80% of that. Okay. Yeah.
If it's over leveraged, how you protect it against the thing. So borrowing 80% against it.
Yes.
Stop loss 80% to say, oh, sorry, we're
Yeah,
there.
you get liquidated. Yeah.
And what's the cost of this to facilitate that borrowing? So you put in $100, you borrow 80.
Yeah.
What's the transaction cost?
On-chain is, of course, using blockchains, it's super cheap to do that. I think nowadays, most chains, the transaction fee are really, really cheap. So it's simply just exchanging, just depositing. We can actually cater for the gas fee for our users. For anyone who wants to do a swap, who wants to deposit some funds somewhere. With the current architecture on the blockchain, it's super easy to like pay gas fee for our users as well. Yeah. So I think that's going to be the platform, but we're actually also figuring that out as part of the innovation lab that is coming. I think that will be one of the things that we are going to address as well, how it's all going to work. So I really think we need also experts and specialists as well in these markets to help us actually build this. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. Great, thanks for the presentation. What's the legal connection between the stock and the token?
Sorry?
What's the legal connection between the stock and the token? So related to his question.
Okay.
So is it just something that's on your platform and then you're, like he's saying, underwriting the whole thing and this doesn't exist? The trust is with your platform, or is there some connection legally?
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to work because the platform, ideally, let's say we buy, let's say, for example, Safaricom shares, right? We can buy like 1 million Safaricom shares, then tokenize those Safaricom shares, then make them tradable, available for trading on-chain. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. So, as I understand in stocks, once you purchase a stock, you also purchase what we call the rights to vote. So, does your platform cater for that as well?
Yeah. So, actually, those are some of the things we want to address because another thing you notice also with the local stocks is you also get access to dividends, right? Yeah, that's another thing that we're also looking at, how we can help the individuals also buy the tokenized version of the stock, get access to something like the voting rights and dividends as well. So it's something we're going to figure out as well. Yeah.
Okay, and also how do you handle people who default on on the loans?
Yeah, so the way it works with the collateralized loans is you have to put your asset, then that asset is what is used to, ideally it's backing how much you're borrowing, right? So in the event maybe the health factor of your loan is bad, you get liquidated and your assets are sold. So you always need to ensure that you repay your loan in time so that you don't lose them. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It was quite interesting, and I believe that's a really solid idea. So my question is, what about Wall Street?
Sorry?
Wall Street.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
What about them?
Are you gonna find a way to work with Wall Street?
Yes, for sure.
incorporate
I
it?
think even one of the reasons why it's this project is under the Nairobi Securities Exchange is because they are the regulators, they are the one issuing the stocks, and they want to take their assets on chain, and that's why we want to work closely with them. We need them to actually make this happen. Yeah. So for now, we want to target African markets for starters, starting with Nairobi first, then slowly scale to other countries. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
How are you?
Good.
The presentation was nice. The regulators, you said that you're working with NSE. I was asking, is it only for the regulation part, or are they also providing collateral? I was also asking, you say that you have mostly said about people buying the stock and selling the tokenized stock on the platform. What about the liquidity providing? Are you the only people who are providing, or you have like a program where other people can come in and provide liquidity, because it needs a lot of liquidity?
Yes, 100%. So I think initially we'll need to bootstrap liquidity to raise so that we can incentivize people so that the reserves can grow. And I think over time, the incentive will be there for once the market is really active, we have people buying and selling, then anyone can be able to deposit funds and yield. So that way you are also gaining by providing liquidity. And then on your question about NSE, so yeah, it's really important for us to work closely with them because they're the ones issuing all these stocks, providing the platform for users to buy and sell. So, and actually their goal is to make super easy for anyone to buy assets. And they believe tokenizing the assets is one of the ways. And they also believe that these assets can be able to, we can add more liquidity to the market if they're on chain, because anyone globally can be able to trade it 24/7. And that's why they're really pushing on tokenizing the assets. Yeah, so I think it's working hand in hand with them on this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm curious what made you and your team want to start building this. It was like, as in, is there something that you're trying to solve in existing investment markets that you've seen as a problem?
Yeah. So if you look actually at how we do it here in Africa and how we try to make money and how we get loans, for starters, it's we used to have what you call branch in Tala. They were really punitive in terms of the rates that they give people, and if you took loans from them, they were really, really bad. And right now, with the rise of asset-backed finance, we saw it fit that you could actually buy an asset that earns over time, makes you money, and you could use that asset as well to get liquidity, to do something else as for income, right? So that was really the motivation. Because asset-backed finance is something we're really bullish on. And we want to make it super easy for anyone to use the asset to borrow money. Yeah. Yeah.
This is what drives you, right? Like, why are you building all this? You're not a finance bro. So what drives you?
The love of the technology. I love blockchain. I love the solution that it is solving for us as Africans. I believe if we put our efforts into building something that works for everyone, we'll finally, I think, improve the conditions of our lives where we are right now, living conditions. And that's why I'm building on the blockchain. Yeah.
Awesome stuff, bro. Thank you. All right, just a round of applause. I mean, that's a fantastic product. Thank you, Chizo. All right, so really quickly, we're gonna go to B-Pesa, right? Are you ready, B-Pesa? Then, unfortunately, we are going to have only one more. Farmers Connect. You will have 3 minutes presentation and then 3 minutes questions. We're going to try and cut you short this time, so apologies in advance. Right? Okay, awesome.
Hi guys, my name is Collins Monene. We've met with some of you. So the product I'll be presenting today is called B-Pesa. So B-Pesa comes from the African market, if you know M-Pesa, Airtel Money. So it's a mobile money platform. So part of my experience, I'm the only one building currently this platform. I've been in the Web2 space for quite some time. Just recently joined Web3. I'm a tech guy with a bit of business, but tech guy. So if you think mobile money, how we understand it as Africans and any other emerging markets, we are able to send, it gave us the ability to send money to anyone, anywhere within the African region. And this is easy, you just download the app, have the USSD, you can go through USSD, you can use your SIM toolkit and just select the phone number you want to send to and send money. So it's that easy. So part of the things that I feel the current telcos get right in terms of mobile money is, first, they were the first people to come and introduce all this revolutionary mobile money platform. So this means they are everywhere. And anyone who has a feature phone or a smartphone, you're able to send money. And that's good. Then they also have agent and a whole agentic network. And this means the only way telcos, at least at the very beginning, the way they were able to onboard users is they had physical people on the ground who were able to facilitate cash in, cash out. Give them hard cash, your local currency, they load your M-Pesa or your Airtel Money and such. Then that led to P2P payments. You can buy products, pay for services. And of course, they also have the whole ecosystem, meaning in terms of the credit services that they can offer, integration with other products, that's already there. But even after them being in existence for over 16 plus years, they are still charging us high fees. So currently, transactions, they eat at least 1% or more to just send your own money. So the high fees has always been a problem. Doing cross-border payments and transactions is also a problem, and they've been here for long. So the question is, why are they not solving? Why are they not expanding? There's also been downtime and settlement delays. So currently, I think for any agent, like commissions, for any telco, they settle it for a day, after a day or two. There's limited and closed APIs, meaning for the developers in the house, before you do an integration with any telco, there's a lot of processes. You have to, basically the business has to be registered, supply your KYB and such. And then it's also centralized, which I think to an extent it was needed. Because without the centralization from those edges, then things will be everywhere. So the product BPESA, how I think of it is, it's not really a mobile money platform. It's an infrastructure for the next financial services. So we're not just enabling sending and receiving money or paying for products or paying for services. What we want to build is how can we then build an open infrastructure where anyone can plug into and still enable cross-border payments, handle any currency without leaving the application. So with BPESA, we allow universal access, and the fees, so the back end of it, the whole infrastructure is based on stablecoins. So currently we're handling 2 stablecoins, USDC and a local stablecoin called BKS. And the purpose of introducing a local Kenyan-pegged stablecoin is, imagine waking up in the morning with your BPESA app, you had 100 Kenya shillings. Then all of a sudden you have 99. That's because of FX rates. So we decided to introduce our own stablecoin that will always ensure your balance is exactly the way you left it yesterday night. Then, of course, the whole infrastructure is decentralized. So there's no, you'll see in the infrastructure, we are building a system where, an infrastructure where there's no single point of failure. So think of M-Pesa, I like using M-Pesa because I use it. Think of these platforms, but then convert the whole logic into a blockchain-backed system where anyone at any point in any country, in any currency, you can be able to handle your cash. So something also unique about BPESA is we do have an agent network, and how our agent network works is anyone can be an agent. So currently, the telcos, if you want to be an agent, you either need to be a registered business, supply your KYB, they do their own checks, then you're able to start an agent store. So for BPESA, you just need to download the app, do your own KYC, and you can be able to start depositing for users. They give you hard cash, you deposit whichever currency they want, and you're able to get a commission from that. So it's a decentralized, open agent network. Next slide. So this is about the infrastructure. So for the transaction fees, so currently you said it's low transaction fees. So currently we are charging as a minimum of 5. Of course, it can go, to the lowest number. But from a business angle, we are doing the 5 shillings for the transaction fee. If you are doing, from 50,000 to 750,000 transactions, any range there, we just charge you 50 shillings. And this is compared to any other mobile money transaction that is happening, this is quite competitive. For USD transaction, we'll just do $1 for now as we see how the market reacts. So if you become an agent, there are benefits to that. We said for agents, your commission takes time to be settled by the current telcos. But for our platform, any commission you receive, you can redeem it at that point. Yeah, and we give you a higher commission, more than what agents are getting currently. So we are doing to a maximum of 1% per transaction that you handle. Instant payouts, community impact, and the good thing with now this agent network is, with anyone being an agent, we then have a whole marketplace of people to just trade. You know, we call it to load float. Yeah? So we can discuss with other agents, and they can send you, you know, USDC or BKS, and then you're able to send back whichever is required. Now, a key point for BPESA is our target is not really Web3 native users. How the application is built, it's account abstraction at the very best. So if I'm a normal user, or my mother, or you know, people at home, the interface I'm seeing is as simple as click, click, done. I think we have an image. So the app is live on Play Store. Currently we have, this is the normal user app and the agent app. Okay. So how I like to think of BPESA as a wind-up is the current telco platforms, they came as a new revolution. And I like to think of them as the Nokia of our time. They were there, they were durable, and it works. But BPESA now brings in a new wave. Yeah? It's like the smartphone of this time. So thank you. Any questions?
Thanks for the presentation. Quick question. So this is not new. So why would a current M-Pesa agent want to use BPESA?
So for agents specifically, is the amount of money they take home, because as you said, the commissions they get per transaction is higher than what they're getting. At the end of the day, as an agent, what I'm looking for is margins. Yes, it's actually on a drive to onboard the current M-Pesa agents, the physical agents. We started last week, but one, so not many. We have two. We have 2 agents currently, and 7 users. No. So the current agents, they're not. It's not about happiness for them. They're happy with what they're getting, but for them, they are seeing it as an opportunity to earn more. So for them, it's a revenue thought process. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. On your problem deck, you mentioned a couple of problems that seem quite fragmented. You mentioned APIs that's targeting devs. You mentioned costs that majorly focus on direct consumers. You mentioned high delay on settling payments. That's majorly for businesses, right? Among these problems, what do you think is the most critical problem that would convince someone to join, and who are you currently targeting as an entry point? Who's your early adopter?
So for BPESA, it's at the very core, it's transaction fees. Mm-hmm. I think that's transaction fees and privacy to some extent, but part of the problems I highlighted, transaction fees is the entry point.
So the incentive you're thinking about is transaction fees, and how do you intend to make money?
So the whole system is backed on stablecoins, meaning currently we are deployed on Scroll. Mm-hmm. So our transaction fees are quite minimum in terms of transacting any amount. Mm-hmm. So all these transaction fees that we charge per transactions are based on the transaction bands. That's basically profit, because how the system works is we have validator nodes, which are community run. Anyone can run a node, which is basically a system that then commits the transaction on-chain to allow that abstraction. So our revenue is on transaction fees.
So just to get this straight, if I deposit money on BPESA, it's pegged as a stable coin. So it's either USDC or the Kenyan stablecoin you mentioned.
Yes.
So you make money when I'm transacting back to, let's say, Kenyan shillings, and now the current FX state at that moment is what, where you make money? Is that?
So we make money on multiple angles. So when you are depositing or loading your application with either Kenya shillings or USD, then that transaction cost from your M-Pesa or bank to B-Pesa, then we have a charge for that, which is normal rate with a lower rate with M-Pesa. We are working with partners for on-ramp and off-ramp, but then also when transacting within the platform, we have the transaction fees, which are still lower than anyone. Yeah.
This is a very sensitive business model.
Yeah.
You are not building entirely new infrastructure, correct? Because if I'm a user, I still have to send money from my mobile app, from a bank, or from my M-Pesa platform. I'm still going to be charged from the source. So how are you solving that? Because your problem statement is the current system is expensive, and still the problem still exists. So how are you solving that?
Okay. So I think it's a game of incentives. Yeah. So if I'm a user already using M-Pesa, so the question is, what incentive am I going to be given to on ramp to B-Pesa? Is that the question?
So I'm a user. I have money in my bank.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you still need to on-ramp, yeah. Yeah, because it's the same way if you want to move from your money from a bank to M-Pesa, M-Pesa to bank, you're moving from two platforms. So it's more of when I join B-Pesa, then what benefits am I getting? So transaction fees, the charge we can put it at a minimal, but that of course it depends with the partners we are working on for on-ramp. Okay, thank you.
So, in addition to that question, right? So we're asking about how you facilitate avoidance of the fees within the Visa infrastructure, because by default, the transfer to your wallet is going to incur those fees anyway. But I think that would then imply that you are suggesting this would build out a network where this could be an alternative financial system for people to facilitate the transactions. But if that's the case, I don't understand why this would be beneficial to the existing crypto market. That could, as I understood it, function the exact same way.
Okay. Functions exactly the same way in terms of.
Well, so you're saying if this is too expensive, so just use my crypto, and I say, well, gosh, why use your crypto? Why not just use Bitcoin?
I have no answer for that at this point. We can discuss. Yeah.
These are things to think about. Right?
Yeah.
Building it out. To understand how do you differentiate. No criticism, just rather things to think about.
Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah.
Just one question. I wanted to ask about the stablecoin BKS. Are you the issuers, and which chain does it operate on?
Yeah, so currently BKS is on Scroll. So how it enters the market basically is we do have, as I said, partners who are super agents in this case, and they purchase or handle their float of BKS by depositing USDC at this point.
Well, and I suppose that was the third thing that I was struggling with a little bit. So the original idea was that the Mesa fee structure is too high, but then you said commissions on your network would be better. And so how do you reconcile lesser fees with higher commission structures?
Yeah, so when commissions will be higher for agents because you'll actually be you'll taking money out of the system. So basically, when you're dealing with a B-Pesa agent, then our transaction fees are not high. Yeah. So we are just reducing what B-Pesa makes, but at the same time reducing what a user pays, and then increasing what an agent gets.
Yeah. So the way I understood B-Pesa, because you're talking about it being the next, the future of mobile money infrastructure. So are you saying that maybe, for example, as developers, we struggle to even work with M-Pesa APIs? I think the mobile money infrastructure is bigger than just payments, right? For example, many startups are struggling to connect, you know, their projects with mobile. Is this maybe what you're trying to say, or can you clarify on that?
Yeah, so of course, as the infrastructure grows, then we allow developers to basically build products out of that, because at the end of the day, it's still a financial system. So we'll need the community and developers to extend the infrastructure to be able to serve different clients in different areas. So it's an open API kind of setup.
Yeah, because I imagine fiat is difficult to build on top of, especially in this new kind of stablecoin Web3 space or something.
Yeah, so we're working with programmable money, so API integrations will be there. Yeah.
Hey, nice to see you again.
Hi.
For how long have you been building this?
So I started with a bit of research, but so far I'm hitting a month. I've been building alone, so day and nights, but we just released, so we are still testing out the system. I know in Net Safari you'll have a chance to make some purchases using it. So yeah, it's still in the early stages. Yeah.
Nice. The reason for the question is when you say that you have 1 to 2 agents, without knowing that it was just a month old, I was like, oh wow, that's very low. Maybe you should really get out there and potentially even have, I don't know, 6 months or 1 year for the first 100 agents where you would take sort of nothing or give them an extra boost just to get that feedback from the real actual agents. And as Eric said, why are they interested in sort of adding that on top of M-Pesa? Just to get sort of that real feedback instead of the assumptions and a few maybe discussions that you've had there. Because I guess that strengthens your added value when then you're representing and potentially down the line, I'm assuming raising some funds to continue doing what you're doing. So the business aspect of things and the feedback from the actual users, but not only users, also the agents themselves who are going to be your distribution channel. Without them, you're not going to go anywhere. Yeah. So I would really try to focus on like having a group of like 10, 20 to whom I would offer something, whatever, you'll find out. To make them work with you so that becomes really successful.
Yeah, I agree, and thank you for that. I mean, I'm very open to testing out solutions. That's what I do on a daily. So, as I said, it's a month old, so we are still trying out and getting feedback. But the best way is just to move, then see how that works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just gonna ask us to stand for a second. We're not yet done. Just a real quick, short commercial break. Right. So, just gonna quickly go over. We've had 4 presentations. We will be having 5 startup tracks presentations as well. We have 2 coming up next. Farmers Invest, right? And Crefy, you will have 3 minutes to show an interesting feature and then take questions. Please be mindful of time. Otherwise, please do as I do, not as I say. All right? Swing your arms. Swing your arms. Gonna do one stretch. And it has a name. It's called the KK. Right? And it's pretty simple. You just, KK, you want to show us how it's done? Other side. Thank you, KK. Patent pending. All right, guys, please take your seats. 2 more. We will have Dennis. We're ready for you.
Hello, how are you doing? It's amazing to see you all again. It's amazing to see some new people I've seen maybe online, and then seeing in your physical is good to put a face to a name. So it's good to meet you all. My name is Kelvin Omari, and I'm going to present to you a project in agriculture. And what we've been doing mostly is to make sure that we pilot it in the best way that it can enable users on the ground to understand what we're doing and bring them on to our platform. So at Farmers Connect, our main aim is to ensure that farmers get financing in the right way, get it returned in an easy way without a hassle, and then still provide a market for what they are producing. So we're using a model called farmers contract farming, whereby we give them the inputs in form of financing for those who don't have the access to the financing they need. So instead of giving them the money, we are giving them the inputs from their nearest collection center, just like the way we get, who has used Amazon or Jumia to order something? Yes, there is a nearest point where you collect your goods from. So we have designed such a model from farmers, borrowed from something in Kenya we call Nyumba Kumi initiative, where a group of farmers are put together, a leader is found, and then that is the person to represent them. So this is the person we give the inputs. The farmers can collect from them after ordering from our platform. At the moment, we are piloting with 35 farmers, but in the meanwhile, training 700 farmers, and we target to introduce all 7,000 of them in the cooperative societies in the region. So our model is quite simple. We give them the inputs, they give us the produce, which we sell to processors locally, because Kenya is suffering from 3 main challenges. If you could please go to the problem statement. In this case here, you see Kenya annually needs, in the oil market alone, we need 900,000 metric tons for consumption, but we only produce how much? Just 80%. 80,000 metric tons. That is barely 20%. So we still import over 80%. That means the market is really huge on this, because when compounded annually, it has been growing at a rate of more than 10%, and this is expected to go a bit further. The local processors, as I mentioned, in the market right now, we have ENI, which is an international castor oil processor. We have Bitco United, Agventure Limited, and CPP, up to and including the county government, because their aim is to ensure that they support local production, buy everything through the National Cereals and Produce Board. So that means even with competitors, the market is still so huge for us to capture. So that's why the challenges we are facing will be able to solve our local problems, because in Kenya, we actually inherit land and we must subdivide. I'm very sure here, most men here, I can say, they are hoping to inherit a piece of land from their father. Since they can't share with their brother in the same spot, they have to fragment it. This is why we are having a lot of unsustainable, unscalable, small-scale production. But these processors we are talking about, they are buying it in bulk. That is where Farmers Connect was born. I wanted to produce, but I couldn't because they need a threshold of 30 acres. And locally, not many people can have that. So putting one farmer, connecting to the neighbor, and all that, we all can make them an entity which can get to a threshold where we can now sell to the processors locally. So much to say, our business model now will be, or is, to collect the loans, and interest from the loans we give them in form of the inputs, that's fertilizer. We give them other support services as well, which are charged. And then we also give them every support they need from production to the selling. So we get, if you could please go to our business model. I want to make it short. In our business model, it's just the three for now, where we get the interest earned from the financing given, and then we are getting a commission from all the sale of the produce given and produced, and then the compensation from processors like E&I, who they will compensate you based on what you supply them. How does blockchain come in this case? All this data needs to be stored in a way that it's indelible to make sure that even the investors who are pooling resources to support us on the financing part can be able to ensure, can be able to track all the information. And also they can, if they have partnered with us in production, where on the We Farm For You part, they can also follow it up. So transactions also are also done via blockchain, because for them, they are going to interact with it just like a normal application, but blockchain is coming to them indirectly, because you're using it to store and also make sure that all the transactions which are automated are done via smart contracts. So you can visit our application, it's live. On the other side, you can visit us at farmersconnect.org, and in all social medias, that's still the same name we use. Thank you. I'm open now to questions.
Yes, hi. So my question is, after giving loan to farmers, do you do you tell them whatever to plant, or that loan can be, they can do whatever plant they want to?
Oh yes, that is actually why we are giving them inputs instead of money. Because if you give them money, I can't have money and my kid is out of school. I'll pay and then think about I'll fix this first. So we give them inputs.
You give loan in form of input?
Yes.
Oh, nice. And how do you do data collections?
Data collection?
You've given the
yes.
input. How do you do that?
I want you to please take time and log into our platform. If you could please go to the registration. When you're registering, we collect all the information of the person up to where they're located, and also we have partnered with local cooperative societies who are giving us all the information, because with them they are based on the ground.
Oh, I'm also doing something in agriculture.
It's amazing. I'd love to see what you're doing, and maybe you can.
Let's talk later.
All right.
Hi, my name is Gikenya. My question is, how do you deal with eventualities like, natural calamities? Let's say you're giving me...
Audible a bit?
Oh, my name is Gikenya. My question is, how do you deal with eventualities? Like, let's say, floods wipe the whole product. How does that happen? How do you do such a... Yeah.
Okay. In case of uncertainties as of now, we are working on how to put on insurance models, because they exist. So that's what we are looking for at the moment to get the best of it. Because we are in the piloting phase, so everything else can, for now, we are only saying that the only enemy can be the uncertainty like that, like a flood or an earthquake that can demolish everything. But then at the same time, we're working to get the best insurance firms to ensure that all this can be covered to an investor in case of a loss.
And do you have guys on, on the ground to maybe...
Oh yes, please.
Best farming practices? Or?
Oh yes, in our team, one of our team member is on the deck, please. You can go to the deck. On the team part, I'm not alone. I have a team of 6 people where I'm the lead, and then we have Eric Njamba, who is an agronomist. He has been working the contract farming model now for 5 years. Currently in also a contract as we talk. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So he gives all the agronomic advice and guidance, and then on what to plant, when to plant it, and also we aggregate all that information for the processors as well.
Thank you for the presentation. Question is, I have a very short question on the sales. So how do you close sales? So you have produced, what do you do for you to be able to gain your money back so that you can market the products that you have produced with the farmers?
Okay, we actualize, we mostly optimize on the businesses or local processors. Like for example, we have the ENI, who are the castor oil processors, but then their main challenge is to source those raw materials. So our goal is we go to them first, we get the contracts, so we have the market first before coming to advise the farmers. Yeah.
Thank you. For me, I just want to say, glad to see you building, bro. I know it's been a very long journey, so happy you're on the other side. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Joanne will be giving us just a quick rundown of what's going to happen next. We have one presentation from Fadil of Crefai. He's also a builder. He's
Hi everyone. So my name is Fadil. I'm a software engineer, specifically in the blockchain space. But I started off as a community builder. Currently, I'm contributing to some DAOs like Scroll and like some other 3 DAOs. So for today, I'm building Crefai. So basically, Crefai are building like we'll just play the video. Yeah. So basically, Crefai are building modular identity infrastructures. So basically, like some modular accounts or modular infrastructures that solve like some slight identity problems you have in the space. So, but some of the core modules that you're having, we have Crefai passports. So these are like some on-chain passports, things to do with like on-chain identities. We also have Crefai governance, some governance tools. For today, we are sharing about Crefai Connect. So just a minute. So what is Crefai Connect? So Crefai Connect is basically an easier way of like onboarding your users to use your blockchain application. So for example, you are trying to onboard like as a local person who doesn't understand about blockchain. Instead of them telling them about going to download MetaMask and like all of those private keys, blah, 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 you can be able to use Crefai Connect, whereby you can use some tools or services that you're having. So for example, a person can be able to log in and have an account using a phone number, using an email, using Google, Twitter, anything that you think of, an account that you think of, you can be able to do that. So it's a developer, it's a dev kit, more or less. We have different ways of integrating the infrastructure. So either one, through using our library directly, or two, if you feel like you are very good in a craft, you can also expose your API keys, whereby you can just write your own screens, but we give you the API keys to do that. So I'll give you a snippet of how you can integrate with that. Yeah. Sorry, but my screen was shaking while I was trying to present here. So if you check here, basically, I'm just trying to, you just initiate like a new project. So after initiating like a new project, as you can see here, so it's a basic Next.js project. Yeah. So then you see like it's a new project you have started. Then you can, since right now our documentation has not been fully updated, you can use the documentation that is there on the NPM package. So you just import or download the Crifa Connect library or service package. Then after that, you can just follow through these steps. Like it's just, so for example, it does not matter like which front-end framework you're using. Personally today I was using Next.js framework, so with the app router. So basically just copy pasting, you see I've copy pasted. Then like using that on the page or on the client side. Where is it? Yeah. So yeah, then you can just start your application. But you can just start it here. So, but like you need like an app ID. So what's an app ID? An app ID is basically okay, it's like an API key, but like it's not an API key in this context, since like you can use it to do a specific thing. Sorry about there. So if you start there, you need to have an app ID. So on our Connect portal, so that is like on the developer portal, you can be able to come and log in. And yeah, the Crifa ID. You can come and log in. I'll just show you in a minute. Sorry. Yeah, so I tried using like a phone number, as I showed you. So person is basically logging with a phone number. So I needed to have an app ID. So on the connect with crifa.xyz, you can be able to log in and you can sign up or sign in if you are starting off. Or like you can just come and create a new application, fill in the stuff and like get the app ID, then log in. So basically that's it. You have been able to do that in like less than 1.5 minutes. Yes, we are having different competitors. We have like Alchemy, we have ThirdWeb, Privy. But like with us, what you're going over the next phase is like now focusing on fully contract wallets, as opposed to this our competitors, in which they're not our competitors really. They give you two types of accounts. They give you smart accounts and they give you like externally owned accounts. But with us on the next phase, we'll be focusing on fully programmable smart accounts, whereby you can basically have a wallet and do basically anything that you want. So another thing that you're having that most of these other guys don't have, like native, could you just play here? Just some 5 seconds back. Yeah. So just play, pause. Yeah. So basically, like what also we have is like native ENS subnames or ENS subnames. So of course, like as we are having, we won't see it because of the light, but here you can see we are having like as some wallet addresses. Now instead of giving users wallet addresses, maybe they want to fund their account, you can now give them ENS name. So ENS name is basically maybe like Fadil.eth. Now since Fadil.eth is literally, you can buy it for $5 on ENS Manager, you can basically buy it and allow users to claim ENS subnames. I believe Samia knows about base names, which they are free base names. So basically you can have your own subnames here. You can have like .ithsafari.eth.what.eth.what.io, depending on what you want. The another thing that you are also integrating is things to do with like as in identity account abstraction. Basically imagine like things to do with like as in verified wallets. And verified wallets, for example, you want to cap and say, if someone wants to access my application or they need to do a certain thing, they need to do like a KYC. So they're doing a KYC on a native or like a specific feature. Yeah. Then maybe what you need right now, our foundation is literally ready because like we are like a team of 3 guys doing most of the research, blockchain and product. I have a very nerd cracked guy. He does like infrastructure and servers. Then you have like a front-end developer. So basically we are set. But like since we are a business, operating as a business, we do struggle. Yes, but it's a feature that people doesn't have. Yeah.
So, since we are building modular infrastructures, like this is one of the services that you're having at Crify, right? So Crify, so on the Crify Connect here, by the way, we are right now we are working with multiple providers. Like the login with phone number, since, for example, the friend that said like you need to have, if you want to operate with a telco, you need to basically have a business. You want to register a business. So
we are working with like another third-party provider, but our partner. But in terms of like other places whereby we see innovation, like maybe things to do with identities, so that comes in on passports. I wouldn't touch on passports right now because it's there are some very crazy cool stuff there that like I don't feel like it's sharing them right now. Yeah. Like basic, I could even use your phone number right now and log in and like it'll be in. Yeah. Yes, it's a business, man. The business model, so that's why we are saying we need help in terms of business model, setting up the business model. Because like, yes, we are having like, for example, what you're thinking of in mind, it's like you're having tired business model. And yes, we are having a partner who is working with us, also is helping us in terms of like setting up some of this stuff here. But like maybe having like a dedicated person on the team helping us with like business as a Crify team will be great. So I wouldn't tell you exactly how much we'll charge you for using our services. Yeah. Any question?
Good to see you. You said funding. Maybe it's the right place for you to say what you need because you ended up on funding and then closed. But like, what do you need now? Let's say you get a business person, you figure out the business model, then, you know, even to go out there and start to get your first clients and compete with the Privy and whatsoever, like you may need some money. So what is it that you need?
So we are able to do like as a basic financial that we may need. So for a period of like, since we are 3 guys, so we'll be adding 1 extra person. So the funding of 50K it will be able to help us in like 12-month runway. Yeah. Oh, and maybe I didn't mention, sorry. So here maybe you can ask, like, okay, so what are you doing this one here? So we have different protocols. We have Celo, we have Base, we have Stacknet, we have this and this. So basically, since we are chain agnostic, a person can be able to do anything with Scroll or Base or Stacknet. So depending with which protocol you're building on, you can be able to help you with the service and infrastructure for that. Yeah.
All right. I believe that marks the end of the Builders track. We are about to take a short break. Are you ready? And then we can continue. I just want us to take a short moment of reflection. Over the past year or so, I've had a lot of discussions with some of the faces here. And there's obviously a conversation going around, how do you help the builders who are still young when you want to invest in an industry that's not yet mature? And my answer to this question is to allow builders to showcase and build in public and to allow that community to coordinate. That is what this is about. This was not a track for you guys to find something to fund directly, but hopefully for you guys to make a connection with a builder and that builder to find their people. It means a lot that you're just taking the time to sit here and understand what people are passionate about so that they can further that. I have no doubt that some of these projects will get funding, right, in the future or later, but they will have less of a chance if there's not enough spaces like this where you just showcase your work for the sake of it. So thank you guys for being a part of this experiment, and I hope it's making sense what we're trying to drive towards. All the builders who are in these tracks, we're trying to create an open and accessible database where you can find them regardless of chain or affiliation, as long as they acknowledge it, because we need more data. What doesn't get measured doesn't get funded. And this is our attempt at breaking these barriers and these silos through data, right? And also just one of my favorite quotes from Eric is, the real gold is the humans. And this is me just showing that off. I don't think there's a skill issue in Africa. I think there's an opportunity issue, and part of that is just allowing each other to grow and build together. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Alfred. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once more. My name is John Jerop. I go by Engineer John Jerop in LinkedIn. I am a founder of OneDev. We do train Web3 and AI developers. I'm also the host of Code Africa Conference. It's an emerging tech conference. I'm also the host of It's Safari. And today, we have a privilege of hosting Startup Showcase, the second edition. However, this is more than what we hosted last year, and I'll share more details about last year and why we are doing this. Years from grants without funding, and we love to understand their own journey and what does it take to build in Africa. Does lack of funding stop you from building? Does funding also make you build faster? We are about to learn that now. And I welcome my panelist, Ayodeji Awosika. Ayodeji Awosika is a founder of Web3 Bridge. Web3 Bridge have been building for 5 years right now, since 2020. And they also host one of the largest Ethereum event in Lagos, called Web3 Lagos Conference. Also, we have Abigail Munene. Abigail Munene is VP Marketing of Kotani Pay. And yes, Kotani Pay, as you know, is one of the pioneers when it comes to business that are thriving in the African market, Web3 market to be specific. And then we have Matulex. Matulex from Web3 Clubs. You're welcome. Web3 Clubs as well have been building from 2020, building both developers and builders. And I'm really honored to be able to moderate this amazing panel and also to learn from this panel as well as one of the guys who is building and figuring out things in this space. You're all welcome to this panel. Well, we'll start by doing an introduction. Also, by telling us about what Web3, that is Web3 Bridge. And does lack or with funding has got you here or not? You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Wait, what was that? Okay, no problem. I was trying to look for good afternoon in Swahili. I used to know it, but I've forgotten now. Anyway, Jambo. The name is Ayodeji. I'm the founder of Web3 Bridge. Our Web3 Bridge has been operational for the last 6 years, actually. We're going to be 6 exactly October 9th next month. That's next month, actually. Started as a program, as a pilot program to train Solidity developers, and has grown to become a program that have trained over 1,000 devs in Africa, specifically within the West Africa, and like a few, I think we have students from Kenya, Uganda to add to that number. Our developers have gone to work with different and every protocol available within the ecosystem. I mean every actually. They have also started becoming founders. Like a number of persons will say, Ayo, you are. So personally, I know I'm not so pro-founder or pro-builder. I believe that developers should work, they should grow experience, they should earn, and come back with that experience to build. That's my thesis. That's where I stand. And so far, it's worked for us now. I'm happy to see our guys contributing across board. I'm happy to see that we're supporting every product protocol within the ecosystem, and that's what we've been doing for the last 6 years. Thank you. Without grant, okay, so our operation has mostly been grant funded and personal. We've not raised. I discovered yesterday that in 2021, we were working with 4RC Capital. I don't even know if you know 4RC Capital. They were like the height of NFT boom in 2021. Actually, is on mainnet Ethereum since 2021. Our tokenomics was done since then, and I woke up one day and shut it down because I feel like it's not right. It's not the time for it. I believe at the time that we're not actually ready for that, and maybe if we'll have raised the money, we'll have done well, we'll have become bigger, or maybe we'll have died. I don't know whichever, but then we've sustained with grants. We started as an online-only program. Today we've done both online and on-site. We started with on-site, one facility that could only house 30 persons, rented. And today we have 4 facilities, 3 of them being owned by Web3 Bridge, and 1 of them still rented. We can sleep conveniently 200 developers in Web3 Bridge. And we have a space that could seat 400 persons for classes, learning, co-working, and all of those things. Thank you very much. All funded by grants.
Wow. Thank you so much. Abby?
Yes. My name is Abigail, the VP of Marketing for Kotani Pay. And in a nutshell, Kotani Pay, we are an on-ramp and off-ramp infrastructure platform connecting Web3 businesses to local payment platforms. So we are fixing the payment platform issue. So in our journey, we started our journey around 2020, 5 years in. Actually, we clocked 5 years in now. And so far, our journey has been a mixture of accelerator, incubation, grants, hackathon, all of them combined all the way to a point where we did our pre-seed round around 2023. That's our journey so far.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matu, one of the directors at Web3 Clubs. So Web3 Clubs works to enhance builder capacity, discover talent, and just propel really skilled people to opportunities globally. So we're focused on Web3 and now AI. We've done 8 cohorts so far. Only 3 of them have had grant partners. So a lot of funding has been bootstrapping as well amongst the directors and some of our friends. Now, also some of our support does come from, and they have really come through to see us survive this far. Yeah, so no raise yet.
Thank you so much. I think one key thing that I've noticed from our own panelists today is, one is they've been building for quite some time, with or without grants. That's the majority part of it. But I'd like to start from Ayo. You've mentioned that we've been building for 6 years now without funding. What does it actually take to keep going? Is it create community, side hustle, or something else?
Okay, I think it actually takes a lot of personal conviction to do some of these things that we do. I think it was last year I was telling Eric, I was like, this job we are doing is a thankless job. Because at the end of the day, there's always going to be that point where you want to give up. Like, I remember there was a particular quote when I told my wife, I'm like, babe, we are selling this car of yours to fund this courts. And she was like, okay. Because we can't shut the door. We can't shut the door at the time. But then, looking at the results of the people that come out of the court, it's actually one thing that keeps you going. It's like that part. Sorry, apologies to those that are not Christians. Like that part of the Bible when Jesus healed the sick and like, go tell others. And like at that point, I know in his head, I might not understand, but then on building the way, he's like, yeah, I just did this, and like, oh yeah, we can do the next one and the next one and the next one. So even when the results, like the funds are not there, just we need to keep going because we feel like someone somewhere is actually benefiting from this. Someone is okay. If one person benefits, it affects. I used to make a joke with my alumni, like this whatever result you get affect yourself, affect your parents, affect your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whichever one. Then your boyfriend passed to their parent and all of this. So like I feel like seeing the joy of the community and all. Then also because we can't, there's no way we're going to like expand Web3 without having developers, without education. And if we say we want to close it and say, oh, everyone to pay $1 million, $1,000 for classes and all, it means we're only creating a system where it's only people who can afford it. So what happens to those that cannot afford it? So I believe that that's one of the things that kept us going this far. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, following up to that question, do you think lack of funding has built discipline or it has slowed your own growth as Web3 Bridge?
Will I say as low our growth, maybe in a way, because there are a number of things we needed to achieve that we might not be able to achieve, like when to like make room for some alternatives to some things. Yes, however, also having no fund or very limited fund has also like kept the discipline, because I believe that funding sometimes can be a blessing and a curse. Like if you have enough fund and you are not mature enough to manage it, like you throw fund at every problem you have. Oh, we hire like 200 people in the room. We're hiring like, but at some point as an early stage founder, like I remember there's a particular point I was myself and like 2 other persons who were like social media manager, facility manager, community manager, and like all of those. And all of these actually have helped to grow depth so that even if anything go wrong today in the process, you have an understanding of it, because at some point you were in that system. So has it helped? Yes, it has helped kept the focus, has helped kept like the growth pattern, like little distraction. But then has it been a problem too? Yes, it has, because I believe that a lot of skill you want to achieve, that you can't achieve skill without funding.
Great. That comes to you, Abby. I know that Kotani you mentioned that you've been handling grants from 2020 to 2023, that you raised your own funds. And the question is, a lot of African founders starts with grants, that's for sure. For some time, is it like a lifeline for others? Does it keep anyone stuck? In your own experience, are grants a stepping stone to growth, or they can become a comfort zone?
It is a stepping stone for growth. I'll use a personal example. Just a brief history of Kotani Pay, how we started. A bunch of guys, the guys are Felix and the co-founders. They're people who were interested in the blockchain space. They came together, they formed Kotani Pay Labs, and through Kotani Pay Labs, they started doing node validation. Along the way, they stumbled upon Celo Hackathon. They did a hackathon and then found out like they found a niche here. They found a big problem here, that Africa is hugely unbanked. And this is based on research that they did. Along the way, they built a product, a USSD product that allows people to have blockchain functionality without access to the internet. And this is a mind blown, because who would have thought that we will exist in a world where blockchain and all the jargons and everything that comes with it can be used by somebody who, a Maasai woman, probably in Nanyuki, those are like the relations. Through that, one of the things, the processes, we got into an accelerator program and we fine-tuned the product along the way. And one of the things that that contributed, it helped us to diversify use cases of Kotani Pay. So at first, maybe we were looking at just financial inclusion, and it was tapping into SDG 10, inequalities, and a couple more. But through one use case, we get to open up a whole new world of what more can we do. But it was clear that the purpose of Kotani Pay is we are trying to bridge blockchain to real-world use cases, and that has been continuous even where we are right now. Along the way, the case studies opens us up to what's it called, venture venture, like UNICEF venture. Along the way, we get partnerships. Along the way, we get. But here we are from that point to where we are receiving grants. Grants was just a position to move us from a USSD solution to help us build a product. And that only helped us, like that technical platform. It created a technical platform for us to build the product and have and just ensure that the product has diverse use cases. Grants also unlocked credibility of the product. If you are able to convince somebody that this product has humanitarian use cases to VC where there is a scaling of the project.
Well, this question comes to you, Matu, since you've been building builders for some time. And I do know some of your builders have received grants, like that I'm aware of. Excuse me. Do you think that what Abby mentioned is this, first of all, it creates credibility that this is really something that is needed in the marketplace, one. And then we've also talked about that, does it create a comfort zone whereby we are in a place whereby people actually need jobs or money to survive. They need to eat, they need, even you are in Nairobi, you need to live, you need to do this. And here, first time founder gets the grants and they're like, oh, I need to fix my own things. Also, we have also the inclusion of financial discipline, right? That also comes along the way. That comes along the way when it comes to founders. My question will go to the side. When you are building your own builders and, of course, talking about grants, do you have a duration whereby you let founders know, okay, this is the duration that you need to get grants, or you need to graduate from grants to funding? How do you differentiate those two? That's first. Secondly is, how do you ensure that the grants that developers and builders are getting are actually making that sense, or rather pushing the product from one step to another as what you did to Kotani Pay?
Okay, so how community setup is a bit different to how maybe, Kotani Pay is the company on its own. So majorly we provide a hub for people to come and do their thing, discover themselves, and exchange knowledge with their peers and learn new stuff. While in the meantime, we are trying to run cohorts that are directed in one way or another towards value creation. Yeah. So I'll give an example of our third cohort, right? That was running on StackNet. So Cairo, for example, the language these guys were going into was really young. The tooling and everything was being made while they were also studying. So they were not active trainers, and they had to hack their way around it. But then that formed most value back to them with grants. So in the first, I think, 1 month, 15 of them got really good grants to keep building. So there's that unstructured kind of way that we're experimenting a lot. And sometimes some of these guys are really young. If someone is maybe 18, they've just gotten their first 10K USD, there's no way you're telling that person what to do with their money, Yeah. So we did learn from that. And following that, now we're able to have conversation with some mentors in our networks who come and take them through, structured ways of, just dealing with running a startup. So since then, or recently, money management has improved. Some of these young guys, there's more structure with the products coming out of it and teams and all that. There's a longer way to go, but we have now launched a founder-specific program. We're able to, using or connecting with mentors, really structure it out and guide the builders we have in our.
Thank you. Do you think that the builder should actively chase grants or focus more on building revenue and customer attraction from your own experience?
So depending on the trends or phases of the market in Web3, sometimes they don't even really have to chase grants, you see. There's a lot of money lying around for them, okay? It's easy money, so they don't have to chase them. But if someone is on a product every other day, then it does make sense for them to get some sort of funding, right? So what we try and let them know is you focus on the project, we'll deal with getting you support to make your day-to-day needs met. Yeah.
Great. I mean, I do have a lot of questions for you, given from what is happening, but I'll just pose this question to also for everyone to digest as well. We have different protocols, and every now and then when a protocol comes, a builder will jump to it. Every other protocol, they will run to it to put their own hackathon to win that grant or something. And when I mentioned should builders chase grants, it's because of what I've observed in the ecosystem, that every now and then when there's any other change that comes in, people opt or rather build to gain something, to get something in return, right? And I don't know if these confuse them when it comes to building long-term and generating revenue, or does it build them, right? But please, all that questions, yes. Getting back to you, Abigail, you mentioned for 5 years, for 2 years you've been doing grants before you went to raising funds in Kotani Pay. Let's talk about that shift, that is from grant money to growth funding. What does it take for an African founder to become investable in the eyes of a VC, angel, or anyone that is doing funds?
That's a good question. From what I've observed, especially from our company, I think it's important for people not to ignore all these accelerator programs and hackathons that you do, because you get a product prowess and you fine-tune your product along the way. You understand your product very well, you understand the market, you understand the people who you are trying to reach. All of this combined together, because we did a lot of that. Before we got to a point where we are raising funds, we have done like 5 accelerator programs all together, and it's in all different seasons. And along the way, even the product matures, how you communicate matures, the vision of the brand matures along the way. You get that visibility, and all this together, they all contribute to a point where you are standing in front of an investor, because the investor not only looks at just the product, looks at the traction, the vision, the marketing angle, all these things come together. So for us, a combination of putting ourselves there and again, go back to the different use cases. For us, it really helped us because Kotani Pay started as a USSD. It grew to an API and now to an SSS, a stablecoin settlement solution. And the transition had a lot to do with the diverse use cases that kept emerging. So you start with a use case of gig workers. Next thing you know, you're working with humanitarian, and it unlocks a whole other group. So what you are trying to even show an investor is our product it's not only just something that can be used on a humanitarian scale, but it can be used also as a product that can be scaled across Africa to solve real world problems. So an answer to your question basically will be all of this combined. It helps you fine-tune your product, especially that product, knowing your product very well. I think that's the most essential thing. We, as builders, have seen a scenario where you build a product, throw it to the market, and expect it to thrive, but you forget that it's the people first, then the product. So along the way, we have managed to fine-tune along the way based on the needs of our customers.
Following that, what are the common mistakes you see founders are facing when it comes to fundraising after years of bootstrapping?
I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question. From our marketing, I don't think I'm the best. I'll allow you to.
I'm not sure I've raised money.
I think this question I'll pose for raising capital in Africa. And then I will have to follow up. Our moderator, Eric, for that panel. I think this is what you'll pick up from that session. Thank you. Back to you, Ayo. But before we go to Ayo, how many are actively racing? How many of you are actively racing? How many? I can't even see. How many are actively racing? That is Element Pay, Norma Chain, Minicen. Around 6 startups are racing, actively racing. Okay. That goes to the panelists because we are closing all our panel. What is one piece of advice you will give someone in this room who is about to start their journey? So I will sector into Ayo. Yes. Somebody who is starting from building as a developer, but they have a vision of becoming a founder. What's that advice that you will give? For Abby, it'll be a founder who is already on the grants, doing the bootstrapping, and they're transitioning to raising funds, as we have over 6 funds that we have here. For Matthew, you mentioned that you've transitioned to also having a builders or founders track. What should new founders know about what you have? Ayo.
All right. Okay. So, listen to Abby. She said they had to go to different hackathon, different accelerator, different this and that and that. And it's easy for us as founders. Like, I'm not a founder yet, actually. I'm a community manager, so let's take that. It's easy for us as founders to be in our head and believe that our process is the best, our approach is the best, my product is like the best. Because it's also like very thoughtful sometimes to take feedbacks, because not every feedback is going to be very nice. And that's being honest with ourselves. And like, at this point where we're going to go to raise and all, I believe that we should test our product enough, considering the fact that we are in an ecosystem where most of us don't even have any business school background. There's no like business program. So like incubators, accelerators are like your best friend. Hackathons are like your best friend. I know we have said people should not see, let's forget that whether people are angry because they are not getting money on those things. You should hack enough. Almost every product in this ecosystem, Uniswap and all of them, were hackathon products at best. And these guys were not first-time engineers. They were not first-time founders, so many of them. Most of them are like 5 years, 8 years experience as engineers. So if they had to go through that route, I think for the best of time, we should also go through that route if you can. It's not bad to say, we are building some of these things sometimes to gain experience as an engineer, as an operator, because like I feel like most of what we have is also like technical founders, and most technical founders are not good business persons, are not good operators, because you get founders who are like operators, who have been in the field, who understand this stuff. So like we need to start looking for how to marry these people together. So as a founder, it's good, your dream is valid, your product is the best. However, you need to take it through so many fires and let it come out strong to be sure that you can come as a pure gold. If not, you continue to go from one. Some voices are saying this product might not scale, are not actually looking for your downfall. There are other people that want you to like go back and check your system. Why? Like, like you should go back to them and ask the question, like, genuinely, why can't it scale? Like, if there's something that I do that is not so good, is like I like taking like very hard feedbacks. After every quarter in Web3 Break, we take very critical feedbacks. Like, what is that? Like 2 weeks ago, we had this conversation, and someone was like, oh, this happened, and it was very painful to hear it, but then unfortunately that's one way to grow. So as founders, we need to be ready for the hardest and the harshest of feedbacks if we really want to grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aya.
Yeah, maybe 2 things come in mind. One will be, even when you're chasing grants, I think it's important to align the kind of grant you are chasing versus the product and the mission of your product. So again, Kotani Pay use cases, every use case is attracted a different type of grant. And it's the same. You can't be a jack of all trades. Try to be a bit specific on whatever grant that you're looking for. Does it align to what you're building and the vision of your company? And second, I think it's important for you to use grant as a stepping stone to create visibility of your product, credibility, and pushing yourself out there. For us, the grants, like the one I can remember, Stella gave us that opportunity to test our API product from just an API that connects to USSD to an API that actually connects to mobile money platforms. So we tested the product along the way, and it helped us even create visibility. It helped us even put our product out there and our marketing plan out there. All of this combined together. So it's important to use the grant as a stepping stone, but not, again, a comfort zone.
Yeah, so I think mine would be to ask you to find community, people you can be in touch with every day. If in person is possible, please do that. I know some of the devs are really like shy and don't like being around people. Like to build in their houses, yeah. So we've seen more acceleration when people build together, and you're getting feedback real time from your peers, people smarter than you, people more experienced than you. And then you also never know what you learned that day that someone had learned the previous day or experience. So whether you're a builder, a developer, or a founder, just find a community where you're getting feedback about what you're building, also getting your biases checked every day.
Thank you so much. Back to the audience. If you have any question for the panelists, please. Any question? Seems the panel was really good, or you guys are tired.
Good evening. My name is Muridhi from SK Chain. So currently we are also a grantee under the Ethereum Foundation building mobile ETH. Can you be able to hear me? How about now? Can you be able to hear me? Okay. So my question to the panelists is, so my name is Muridhi from SK Chain. A building mobile ETH is similar to Kotani Pay in that you're using SSD to send Ethereum without internet. So currently you're also a grantee under the Ethereum Foundation. My question to the panel is, when you receive a grant, should we take the founder's route for finding product market fit and like finding your customers first, like the sales process? Or should we just keep on raising and raising without finding the product market fit, that is? Like, should we take the route? Because currently, as we take the grant as us, Mobile ETH, we are trying to use it as zero equity pre-seed. So I was asking whether when we take the grant and we receive the grant, once the users receive the grant and you're building your product and taking it to the market, should we use that to actually find product market fit? Or which is the best way? And also the second question is, when is the best time to build community? When you're building a product, should it be from the actual consumers or the customers in which you are targeting? Or should one build community based on just the hype of the product? Thank you.
Okay. For us to use a B2B, we started as B2B2C, and now we are still B2B, but B2B2C also incorporated. For us, it made sense because the grant was helping us test our API, so it went into the technical aspect of things. We didn't even scale. We didn't go to the market like that. For us, it was more of testing that API into the two jurisdictions that we were in at that moment. That was Kenya and Ghana. I think it depends with even your objective or even your mission as a company, what you aim. If you're a B2C model, based on where your product is and your understanding of the product, I think that's when you can get to assess whether it's something you can take to the market and look for product fit, or internally and see if you are able to upskill your technical team and your technical prowess. Does that answer that?
Sorry, if I add to that, I believe that all grants actually have a reason why you apply for it. While you're applying for the grant, there is a KPI attached to the grant. While so many people or projects don't follow up with the KPI, and you already received the grant, the best thing you could do for yourself is to actually ensure that the KPI is fully followed, so that by the time you're applying for another one, you're like, oh, we've collected this grant for this purpose, and this is what we've done with it. Because if you continue to build, and okay, if you collect the grant because you want to go to market and you didn't end up going to market with that grant, you end up doing something else, and maybe you have the needs to apply to the same place for another grant, and like, Okay, now you're expecting to give them feedback on, okay, you're supposed to go to market with it. Oh, went to market, oh, we got to market, we got to Kilimani market, we failed at it. This was why we failed, and you come back to them with that same feedback. Because you're not, I'm not sure there's room for failure, even when you have the grant. However, it makes sense for you to use the grant for exactly why you have received it, and you can defend it, and you can give a report for it.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi. Hello? Can you hear me? My name's Rogers Ogao. I'm a developer, currently working on a system. Okay, here's the problem. How many people here have ever had gone house hunting? By raise of hands. I'm going to change the question. Yes. So the question is, I've been building a system which needs a lot of scaling. Because, like, let's say here, this is Westlands, right? I need to pinpoint every single place. Like, I need to map every single house, every single room, every single thing. And I need a grant for something like that. I don't have the correct finance for that, but I have a system that can handle that. I don't have the system for, let's say, the storage, and I don't have things like this camera here that can do 360 views. So when you want to pitch to investors, I need this kind of things, but you don't know how to quote the amount that you need for that. And where do you find this kind of people to actually do these grants or investments? Because I can say that you are talking about grants and grants and grants. And if the system is so large, or the ambition is so big, you're not just seeing here, you're seeing a very big project. You need a lot of people. You need a lot of money for that. You can't just stand somewhere and, like, let's say this talk here, you don't know how to express yourself or who to ask or how to get help. How do you go about that?
What did you say your name is?
My name's Rogers.
Huh?
Rogers Ogao.
Oh, Rogers. So,
Yes.
so Rogers, that's the whole point of community events, right?
Yes.
Is you get to talk to everyone and also to get to know who's here.
Yes.
And then once you talk to them, they'll let you know if it's a representative from a chain or a company offering grants, they let you know that. Also, there's the conference timetable, the schedule. So go to that schedule, then you're able to see who's here, what chain they're from. Just go Google them, and then you're able to know whether they're offering grants or not. So we know Lisk is here, Stucknet is here. Who else is here? Aya HQ. All these guys do have offered grants to startups.
Yeah, I just have a contribution. So I think he's doing everything right. So the first thing is he lets us know who he is. He stood up to make sure that we can all see him. And then he let us know exactly what he's building. So I think he knows what he's doing. And yeah, just keep it up.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Okbayemi Steven. I lead global ecosystems for Gaia. And this is a conversation. I wanted to ask this question because myself and Web3 clubs have had this discussion at some point, right, when we were discussing the whole builder thing. So when I heard that this talk was happening, I said I had to be here. So we do often hear, I wrote it down anyways, we do often hear that, Africa's Web3 space is seen as too early, is seen as too underdeveloped, it's seen as unprofitable to justify, like meaningful investments. It's visible to the blind, it's audible to the deaf. You understand? Unless we want to say, we want to be sentimental, right? But the facts prove otherwise, or the numbers tell a different story, right? We know, for instance, that according to Being Crypto, blockchain deals in Africa accounts for about 7.4% of global funding, right? With like a 15% year-on-year increase. Yes, I took my time to actually, because I want us to discuss this, right? We also know that sub-Saharan Africa's crypto adoption has surged by more than 50%, 52% actually, you understand, according to the Global Crypto Adoption Index, right? It's proof of crypto's deepening roots in our everyday use, whether it's remittances, whether it's payments, whether it's Kotani Pay, whether it's Aza, right? Things happen, right? So in 2025, we also saw the fastest relative growth in crypto users globally, nearly 19.4%, with Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa leading the charge. Again, visible to the blind, audible to the deaf. Our question, given these indicators, growing user adoption is there, strong relative investment momentum is there, ecosystem support is there. You guys are founders in your own way, whether community managers, whether regular founders, whether people building products. What metrics, what success signals, or what narratives should we be directing investors and grant makers towards to shift that narrative that they have of hesitation to actual conviction? I don't know if you want me to take it again. Like, bearing in mind all of these things that we have, or all of these facts, these data points that we have to show, what metrics and what success signals should we be shifting, their attentions to? Which current Web3 use cases or ventures exemplify what African Web3 products can achieve in both impact and sustainability? I know that was a long one, but yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this question is best also answered later on by some of the more experienced ecosystem builders and VCs in the house. I see Michael. Michael, you want to answer that? Okay.
I hope you're forgiving me. I'm a little retired, so my voice is clunky. I was not going to participate, but that question hit me really hard. Let's get real. This is the first time in African Web3 that we're actually building something that is solid. There's a first time in Web3 we've seen young people dreaming with boldness and audacity. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. It's important to celebrate that. And I also think it's high time we begin, as African as an ecosystem, begins to be a little bit cocky. Where we're beginning to actually tell the global world that we will do it with or without them. That's the mindset I have now. That's the mindset to kind of pass across to a lot of builders in our ecosystem. And the reason for that, we need to start calling out the unconscious bias. And it's not just in Web3, it's a global thing. Any VC raising from LPs across the world will know they still have to do a lot of conviction for them because we're perceived as high risk. Even our builders are perceived as high risk. I heard conversations from, I was talking to an LP not long ago that said, oh, most of your builders are immatured. And I'm saying, yes, I do agree with you to some extent that some of our builders are immatured, but there are those of them who are matured. So in as much as there are those who are immatured, what are you doing to actually fund those who are fundable? So it's a chicken and egg situation, to answer that question. But we also have to celebrate, this is the first time we have in protocols actually being intentional. Lisk, for example, that we're working with, we're co-creating with. It's not like we come into the market, this is the metrics, go do it. We're co-creating it together. And as a result of doing that, we've seen a lot of protocols shifting their gear in terms of how they approach Africa. Starknet came, in those days, is about airdrops. But we've seen Starknet change their story from airdrops to actually putting down $4 million ecosystem fund. Right? We've seen Lisk then launching growth fund for where does this builder then goes after that. We've seen Base ecosystem now doing builders program. We started it, we channeled it, and every other ecosystem is doing that now. And we have to celebrate those early signals, because what we as ecosystem leaders are now training the rest of the world is we're not, pardon my French, here to fuck around anymore. We actually want to build real cool shit, and we're going to find a way, with or without them, to make sure that these builders, their dreams is valid. But what we've not seen in the past is we ourselves as ecosystems, we've not actually demonstrated to the global capital that we are ready. The signal we're sending now is a signal of let's do meetups, let's do hackathon, let's take a picture, and then they all put us on being crypto as we've done good in Africa. But what we're beginning to see now is people saying enough of this bull crap. We're not saying you shouldn't do your meetups or do every other things, but if Ethereum Foundation, for example, can invest millions of dollars, I'm going to use Dymo. Dymo was an hackathon project in Suzalu. All the OGs that were there, including Vitalik himself, they invested in Dymo. Dymo today is literally building what a lot of builders in this ecosystem are building right now that is more better. It's literally a stable coin off-ramp wallet. And there's a lot of builders here who are building that. But Dymo is able to raise millions of dollars because as a result of connecting into that ecosystem. But if I then go to Vitalik and say, I've got about amazing builder building the same thing here in Kenya, there might be, and I'm like, okay, what do I make of that? So when you actually look at, because we all belong to this Ethereum ecosystem, it's still the biggest here, right? That's why it's far easier. But when you look at what Ethereum Foundation is on in Africa, is still more about meetups, about builders hubs. No, enough of that shit. Because these amazing cool builders are real energy. And everyone in this room is contributing to the global GDP of Ethereum. So until we begin to see from the host to host relationship, things won't shift. But we have to acknowledge that we're beginning to do that. And I know you're one of those leaders in the ecosystem. We're beginning to see the early stage of that signal. It looks like it should move faster. The momentum is a little bit slower. But I can tell you in the next 5 years from now, they all have no choice. And how they say this to Eric. They're just still playing around. Every protocol is coming here. Because I was in Berlin in dark events where Vitalik and the rest of the so-called high agency people were there, because I'm only black guy from Africa there. And I said, well, maybe I'm not an AI agency, but I do have a high perspective. And my question to them was very simple. We spent $100 million building infra. We're trying to figure out who's going to use it. Like, we should be ashamed of that as an industry. Why would you spend $100 million to build a product and then try to figure out who's going to use it? We are the people that are going to use it. So why don't you give us $50 million to actually write checks into these builders, and then let us show you how the product itself is going to be used. So we also have to acknowledge that every ecosystem leader needs to begin to educate our friend on the other side. That when they're coming to you to do meetups and do hackathons, educate them that there is something beyond meetups and hackathon. The real builders' energy that we have in the room right now in Web3 in Africa, and I'm super bullish. And that energy is what we should be sending out. And this is also very applicable to our builders. Because the moment you fail as a builder or you take a grant and jump from one other ecosystem to the other, believe me, you're not only messing yourself up, you're messing all of us up. Because the way you see it on a global stage, you're seen as an African. And that's why myself and Eric, we go, when people say, where are you from? I say, I'm an African. No, which country? I'm an African. Then the rest of the world, they don't see Kenya or Nigeria. One of us fucks up, we all fuck up. So when you jump in collecting grants from everybody, you think it's a real cool money because you reach it for it. But you're destroying all our collective reputation. And that's the reason why real money is not coming. Builders are still getting 20K, getting excited. Yo, builders like you are raising $20 million building cool stuff. So also it comes down to that survivor mentality. And a lot of young people come into the space because of poverty. But you have to let the poverty in your mind die for you to actually see the true value. The moment we all see that collective true value, we will be unstoppable, with or without global allies.
Sorry, before you go, right? Brilliant answer, by the way, right? But we have the ideal, you understand, which is what we have just said, and which is what we are all trying to strive through, you understand? I do understand that. But the reality on ground right now in September 2025 is builders need to raise, right? Builders still need to raise. So I'll still ask that question again, like, we have the facts showing this, and we have people saying this. what metrics are people who are building, people who might not be here, people who might be watching this on live stream, or I don't know how this is being broadcast, right? What metrics from the successful people or from the people who have built stuff, what metrics are you supposed to show, these investors, these people that you need grants or whatever from right now? You understand? The solution right now, what are we supposed to show them as against, the perception that they initially have? That's not to negate his answer. That is where that's where we are actually heading to. But right here, right now, for who is building in September 2025, what are you supposed to show them to negate this?
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's going, but I go first. All right, so I believe that for every grant applied for, I think I've mentioned about KPIs. Every grant has a KPI, and every KPIs should be met because although sometimes some KPIs get beyond your means, however, if you say you're applying for ABC, when you are submitting your KPI, it should be ABC, clearly stated, and maybe you add a D to it. And also, I think for us in Africa, we don't tell our story enough. And that's, I think I mentioned this somewhere. It's like we have this like we're trying to like be humble. We are trying to like remove being humble and being proud. They need to actually talk about what we've done. So if we've gotten grants, like I mentioned here, we've gotten grants and we've built buildings out of it, all grants. And that's like what we have done with it. I've seen Web3 Club do a lot of this from even few grants and even adding their own funding to it. However, we are not talking about it enough. So we need to actually start talking about these things. We need to sit behind the camera, go to the press, and talk about these things. We've done extra, we've done more than actually what we have been given to do. Yeah, for Africans. So, but then we need to start talking about all of these things, and I think if we do that, we get it right.
Yeah. So I just want to address our brother there, our big bro, and to the panelists and even to the audience. So I feel like there's a big misalignment between those who are providing funds and grants versus those who are receiving grants, right? So the receivers are the builders, right? So to the funders are looking for amazing projects, right? I'm looking for builders, founders, and all that. So I look at it like the investor is looking for fruit, right? And they're looking for the best fruit that they can find here, right? Best developers, best founders, right? Now, people like, organizations like Web3 Bridge and Web3 Clubs, I think these are the farmers, right? So Africa is very early in Web3, right? So the build ecosystem has not been around for more than 4 years. I'd say maybe right now, maybe 3.5, at maximum 5, right? So some chain or some company will come and say, we're looking for builders, we're looking for founders. These founders are not coming from the sky, right? It's like you're looking for a fruit in a farm that is maybe not fertile, and you're just coming to harvest, right? Some of the expenses, what it costs these chains to even catch a flight, so to Africa, and even the hotel or the Airbnb costs. Some of those expenses could easily be seed money for an early stage startup. I can tell you, in our lab at Web3 Clubs, I know people who are building 3-4 projects, right? And everyone will say, oh, don't have a, scarcity mentality, don't hop from chain to chain. I wouldn't blame a developer who's chain hopping or, what do you call it? Hackathon farming, whatever, because this guy is struggling to, So I feel like there's a misalignment and there's a disillusion between the funders who want to invest in Africa, because I don't think they really understand what's going on here. In exceptional cases, you do have those builders who, despite everything, despite a broken laptop, despite not having enough data, you will find those few exceptional people who will pull out a project from nowhere and become something, right? But if I feel like there's some miscommunication or some Delulu vibes, basically, right? So I feel like this conversation needs to be had, because all we really need to provide you the fruit. Number one, we as ecosystem builders, we struggle because people don't see us as a product, right? Web3 Clubs is a product. Web3 Bridge is a product. You invest in Web3 Clubs or Web3 Bridge, we will now give you all these trees with all these seeds, right? And even those early stage founders, if they get some kind of support, some kind of sustenance, that, you know, just to be comfortable, you know, be able to move around, network, you know, fix your laptop, get some data. I feel like we need to kind of have this conversation to achieve the results that, you know, that you guys are looking for.
Yeah, sorry, let me add. I also think that we need to start having like founders classification. Some persons are like IOP. We need to start like breaking it down. Like some persons are supposed to even still be in an hackathon stage. Some are already like fit to raise, and we need to actually like start bringing those people into the room. If you are fit to raise, we should start like having residencies for them. That's what are like programs that brings them close to the investors. At every point, if we keep bringing investors to like early people, we keep getting disappointed. So if we break this down, like, okay, so in this funnel, we have 50 startups within our ecosystem. We are sure 10 of them are actually qualified. We do a residency for them, bring all the funds to meet them there. At that point, they are not interacting with hackathon people. I think this also like will help us. I wanted to say something. Then also, I think in Web3, we are not so kind with ourselves. And I'm saying this. There's little or no more experimental fund in Web3. Google has spent over $1 billion in Africa, and they're just getting these results. And they are here for like the last 10 years. And we are here 2-3 years. We are expecting to build an high-rise building because of XYZ in a continent where there are very few limited business schools. YC is 20 years. Harvard is over 200. MIT is 200. Waterloo has been there, and they are injecting themselves into a system. How many business schools do we have in Nairobi? How many of them are close to the community? How many people here have been there? So we need to like understand where we all are and start fixing it. For people that are supposed to be hackathon guys who are supposed to like learning how to become founders, let's train them. People that are already founders that needs the money, let's sit them with people who are like, who have worked with VCs, who have worked with them, help them prepare their pitches, their decks, their slide, and at that point they're sitting with very serious money. Everybody, we can't keep abstracting everyone to Singapore and all. I love, like, for a number of guys, as much as we want to see that Mara failed, personally, I feel like Mara did not fully fail, because builders like someone like Azza and a few of them learned what they know today, because at every point, almost every month, they are being flew to Nairobi for something or something. At that point, they're meeting people who are helping them grow. So we need to like also like start creating something like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think we are going to take a photo. But thank you so much, Eric, Anan. I think this conversation will continue raising capital. I feel that Ochi's question was not answered at all. The difference between funders and the guys who are raising, and you've been in between it. Also, one thing, also at Safari this year, we tried to categorize 2 categories. We have builders trucks, guys who are building cool projects and looking forward to scale. Then we also have established startups. So these are the key things that we are looking forward on working with ecosystem to make sure we actually meeting each and every person at their own doorsteps. I know we have a long journey, as Michael mentioned, that we are just at the beginning of everything. First, congratulations our audience. I know, like, this panel was 30 minutes, but we have 50 minutes in. So that's quite some time. We'll break for 15 minutes exactly for some lunch. We've been here since 12 p.m., noon for majority of people. Then second, we have a really amazing keynote. And I know this is what you've been missing as Web3, building your own brand. story, your own company story. This is one thing that when we are discussing with judges, what are the key things that you want to look in today's projects? Majority of the judges mention about sustainability and business model. Now, and also that we are building cool projects, but we are not, or other people don't know what we are doing. The next, after 15 minutes of break, we are going to have more. More is outside of Web3, blockchain, but she's been doing a lot when it comes to branding, social media branding, and social media coaching. One of the key things that you are missing. You're welcome. So we are going to add to that session, really 15 minutes. Right now is 3:50. I'll be calling people exactly at 4 or 5, and I'll be really strict when calling people. I just notifying you early. You're welcome. For now, we're supposed to go to bed, but it's
what I want to ask.
What topic exactly?
The one you spoke about like on stage.
Oh, so I talked about the role of blockchain in in Africa's digital future.
Now, this is the reason why I told you to ask is because of what I found amazing. He said something there. He didn't say build for Africa. He said build from Africa. So that one is very highlighted, and I really have been like my friends and I were always advocates for the idea of trying to actually you show the guy, let's see. So can you tell them what you want?
Actually, my team won the third position in the recent hackathon, which was organized by the Podfest. And unfortunately, my teammates, because this is willing for me and my teammates, we are two. You know, because this is an hackathon that's based on team. Some team has like 4 members. I think the highest was 5 members, but luckily we were only 2. And surprisingly, most of the team came with their teammates, but I and my teammates met at the hackathon.
Nice. But I was told that they made sure that every team had a marketer and a marketer and designer because they try to encourage technical builders, non-technical builders into the space as well.
Yeah,
This is why purpose was formed too. So like, how exactly did that work?
Actually, the way it works, you know, sometimes that's why they say nothing goes as waste. I would say before I was a UI UX designer.
Oh, amazing.
I think about 2 years back, thanks to one of the great creator in UI UX, I will give a credit to him. I think his name is Logic. He's in Abuja. So he taught me UI UX. I think I did UI UX for almost 6 months or so, but then later on I felt I used Figma.
Oh, interesting.
So
I'm an Illustrator guy though.
Wow.
Like better drawings.
That's really amazing. So after a while, I just felt like the UI UX industry is somehow saturated, and I wanted to explore something that is more difficult for people to learn. So I started learning blockchain using, I think, Alchemy University resources.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it was just more like we put in work, but it's more like a miracle that we want this.
It's not miracle, trust me. This is why I have extensive knowledge. It goes a long way.
Yeah.
So you can say, I now have an understanding of what's going on. You are a technical and non-technical person.
Yeah.
But congrats again on winning. And for you, like, how was the experience of the whole hackathon? Like, how was the experience?
The experience was so inspiring because, like what the founder said, Mr. Longs, the first word I held was I said that we should not be intimidated, because he knows that some of us here, this is our first time at the hackathon, and there are some senior developers here. So we shouldn't feel intimidated by these senior developers, and we just give our best, and we should ensure that we build something that works and something that solves problem. I think that was what we leveraged on me and my teammates. And
what's the product? Like
the product is called Zampe. So actually it was brought up by me and my team because of, I think, the challenges we have, which is most basically the challenge most Nigerians are facing, which is transaction limits.
Yeah.
Using this, you know, me and you know that using traditional bank, there's limits to what to spend, and then sometimes you have some people that want to deal with crypto and people that don't want to deal with crypto.
Yes.
So our product is more like, okay, there's a business or person that actually wants to like sell his products but doesn't want to deal with crypto, and then the person that wants to buy, that's a buyer, is crypto savvy. So, and then, you know, the stress of like converting maybe ETH to Naira, or maybe, the buyer can just make payments using crypto, using the Zampe, but at the end of the seller, that's the business owner, he doesn't get the money as receive it as a crypto. We abstract the crypto part for him, and he gets his money in
his Naira.
His Naira, yeah.
Nice.
Naira or USD.
What do you call it again?
Huh?
What do you call it again? Name of the
Zampe.
Zampe. Wow, I'll check it out. That's amazing. Yeah. Is it up?
It's not tried up. You know, it was something that we created in 3 days.
Okay, well, I'm waiting for the testnet.
No problem.
Amazing. But yeah,
we did the product minutes.
Oh, minutes.
During the hackathon, we didn't do it at testnet. We just.
I would like to see how that works. But with that being said, what's the key takeaway now from all this? Like,
I think this is a great motivation for me and my teammates, because I wish he was here. because as we were talking, this was our first hackathon we've ever attended. We have no experience, but this has that, yeah, you can be anything.
So what have you talk to the viewers now?
What I can say to the viewer is that you should stay consistent, keep building and keep learning, and hopefully your consistency will pay one day.
Amazing. Now, I want to do something here.
Yeah.
We're going to spell booyah.
Booyah.
Booyah. Look at the camera and like spell it.
Boo. Builder or
booyah.
Booyah.
Yeah.
B O O Y A. Am I right?
like having to show you places. I didn't know I was like a tourist onto this trip. Sorry, a tour guide onto this trip, and so like it's just been a different experience for me. It's like nothing I've done before. I don't think I ever received someone, like received a guest, but I think it was pretty nice, and we've been a great guest so far. And like seeing you also like like trying out new things. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to see, and also getting to learn like your perspectives on like the issues and the. It's been an amazing and very educational time and trip for me. I think, like, I guess what we're saying, like, to my perspective on some of the challenges that this country, which things you think about more specifically. But you talk about that good lives trip. Yeah, I think you've hammered a lot more like inflation, and like having never seen inflation like from this perspective, right? So it's like, yeah, having witnessed it firsthand and just like many people don't get how an average man lives. I think you also mentioned that a lot. Like, you know, like the common man can get on a plane, so why don't we just get on a bus and go to Abuja? You know, and I never used to think like that. But like, it's important for us to feel resourced. As guy comes from the States and want to have this experience, and it's like, okay, like, why not? Let's do it. And I feel like that was part of the highlight of the trip for me, because it's something that even I that live here never tried before. So how do you feel like it was a fun experience just trying to meet like friends or say brothers. We made it safe here.
Nigerian culture.
We've been having fun here. So
we are very colorful.
Yeah, I'm curious what have been like some high moments for you, like seeing me come and explore. Like, you have been my tour guide, but also just like like I don't know how to get anywhere. I'm like, how do you get there? Like, oh no, Mister, don't pay hundreds of dollars to go see.
Myself more in style, inspiring people, and then making up putting on my own designs. And then
that definitely made me feel good, because when you told me like, yo, I don't think I'll be able to go with anyone to this trip, I feel like you want people feel like you wanted to go there alone, and that made me wonder, like, if he's saying he wants to go there alone, that means because he can't afford to pay for two people, then that must give a lot of money, you know. So like getting to figure out, it was about $300, and I think we spent less than $100. All three of us, like, that was well worth it, and that was also like not that moment, but like that trip, the visit to like the land of no return and the whole slave museum. I feel like was one of the trips that I really wanted you, like, was one of the places I really wanted you to visit, because that has a lot to do with like your heritage, your origin as a black man, right? So yeah, I felt like that was kind of significant, and I'm glad that we did embark on that trip, because at some point it felt like we weren't gonna go. I'm curious. But then we just woke up Sunday morning and we were like, okay, like let's embark on this trip. It was
I also want to make sure.
Yeah, so like it happened. I'm sure you learned stuff. You saw things, you know, with your own eyes, like things that have been preserved from like hundreds of years, and I feel like history is always like it's an important thing in life, right? Like I feel like it's something that most people do not pay attention to. It's like, because if you don't know your history, it's gonna be a lot difficult to make a change, or even like know how to navigate it. I see you as a pioneer and as an ambassador for change. So I feel like that was important for me to like, you know, go show that side of the country. And pretty much all the places we visited, like I think every single moment that we've spent together has been significant.
because
so I can't really say this is the highlight of the trip. But that, you know, like every single moment has mattered. It's been an amazing experience, like I said earlier, bro. Like super amazing.
I guess last week in Lagos,
Lagos.
You have
completely correct. Yeah,
I didn't really get that. I had to do that myself. So I want to make sure I'm doing it as I can.
You're catching up real fast now.
I appreciate that. I definitely feel like what you thought of that trip to many ways. I know that as a teenager, was trying myself out, like just getting wet in the face. But I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. I'm in like a little speedboat. I feel like how do I pay someone to listen to you?
Yeah, so that was our first speedboat trip.
You know, they were talking about like.
It was amazing. It was great.
Like, mostly available.
That was one of like the most informative trips and like inspiring trips to me. I had never seen anything prior to like when we visited the Web3 bridge, the hub, right? Like it's so crazy to see that someone cares enough. Kids, right? Like people that probably don't have access to materials, but have interest in learning these things. So like he's been able to like fill that gap in his community, and by doing that, we heard it from him and saw, you know, with our eyes, like he's empowering a lot of youths that would have been maybe on the streets doing, committing crimes and doing anything to make money. But now, like, they're learning ethical ways to take care of themselves, take care of their family, and also be of value to the community. You know, so it's like it's just been so amazing to see, man. Like, shout out to just for caring enough, and he made me realize something. You know, like
when I just see smart people,
we as Nigerians oftentimes address the problems that we face. Prove that you know we need to do more than we talk about the things that are going on here. Because if change is ever going to come, then to be an ambassador of that, like it's giving me a whole, it's giving me a complete mind shift on like how I want to approach the problems here in our society.
Black people in this space really operating as founders, I would say. You know, I think there's a lot of developers, and a lot maybe isn't even like correct, you know. There's some developers. I think there's some people like working in DC. There's some people doing. That was beautiful. I was like, dang, like, you know, it's incredible you've been able to get funding from the Ethereum Foundation. It's incredible you've been able to get backing from, you know, the powers that be in this ecosystem to recognize you as someone that's trying to build value for Black people in Africa. Like, I think that's like, it says a lot about like the Web3 ecosystem that they support him in the first place, but even more about him that he's been doing that for 5 years, working towards like a future where this is a tech hub of Africa. I think that's so beautiful and so inspiring. You mentioned that, you know, his perspective on how we can start to address issues by being the solutions inspired me. I'm curious what kinds of issues you're thinking about addressing. I know over the past 2 weeks you've talked a lot about how your mindset as an artist has shifted to think about what you're perpetuating and pushing into the youth, but what kinds of issues do you want to address?
So I feel like first off, the best weapon that I have at my disposal right now is my voice, is my music. I feel like music has played a huge role in the society, like over the years, bro, because no matter who you are, I feel like at some point you've consumed some music in your life, you know, and not knowingly or knowingly, you know, it must have inspired some certain things, some certain decisions that you've made in life. So it's like, I feel right now more of like a messenger. And I want to really focus on the kind of messages that I put out there through my music. Like, someone listens to my music, like what does it inspire in them? You know, so it's like I want to try to, like, you know, make conscious music that makes people reflect on the decisions that they make and probably you know, just do away with a lot of things that have been what's the word, imposed as normal, you know, made societal norms, but actually aren't, like, you know, the right things to do, you know. Like, I feel like a lot of music I hear is just about, like, you know, vibes, we keep vibing, but how long are we going to keep vibing when there are actual, you know, problems that we need to be solving, you know, issues that people need to be aware of, you know. So it's like, I've taken that upon myself, and I have a lot of plans long term. I was talking to you earlier on this evening, like, you know, like Ebenezer, I realize is not just an artist, you know, it's gonna be like the mother company of everything that Ebenezer is, you know. Jed is Ebenezer, you know, like a lot of other things that I want to branch into. But most importantly, Ebenezer means a stone of help. So I feel like I want to live up to that name. I want to be able to help people, you know, facilitate and like assist them in any way I can. I mean, hunger is one of the issues that people face out here. Over the years, I want to build like food banks where people can just wake up and go get food and eat without having to pay anything. You know, like that's like one of the things that I have in mind regarding that, and like do a lot of charity work, and yeah, just support people in any way I can. You know, like that's just what I'm thinking. That's my thought process, and like, you know, how I want to instill change in my community.
Yeah, in your country, no, I got that. And I guess, like, dialing back from that and more so into the Web3 space, how have these 2 weeks shifted how you want to approach like your role in that space and the kinds of opportunities that you pursue and the things that you're working on in that space? Like, you've been an artist in the past, but I believe you also talk about DeFi over the past 2 weeks, or you talk about meme coins, where you talk about like building platforms and, you know, what platforms you like and why, and what innovation you even don't see happening. I'm curious, like, how has your thinking around that whole space evolved?
I feel like I consider myself an explorer. You know, like I love to explore a lot, and I feel like I've explored Web3 to an extent where, like you said, you know, like I used to be in certain communities, you know, to like memes and like everything that I've been able to like I've been able to lay my hands on, you know, like I've dabbled into them and like understand. And I realized to an extent it kind of took away from like how I interacted with like my community, my music community, which is my main community. And right now I want to put more focus on that side. How I got into the whole DeFi space, and that side of like DeFi is still very much like a toddler, you know, like it's and like we need to keep feeding this toddler till it grows to become so it's like I wanna tend to that community more. I want to focus a lot more on that side of me, and yeah, maybe make potentially legitimate, because I feel like there's a lot of, as much as, you know, there's good ways to utilize the tech, there's a lot of opportunities actually, you know, getting ourselves involved in. So
yeah, I had a friend that got scammed this week.
About how grants are very KPI based, right? It's the same thing with the pre-seed round, it's the same thing with the seed round, and who knows, you know, raising 4 million is like very, very small for certain people. Maybe 40 is where the big dogs begin to talk. I mean, OpenAI is doing billions of dollars in rounds right now. Why not us, right? So to the degree with which you're able to really pitch, but not in a, let me say, not in a way that is not credible. Because at the end of the day, we're still held by the same standard as every other company that's also raising, right? So diligence would be carried out on you to actually verify that whatever you're selling is the truth. And so there's a lot of honesty. You need to be able to also communicate a lot of risks that you have and how you're planning to mitigate those risks. So in a nutshell, early days valuations are fictional until proven otherwise. And to the degree with which you can be able to sell the vision, sell the team, and why your team is able to execute on that particular vision is to the degree with which you will be able to get funded. But I just have one last caveat. It's a gauntlet. It's not a victory lap. I think you should almost carry this statistic that you have like a 1 to 10% chance in every conversation with a VC to get a yes. And most of the time you'll hear maybes, which are basically just a polite way of saying no. And you still need to kind of be very stilled, like, be Iron Man, be ready for the no's, and just learn how to get that feedback and iterate very quickly. Because one thing that we don't have maybe as other ecosystems do have, like in Silicon Valley, etc., is just the opportunity to be incubated well, to learn how to do all this, to learn how to pitch. And to the degree with which the only experience you have is the first conversation you have with a VC, make sure you're learning every time from the interactions that you're having to be able to communicate well, to pitch well at whatever stage. And I'm guessing most of the guys in the room are also trying to look for early stage financing. So yeah, I don't know, that was very long-winded in my opinion, but I hope I kind of touched on a little bit of what you wanted.
Thank you so much. Gideon, back to you. You lead the LISC investment fund. So as a blockchain protocol, what are the key signals and what are the kind of perception out there that enable you to see a builders at the early stages and decide to back them, whether with grants or with proper equity investment? What are the signals that you and your team look out for?
So I think the signals that we look for, also, first of all, great to be here again. It's my 4th time in Kenya. I love coming here. The people are so great. When I landed, I went to get into the Uber, and the taxi driver gave me a huge hug, and he was like, "Welcome home." So that's always the reception I get in Kenya, so it's good to be back. So I think he asked specifically, Eric asked specifically around like being a Web3 or blockchain fund. We're not one of those crazy speculative funds that invests in these crazy DeFi protocols that make no sense and target, a cyberpunk community in the middle of nowhere. We invest in real businesses, and that's why we focus on Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. And when LISC started to pivot a couple of years ago to rethink their strategy around focusing on utility and true use cases, the first step that they did in that process was to focus on Africa. And since then, we've expanded into other emerging markets as well. And that's where the true use cases are. That's where the real utility is. The developed markets focusing on the speculative side of the crypto economy. Africa is showing the rest of the world about the true use cases of blockchain. So we look for things that you would look for in any business, right? It would be the same if it was a SaaS company or if it was another type of business. The first thing that we look for is the founder. That's the first thing that you get when you're. These days a lot of the pitches are done online, right? So in that first 1 minute, you can already get a sense of this type of person, right? Like you can get a sense of the character. And what we're looking for in a founder is someone that's emotionally attached to their product, that doesn't have other side hustles and sees this as an opportunistic way to raise some capital and fill their pockets. They're emotionally attached to what they're doing. Their product is an extension of themselves. They need to have the persona of leadership. They need to hire, fire, persevere, pivot. It's a long journey if you want to go the venture capital route, right? Growing a business and venture capital obviously are two different things, right? The VC route, keep in mind that when you'll know, of course, when you guys are pitching to VCs, you're pitching to financial products. We pool funds together from family offices, high net worth individuals, etc. We obviously invest ourselves as well. And we're a financial product. We have a 10-year horizon. We need to exit our positions in the startups that we invest in within that time frame. So we're looking for companies that have the same mindset as the product. Means that you need to raise your first round, for example, 100K, prove the concept, go to market, get constant traction, and grow. That's the most important thing, is you And we don't at all. We never invest in great ideas. Unless the founder was Elon Musk, we won't ask for his pitch deck. But we don't invest in ideas at all. The product needs to be launched. So I would product, get it out there so that people are using it and show some growth. No, an investor needs to invest in a company that's going to go from growth to hypergrowth. And that's the model of understand that you're the type of founder that understands that you're going to raise 100K now, go through the stages of growth, and then raise another $2 million in 18 months' time, and then raise another $10 million in 18 months beyond that round, because that's the only process is raise a ton of capital to grow super quickly. So that's sort of like the recipe that we're looking for. It's a loaded question, of course, I could go on and on and on, but it's a big panel, so yeah, over to you, Eric.
Kamal, I'm coming to you. Focus on Africa, am I correct?
That's right.
So, with your experience launching such a fund, what's triggered that decision, and what has been the perception with Global Capital?
So that's my family name, actually, Kamal. But I'll take it, that's all right. So people call me KK, Karadine, you choose what you want. Great pleasure, again. Some of you faces that I've already met in the past, some are new faces. To give an answer to that one, I just give a brief context about how we actually ended up launching that. I myself, I'm an entrepreneur, Moroccan, born and bred, North Africa. And I started my journey, basically, started my first business when I was in school. And that business, although my co-founder was an engineer and a sort of a Bitcoin guy in the early days, 2013, 14, we launched an Airbnb platform sort of for luxury homes, hotel services, done that for 6 years. Failed initially to raise any capital because no one thought that a Moroccan dude in Paris could basically tap into the luxury segment. Traction, getting the interest back of some people that ended up coming back in our cap table and eventually got the company acquired in 2017. So the reason why I'm 2017, 18, and we did about 40 to 50 checks, yeah? We lost a lot of money, we made some, we learned all the way through for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cosmos, the entire interoperability, Promise, and so on and so forth. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is some of the best investments we've made, and I'm not saying in terms of like exits or people with whom we put our money in and how they handled our money was in Africa. Obviously, without a doubt for me in my brain, but then we thought, okay, why are we doing the way we're doing it and why are we following just other sort of VCs in Europe and investing here and there? Why don't we just focus basically our energy? I say we, but I actually ended up myself and decided to refocus time, energy, money, and focus in African founders doing something in real life, but even more specifically within the payment space, leveraging blockchain technology to improve the B2B operations or B2C operations or whatever market they'll be tapping in. Now, the reason why we launched it with Starknet is because I knew them for a while from the technical standpoint, and instead of like another player coming, human capital, financial capital, and then we'll be running around chains, with all respect, trying to get a grant or an investment, or because obviously the tech is needed, right? We thought, how about we basically work together so that there's no LP behind us, there is no pressure put on that front, but how about we basically put capital from a human, with all humility, being on the ground, to the financial, obviously, what we need to put into investing into people, whether grant or equity, we'll get back to that, and 3, the technical stack, if needed. And I'll stress this word very importantly, if needed, they build on Starknet. But it doesn't mean that if you're building on Lisk or on Scroll or on whatever, as long as you're doing something within the payment space so that it stays under our niche, we'll still back you. And I think that in a way, that was our promise in terms of like how we wanted to push the ecosystem forward. And yeah, words earlier hit hard because I don't think there's anyone that could make it basically alone. So yeah, that's just one large answer. But to get back to your point, yes, that's a $4 million fund that we started with. And we backed about 6 founders. It's been a year. So we're not in the sort of quantity game or whatsoever, exclusively in Africa. And yeah, so in terms of like the money and the way we're looking at it, it's definitely, and we're seeing it, that it's not sufficient, us, ourselves alone, right? Because when you look at it, and especially how the founders are then deploying, I wish, and I'm trying to push them to say, okay, well, even if you're building on Starknet, think of like your expansion in terms of like how you go and you can get users from other chains, right? Okay, let me say a disclaimer. We're talking about B2C here, right? If there's a B2B platform that is like building an order chain on Starknet and it's like fully working, they don't need a chain, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say, hey, go shop around or whatever, right? So we got to be also honest and no bullshit with it. But on the rest, definitely. I've been an operator myself, a founder myself, and I know that there is nothing worse than conflict of interest. And what I mean here is we should look at what the founders need, right? Not what the chains may need. Now, there's a hard game here because it's a chicken and egg problem. Of course, we need the funding. So we'll often try to go and follow milestones or whatever, even if it's not really making sense, because what we're trying to do is basically build our way up or hack our way up until we become sufficient enough with our traction to go get maybe other funding and potentially drop any chain we've been on. So yeah, anyways, it was a long intro, but happy to take this discussion forward.
Thank you for the KK. I think you nailed it. I'll come back to you, but let me go to Brenda. Like the smile. So, a woman VC, what do you think women VC bring to the investment landscape that typical traditional finance or VC do not look at? As a woman VC, what do you look before you invest in a founder? Do you just invest because you're, a woman-focused VC? Do you just invest in female only, or you are agnostic? And what do you look at for that traditional, perhaps, VC don't usually consider?
Thank you for the question. Happy to be here. So I spent the last 12 years in different things in the tech space. Started off in Nigeria, actually, at CC Hub. Then I moved back here, worked at startups. One was very heavily grant funded. The other one was very bootstrapped. And then I moved to the accelerator space, helping people who are running accelerator sort of like figure out what programming they would. Then from then on, I moved on to setting up an investment program for a pre-seed fund. And, you know, over all that time, about women in VC, where are they? We're here. And I think ideally as a woman in that space, I want to see more women, you know, more women building businesses. But how we look at businesses is essentially the same as any other funder. Gender is, you know, the last thing that I'd consider when I'm looking at a business to invest in, you know. But it's been a fad, especially over the last, there was a honey fad, then there was a solar fad, and then there was a fintech fad, and then now there's a lot of like people building, I think, in like the education space, and then overall that, then the guys, we didn't have a choice over that. There's very many things, you know. I think if you look at this room and if you take a poll, I've seen more men than women. That's usually the first barrier when you're in these spaces. But essentially, when you look at a business and you look at a team, there's people who put an emphasis on gender, people who run like funds who are just basically looking at funding more women. Customers, you know, are your customers,
Sean,
you know, do they delight in your product?
Thing for TV?
And also, essentially, at the end of the day, what's your vision for this business? So what you'll find is there's this research by the Collaborative Sustaining Enterprises, and this is where you'll find a lot of women, you know, build businesses. So it's a business essentially where, you know, you'll pay fees for your children, you know, you pay your rent, but it won't grow. Then there's people who build dynamic enterprises, which, you know, you can have, you know, 5 to 10 employees, members. Then there's people building niche enterprises, which, you know, people who go into SPARs or building something like a Java, which is, you know, more traditional business. And then there's usually the last one, which is
what you could then be doing with the product from there. So. Again, you maybe hadn't thought about what else it could be doing. They may have different opinions about what it could be doing, but further, they maybe have different prioritization than what you believe. And so it's really important for you to understand, what's going on with the people that have chosen to use your product once you're able to find a user base that use it. And then the next and most critical element is how important is it the problem that you're solving? And so the easy question within that construct is to say, well, okay, you're one of my beta customers, but this is, intended to be a business. And so if I were to ask you to pay for this, would you? Now, sometimes that can be a difficult and challenging conversation. Sometimes you may not get straight answers. But I think that another way you can back into that, just as a quick caveat, is to ask them about the value of the problem being solved. How is this impacting their business and things like that. But so trying to find a way to quantify the value of the problem being solved or the product that you're offering is something very good, but then also important within that roadmap, because again, people say, oh, I'd really like if it could do A and B and C. Well, then the next question, well, how much would you pay for A? How much would you pay for B? How much would you pay for C? But so going back to the big question, what do I look for in a company that I would consider investing in? I'm looking for somebody that has a problem that they're solving, that their customers will advocate to say, yes, this is an important problem that needs to be solved. In fact, so important that I'm willing to pay X amount of money. And then I'm also looking at, well, what is then the addressable market? So if you're selling a solution specifically to cobblers, that's a much narrower market than, say, all retailers or something like that. But as long as it is clear and can demonstrate those things, I think it puts you in a pretty good position. And then I think that the only other thing that I'm really curious about is the competitive landscape. So, how unique is this compared to what other people are doing? Why would they choose this over some alternative option? But I think that's, basically it. And I would say that I'm often gauging the founder or entrepreneur based upon their capacity to understand these things, to have been thinking about these things, and then to be well thought out on things that I'm asking them that I'm hoping that they've been thinking about since inception.
Thank you. So we have 7 minutes. We will try to run up by 5. So I'm going to ask a general question. That's to all of you. So far, how do you see the African, especially Web3, well, let me make general, early stage funding from idea to pre-seed? I don't want us to go to Series A, because most of the challenge is pre-seed. How do you see that shaping up in the next 2 years? Looking at this room, and this morning, listening to all these amazing pitches from these builders, how do you see pre-seed funding in the next 2 years evolving in Africa? In general, because somebody can just raise $10 million at pre-seed in Silicon Valley. But in Africa, I mean, these guys have done numbers, but they just announced 4 million. So there's a gap. So how do we see the pre-seed? Because that's where a lot of challenges are evolving in the next 2 years as far as early stage funding is concerned in Africa. This is a general question to all of you. So I don't know who starts. You have the mic, so start.
Oh, sure. So it's interesting in that I think that this is a market with more opportunity and more capacity for disruption than anywhere else in the world. On the flip side, though, I do find it challenging to find companies with the fundamentals that I mentioned in terms of being able to validate strongly that they have the capacity to build something scalable. And so I think that that's it. And then I think another big question is, how do you ensure that this founder who is hyper passionate will remain hyper passionate, right? If they receive a funding round that arguably could be, you know, more money than they dreamed of ever, you know, having access to in their entire life, how do you ensure that that money goes to the intended use rather than some of the alternative scenarios that could potentially happen? So I think that creates a bit of a risk profile and creates potentially some reluctance amongst investors. But I think that, you know, the opportunities are some of the greatest in the world out here, and I think that, you know, the ability to garner based upon that should be prime. It's just a matter of putting in the work, staying focused and vigilant, and never giving up.
Brenda, same question.
I don't want to be an angel of doom, but you said, you know, no BS. I think with pre-seed, it's usually the toughest. Like to get that first 50K check, 200K check is usually very tough. And it's been tough. It's been the same trend over the last 10 years. I don't see it getting better. The reality is just like there's more, like once you get to the bigger checks, there's much more money out there. But at the very beginning, as a business, you're very risky. And a lot of people just look at VC as the first place to get their first check. And I don't know if, you know, we all should be looking at VC. I long for a day where, you know, in Kenya, we're able to raise in Kenya shillings, like all these apartments coming up, all that money could have gone to a business instead of, you know, that. But I think it's also a big opportunity for founders on the continent to get creative with how and where they raise money. I just met a founder like 2 weeks ago who's building something in the medical space and incorporated in Switzerland. You know, a lot of people that you meet, and a lot of VC funders that you meet, especially if the capital is coming from America, they'll require you to be registered in Delaware. But now for this founder, they got creative. They've gone to Switzerland, registered, raised also in Swiss francs, which is something, you know, not everyone knows about. Like, it's not popular. Everyone is looking for the dollars, not the francs. But I think I've also seen a huge upsurge in terms of non-dilutive capital that is written almost at the same check size with what a pre-seed VC fund would give you. But people think this is free money. So this is not free money. Like any money that you get that is not your own, they require a return. So it's very important for founders to understand what is a return that the capital that you get requires. You know, for VC, it will be growth. A lot of it is like, you know, double-digit growth. If your business model is not, you know, going that path, then you need to look at other sources of capital. But then the other sources of capital also require their own returns. A lot of it, you know, will be impact, or they require you to create jobs. And even when you go to jobs and you have to drill down that further, you know, are you employing people part-time? Is it full-time? Because capital speaks the language of return. The most important thing for you as a founder to understand the pre-seed stage is like, what return does this capital require from me?
KK.
I think that essentially, if we look at pre-seed in the continent, in the Web3 space, so I'm going to stay focused here, we have a chance that we didn't have in any other space, which is the grant side of things. And I just want to go back there because I know that the previous panel had some sort of doubts about it. I would really say that for any builder in this room, and although we're trying to push from whatever certain background, yeah, keep pushing, you know, like I would be with all respect, right? So it's different perspective. I'm just sharing mine because we say no bullshit. When we say, no side hustle, keep pushing, and so on. Well, the reality is people need to build while they need to also pay rent, while they need to eat, while they need to many things. So the bandwidth as an entrepreneur to focus on your business to get that traction is taken by reality of your everyday life, right? So while I'm a believer in the yes, we keep pushing and so on, I'm a believer in also staying grounded into the reality of where we're operating. So with that being said, please, as much as possible, use leverage. And when I say leverage, grant is a leverage. I say it, and you know, as controversial as it may sound, but the reality is, as we said, because we're acting as all Africans, use it smartly. right? So when we have a grant, don't take it as free money, as she said, indeed, but use it as literally your way, because that's literally the pre-seed ticket that you could get. Back in the days, I was just trying to get a 50K, right? 50K today is almost like, I would say, 2 foundation grant, right? 25, and you can build stuff with it, right? And after building stuff with it, getting you into a certain traction with your first 5, 10 customers, they're willing to pay for it for factor A, factor B, factor C, reiterating, and then you're going into a stage where potentially you start to have something which we call an MVP, minimum viable product, that you can start defending by saying, hey, I've there you go. I've had 25K of funding, it helped me get here. Look, if I now get into 150, here's what I can do. But you can prove it with the first 25K that you got. Now, if you go directly to a VC, this is where I agree, and then I ask for that 150K with nothing, well, there is high chances that you're just going to get no's. So I would highly recommend as well to not waste your time and shoot yourself a bullet in the foot by going to VCs in the very pre-seed stage. The second thing, there's something in between grants and VC. It's called angels within your own market. What do I mean by that? A lot of payment founders, I'm begging them sometimes to think, okay, before you go to a VC, now you got let's say 25 grand, you built whatever you built, go to like 2, 3 angels that maybe have made it a little bit, right? Go on LinkedIn, go on Twitter, whatever, shoot them like a 1 punchline about whatever you do and like, hey, can we help? And get those 30K, 10K from each one of them, or 5K from each one of them. It doesn't matter. What matters is when you come to a VC then and say, I've done that with my first grant, then I've got 3, let's say, whatever, one of the co-founders of, or one of the C levels of Honeycoin. You know what, I'll go this guy and get him, hey, invest $2,500 in my business. And you know what, I'll go and I'll sell him, I'll leverage him. I'll say, you know, one of the CPO of Honeycoin invested in my company. I'll be looking at it and be like, whoa, interesting, okay, tell me about it. So it's about leverage. So use leverage because we have no other means and we don't have the same mechanisms and weapons as we have in other places. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Gideon, same question.
Yeah. So the VC, I mean, I think a lot of people think that there isn't a lot of cash in Africa. If you look at what's happening elsewhere in the world, that may seem true, but the VC landscape and ecosystem is exploding on the African continent. In 2015, $186 million was deployed as venture capital in the continent. 7 years later, that's 35x to $6.5 billion in 2022. And the market's come off a little bit since then, but that's more macro-related, and global investors just turning the risk off. Things will definitely change, and the trajectory is up. But there's more VC funds on Africa than there ever has been before. There's now 80 funds on the continent that have a thesis specifically exclusively to Africa, like StarkNet. You know, we're also investing in Latin America and Southeast Asia. So capital is around, and I share the sentiment of everyone here, and I think there's been some great comments that have been made. I wouldn't suggest jumping into the VC route if you're super, super early. You need to still validate the product and prove that it's actually working and people want to use it. So you can go to guys like Aya. You know, we fund 7 different incubators around the world. We have 2 in Africa. One of them is run by Aya. So we have a funnel of different opportunities that we want to empower and help founders to learn, to grow, and to have the skill sets to get to the point where they can become investable from our growth fund at the top. So I would definitely suggest applying for the 3rd cohort, which is coming up now as well. And then, of course, the 3 Fs. I'm sure everyone's heard about the 3 Fs, right? Friends, family, and fools. Like you said, approach everybody, right? He has a fool, he has a family, he has an angel. So I would definitely suggest, like, hustling hard, if you don't have cash, and you believe that you have to get some money to actually build the product, then build everything around as much as you can. You have to compensate if you don't have a product. So if your product is super technically challenging, but you know that you can achieve it if you had 100K, then you need to validate that once you get that 100K, the go-to market is going to be seamless. Get advisors on board, sign a letter of intent with partners, distribution channels. All of these things is going to de-risk it from an investor standpoint. When they're looking at your company, this asset class, venture capital, is the riskiest in the world, right? Most investments fail from VCs. Statistically, 60% of seed stage checks go to zero. That money is gone. So the 40% has to compensate for the 60 that went to zero. So you need to prove that you can do what you say you're going to do, and it's all about de-risking it in the VC's mind. But I believe that there's so many initiatives and VCs and incubation programs and associations that are really passionate about Africa and believe that it is the next major emerging market investment destination. So I think we're just going to go from strength to strength to strength. More capital is going to flow into the continent. Will there be years of dips? Of course there will. The S&P 500 doesn't go in a straight line, neither does Bitcoin. But the trajectory and the macro trend is that Africa is on its way up. So it's an exciting time to be an African. And on the side of VCs in developed markets, like in the US, they're not making the returns that they used to. There's too much cash in developed markets. There's way too much money in the US. Everyone has a VC now. Everyone is a GP. And there's too many startups out there, overinflated valuations, and terrible use cases. So because of that, founders are raising their first rounds at $20 million valuations and then only selling for $25 million. So the VCs are not making the X's that they used to. So they're trying to now look into other markets where they can make those outsized returns. And one of those is going to be Africa. That's my personal thesis, of course. Yeah, so good time ahead. Yeah.
Dominic, you are a founder. You've been part of Honeycoin. The same question, how did you navigate this process from ideation to your first check, pre-seed, and raising a seed round of 4 million? So same question, but you as a founder, where are the lenses of these young people here? How did you go through it?
All right. So I'm going to be straight with you guys. It is not easy, and it's not one of those where you have to raise first before you go build product. Most of the time you're going to be doing both of them at the same time, right? So you're cracking fundraising and you're also cracking product at the same time. So I'm just going to piggyback on a lot of what they've said. And in fact, our earliest checks were basically friends. And also, I remember when the CEO of Celo invested in us, we made that like out there. We had to tell everyone, even the Celo guys have backed us, and that just drove momentum. So I'm just going to leave you guys with like maybe two things. One, for us guys, especially who are building here, let's have a bias towards shipping. Let's have a bias towards action and momentum. Many times we want to get stuck on the fact that, hey, we have this big grand idea, and because we don't have funding, nothing comes to it. Guys, people are looking at lines. They're not looking at dots like data points. We want to see that, hey, there is growth, that, hey, there's traction, because momentum is genuinely attractive. Nobody wants to jump on a train that hasn't left the station, but everyone gets that FOMO when they see that the train has already left the station. And so your mandate as the builder, as the founder, is to communicate momentum. Even if you're pre-rev, are you getting LOIs? Are you getting validation for your problem? Are you getting people actually using your product and giving you beans reviews? We got so many of those. To this day, it's one of those things that I just love carrying on myself. Like how many failed things we have to the point to where we have gotten pretty much. So have a bias towards action. And number two, communicate momentum. Learn the game, guys. It is not rocket science, to be honest. These guys have incentives. They have LPs they answer to. They have GPs that they answer to. They have family offices that they're answering to. Learn the game. Learn the economics. Try to, build your own CRM. Categorize the different kinds of investors. Guys, I told you guys it's like a 1 to 10% conversion rate. So if you're going to chat with 100 VCs or 100 angels, you're only going to get like 1 to 10 of them to invest. So you're going to be getting a lot of no's. But if every interaction that you're having better prepares you for how you pitch, better prepares you for how you tell your story, how you craft your narrative, how you sell your startup as a product to them, then you are most likely going to get that fast check in. And it's usually, they've literally hit the nail on the head. The first few checks, the first 200K is the hardest. But guys, getting from 200K to 1 is so easy. Then getting from 1 to 5 is actually much faster. I remember this round that we are doing, we raised around 4.9 over a period of like 8 months. But we spent the first 6 months trying to lock in our lead investors and just closing the 1. And everything fell in line for the remaining 4. In fact, we just had to stop it there because now you don't want to get over diluted. And of course, you learn the game, you learn the economics as you do this. So, guys, momentum, learn the game, and have a bias towards shipping and de-risking your business as you go along.
Wow. I hope you guys have learned one or two. Because of time, I'll allow for how many? 3? Oh, okay, so we will have 3 questions. Please, guys, make your question under a minute. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay, sir. Good evening, guys. Hey, good evening. Okay, so my question goes to Gideon and other protocol builders in the house. I don't know if we have anyone from Minima.
Excuse me? Please. Speak loud so that they can hear you. If you're asking them a question, or you're asking the audience.
No. I'm asking, this question is going to Gideon.
Okay.
Mr. Gideon and any other protocol builders. That's why I was asking if we have the people from Minima around. Okay, no. So what does it take for your protocol to come into partnership with either developed projects or startups? Like, for example, we're working with a gamified learning platform that aims to incentivize new users with, who learn and complete different tasks from different protocols. Okay, so what does it take? What does it take for your protocol to come into partnership with either developed projects or startups? So, for example, we're working with a gamified learning platform that aims to incentivize new users who learn and complete different tasks from different protocols.
So the blockchain space has changed a lot over the last 10 years. It's become commoditized, right? So there's many blockchains out there. Back in 2017, they all used to promote themselves as fast and cheap. They're all fast and cheap, and they'll pretty much do the same thing, right? That's why we share the same sentiment as Starknet, where we also invest cross-chain. So we could invest in your project if you were built on Starknet. We could still invest in you. So we believe in the same sort of thesis as Starknet. That being said, of course, the business model of a blockchain, of course, is to have transactions on the network. So we want to understand if your business model can, as you scale, can bring transactions on our network. That's like the most basic thesis. But outside of that, we're also trying to build a bigger ecosystem, so it doesn't always have to be huge amounts of transactions. We also want to partner with great founders that are building interesting projects that are building the African ecosystem, that are great use cases, real utility, and we do have different opportunities for you to get into our ecosystem. It's not like you have to be a super late stage startup to get a 300K investment from us. We also give out grants. We have incubation partners like Aya. So the thesis is a little bit similar to what we look for in a startup, but we do have a funnel of opportunities for developers and founders to enter into our ecosystem via applying for a grant, going through incubation programs, which also gives you access to grants, and then the investment at the top. So I don't know if that answers your question, but if you have a super cool product, even if it's not doing huge amounts of transactions, then of course we'd love to chat.
Yes. Thank you for the panel. I'm called Fabricio from Africa. So I have 2 questions. So the first one is, from the perspective of an investor or VC, what are the main structural or it could be technology or structure that's holding Africa back from developing a large scale like Silicon Valley? What do we have to do? Or
KK, you want to take that one?
Thank you. The question is, what do we need to do so that we can catch up with Silicon Valley, and what infrastructure are needed, yeah? Okay. That's the gaps, yeah. I think there are a lot of answers to that, but I'll focus on one aspect that is important. And as I say, it's often an ecosystem sort of push. That means that there's a lot of things that need to be tackled at the same time, right? But I'll start with one, which is the most important one, in my opinion. Beyond education, payment rails, right? That's like, if you want to catch up with any, you name it, we need to fix basically how we handle from cross-border remittances, would it be in B2B but also B2C, right? How money flows around, right? That's one thing. And I said beyond education because there's a layer underneath, right? So that we are able to build that goes into other directions in terms of like the infrastructure that are needed so that we can be basically empowered to do that. And payment cannot be built without, for example, let's say internet, so that goes to internet access, so there's a few different layers, right? But if we focus on our panel and like Web3 and we stay humble and grounded in terms of like where we could maybe bring a little bit of like 0.1% change, I think that we could start thinking of basically how we can improve those rails so that builders, founders can build things on top, right? And then you take it one level down. If you look at you're in a remote area, in Kenya, you don't have access to internet. That's complicated, right? Even if we're building payment companies, payment rails, whatever, therefore, we're also, for example, while I'm saying payment is the most important and only thesis, we're also backing companies such as Share, for example, who are building on top of the ISP network in Kenya to empower people to have internet, right? Because how can you invest in a company that does payment for B2C if the people themselves cannot download those apps and use it on their phone, right? So we have a responsibility, in my opinion, with all the humility again, to be investing in those sort of infrastructures to try to then empower what is needed for that gap to be reached. But that's just one piece of the puzzle.
So as the, I think, only American here, that might be a good question for me as well, given that I've seen how that ecosystem and marketplace works rather thoroughly. I've been here for 4.5 years, so I think I've gotten some pretty good insights on the African continent as well. And, you know, there are some elements that I think are worth acknowledging and considering. So one is that anytime you're starting a business, it is very sage advice to go with what you know. And what you know is what's local. And so, you know, you should be solving the problems in front of you first. And, you know, if you're very successful at that, you can start to look at applications elsewhere. But so one of the things that I have spent a lot of time thinking about, one of my portfolio companies is an ERP company. They do financial accounting and things like that. And it's an incredible product. And, you know, the question is, well, you know, first off, why did it need to be here? And because, you know, the large majority of the marketplace is all being serviced by foreign companies. The largest vendor here is American. The largest is American, the second largest is from the UK, the third largest is from India. And what's interesting about it is none of them have an understanding of how things work locally. So at least with the US and the UK, the largest reason why you would want a financial platform is we are terrified of our local equivalent of the KRA. You know, Al Capone, one of the world's most famous gangsters, went to prison not for the countless amount of people that he murdered, but because he never gave our KRA their money, and that was what ended him. But so that is a very different consideration than here. You know, I don't believe that those people are quite as scary, and I would say that, you know, that the largest challenge that a small business is facing arguably could be access to capital. And so we looked at having a financial system, and we said, well, what we should really be doing here is providing this financial information to lending institutions so that they could give them an alternative lending source to Feliza or something like that. And that looked to be a very successful model relative to here, but it's a different market consideration than what you would go after in the West. So there's one element of that which, you know, neither good, bad, nor indifferent, because if you know, a use case like that could become ubiquitously used in a place where 97% of SMBs are doing pen and paper, then you know, that certainly is a exciting thing to consider. But the other thing, which I think is not thought about enough, is how often are the problems here something that is addressable or needed within the West. And one of the things when I was first looking at the continent that I found really fascinating is prior to M-Pesa, you had Cellulant. Cellulant came out with the concept of using mobile phones for mobile money 2 years before the first iPhone came out. And so, you know, you guys were light years ahead of the rest of the world of thinking, gosh, I wonder if this would be a good vehicle to exchange money and resources and things like that. And it's been a long time head scratcher why they never considered offering this within other markets, because if you look at the value of M-Pesa right now, I don't know, $1 billion, and I could be off by an order of 10, right? So maybe it's worth 100 million, or maybe it's worth a couple billion. I don't really know, but what I can tell you with absolute certainty is what it's not worth, and that's the combined value of Zelle, Cash App, and Venmo, which are our 3 mobile money players in the US. Right now, those 3 together are worth about $1 trillion, and they don't even address businesses yet. That's just peer-to-peer money movement. And so the other question here is, well, gosh, why didn't the brilliance of Kenyan and African innovation say, gosh, I wonder if we should go after this other market as well? So I think that it's 2 elements. One, that this market has different challenges, and those may not be universally transferable over to the other markets. But then there's also maybe just not as much focus as there could or should be when you have something that's ubiquitously applicable throughout other markets, that maybe then the aggression of expanding there rather than thinking about exiting over here.
Okay, I'm called Frederick, co-founder of Doxa. Doxa is a stablecoin platform with the Doxa dollar. Now, my questions, I'm going to combine them. They are about 3. The first question is, what do VCs really look for before they invest in a project? Because at first I thought I needed to have a product, which I do. The second thing, maybe the initial users and maybe transactions. But then I meet a friend, I think they were launching back home in Kampala. And then I was like, how were you able to raise? And he told me that actually they just used pitch decks. They never had a product, and they raised about $15 million US, and I was surprised. Then 2, how can I raise larger rounds? For example, I'm always reading in TechCrunch. This project raises $15 million US. And yet when I check this side of our world, the projects I see normally, you hear maybe 1 million, sometimes 500 million. So how can I raise mine to that what? To that bar? Yeah. Then lastly, I think it has even flown out of my mind. Okay, you can answer those.
Seconds. I'll do no bullshit, 15 seconds answer. Something that I really push any friend, founder, or whatever to work on is nothing of everything we've said. It's soft skills and unleashing the power of your story as a founder. So if you want to stand up there and raise $15 million with a pitch deck, you better have charisma, you better have a lot of things to sell, and so on and so forth. So something that is undervalued a lot, how you sell and how you present yourself so that you can give me confidence to put $15 million on a deck. That's critical. 80% of my investments are not what I invested in. Guess why? The founders have just pivoted. But I believed in the founders. They convinced me day one. It was 25 seconds.
I think it depends on the ticket size with VCs. At the very early stage, mostly team is a very big factor. Why are you and your team the best in the world, literally, to be building what you're building? So a lot of people who are pitching here, very technical teams, and then they say, we'll figure out the business bit. But you need to figure that out at the very beginning, because if your team does not sell, you build an amazing product, but no one will back you.
So I think that we've certainly answered this question a few times before throughout what we've discussed today. But I will say, if you're looking for something a little more silver bullety, I would say that I look a lot at resilience. And so I'm interested in that journey of how hard you fought to get where you are, and how much have you made out of what little you've received or garnered. I think think that was probably one of the most impressive stories to me, was that I found out that somebody had built an MVP and gotten 86 large business customers with a 500,000 shilling loan from their dad. And then based upon that, I said, well, gosh, if that's what you do with 500,000, I wonder what you could do with quite a bit more. So perhaps a story of resilience is another important element.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have answered this a little bit already, but just in summary, I think investors will look for multiple things. They just want to look at check boxes that validates that the company is going to grow super quickly once they give you capital, right? So one of those is team, as you said. And I used the analogy earlier of Elon, or the example of Elon Musk. If Elon Musk pitched an idea to us and he said, I've got a $10 million valuation, I'm raising $1 million, we would just say, give us your bank details. We obviously will not ask for a pitch deck because we know that he's a very successful founder and can probably do exceptional job with our capital, right? So that also that story of a successful team and a founder or advisors that you have around the company creates leverage. Like KK said, it creates a stamp of credibility, which can help you tell a bigger story, which can push up your valuation. Outside of that, obviously looking for revenue, looking for traction, looking for different partnerships that can help you scale and go to market a lot quicker than you would be able to, and then looking for unique technology. What are the barriers to entry for other people to be able to duplicate that technology? If it's super, super basic, then you can get competition really, really quickly, right? So that moat, as you said, is super important. And there's other things I can say too, but 25 seconds.
Yeah. I think my answer to you would be, it is not fair. That's the thing. It is not fair. You could be doing exactly the same thing as your neighbor. You could be building bar for bar, writing the same const functions as them, and they will go ahead and raise 40 and you can raise 2. And the reality of the situation is exactly what they've said. The fact that it is not fair, understand the game and understand how you sell yourself. So my answer to you would be questions to you. Have you approached folks? Have you pitched? How many people have you pitched to? How many no's have you gotten? What have you learned from the no's that you've gotten, right? How do you sell yourself? And what are they perceiving of you? In fact, every no that you get, if you can get a chance, ask them why they passed on investing. Ask them why not now, right? And right there you get significant insights that tailor how you go in for your next pitch, right? And so it's a process. And for some people it's their first time to do it. For us it was our first time. But I guarantee you right now, if I'm going out there to raise, I'm gonna go with such confidence because of the understanding that I have and very, very different metrics that I will use in how I'll do my fundraise. So it's the same thing all over again. It is not fair. So learn the game, learn it very fast, and hone your skills, how you sell yourself and how you sell your narrative, and back it up. Back it up with actual product. Back it up with actual statistics and momentum.
Sorry, I have to ask this question, please. 30 seconds. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Dom, you are the youngest on the panel, I assume, right? But your team's average age is also pretty young, if I'm not wrong. So I think you are a beacon, and there's a lot of people in the crowd right now who are wondering, what message do you have for those of us playing the game on hard mode, we're experimenting with this? And 2, now that Honeycoin is, in a bit of honey, when's that first grant fund coming out so that you can support the ecosystem of, young funders, because you're one of the thought leaders?
I may probably get cooked if I overindulge, but it is true. Our team is, I think, on average 26 right now, and that's our team of 23 people right now. But I'd say the only thing I'd say is, guys, we did not know what we were setting out to do, but the one thing that really kept us was being bold, right? Believing that the same JavaScript functions that the guys in Silicon Valley are writing are the same JavaScript functions that we're writing, right? It gave us a lot of boldness to go really early days to just go out there and put ourselves out there and get the no's and iterate on that. So that's the first thing. Be bold, believe in yourself. And your boldness is backed up with confidence the more you're out there de-risking it. So at the end of the day, be bold to take that step forward and go for it and do it. And as is with regards to fundraising, there are so many things that we've had to understand and rewire, even our mindsets, right? So I'm going to speak from the maybe founder perspective. As Africans, we have this scarcity mindset where, first of all, when I raise, can I run for like 5 years if I never get any more money? And then now you start thinking about scaling it. We've had to really unlearn a lot of survival mode things to understanding, okay, this fundraise is an expensive loan. How do we use it as rocket fuel? How do we scale? How do we make it 10x with regards to, hey, if we've raised on this valuation, and these guys are expecting X amount of, having this ARR by the end of next year. Can we get it in 6 months? What do we need to do that? Take care of your cheese, and then all of a sudden things begin to make sense. You get a lot of focus. And all I can say about fundraising is I love the fact that you can fundraise and not think about, can I pay my bills tomorrow, right? And now you can fully pour yourself and your team into the mission that's at hand, and just leading your team into that. And that's such a powerful opportunity that everyone should strive to go for. And as is with regards to giving back, we are already doing that, and we are very keen on even just partnering with folks. I think a good percentage, a quarter of the folks who even support on our B2B infrastructure are guys who are pre-rev, folks who are yet to launch, and we just kind of waive fees for them, and we're like, hey, just go out there, and if you're doing an event, we'll come in, we'll plug in, and then we just help you try to sell. So we want to do this. We want to, of course, partner with other people, because we were held by a very strong ecosystem as well of builders in the space. We had so many people helping. It was pretty much a community effort. The same way they say, a university degree is it's a village effort. It's the same thing again with startup building. So I'm happy to plug in from the extent of my team, and to have our guys also plug in with projects that are people who are trying to do really cool things, probably in payments, because we align better there.
I also a big thank you to the panel here, KK, Brenda, Jason, Gideon, and yourself. The takeaway here is, as an African founder, we understand where we are. 3 key things that I'll summarize. Have the audacity to dream. Have conviction. Have clarity. And be courageous. But most important thing, funding is not the ultimate. I feel we all want to build to raise funding, but the best thing how to raise funding is through talking to the customer. It doesn't matter whether they're going to use it. If you build a B2B business, get a letter of intent that I'm ready to use your product. That alone gives you edge into the door. The first option is, I want to raise VC. Get to talk to customers. It doesn't matter how many customers. If you have one customer who believes in you, it's enough, trashing. And people don't invest at early stage in the idea. It's the team. So if the team have conviction, and they have VCs, angels don't invest in your idea. Yes, the idea is cool, but they invest because you believe in your dream. So believe in what you are trying to do. Have confidence, have conviction, but have audacity to sell. Don't be ashamed. Be shameless and build in public. I've seen many founders I'll be cool product. You have not talked to anybody, yet you think you have built a product. So talk to customers. You don't need to talk to 1,000 customers. If it's one, and say yes, that's enough for you to talk to Jason. Jason, this idea sounds cool. These guys want to buy, but you know what? I need just your support. Maybe just can you endorse me on LinkedIn that I'm building this? Just endorsement, not the money. So guys, I think we are early stage in our ecosystem, but most important, Africa is a communal. Don't be in silo. Find a community. Learn, be willing to learn, be willing to be coachable, be willing to be mentored. Mentorship is underrated, but it's a very powerful tool. Thank you all, and I wish all of us a beautiful East Safari as we progress towards Kilifi. Let's go and then reshape and move away from the scarcity and abundance. It's possible, we'll make it possible. 3 years from now, we'll have a lot of founders who have raised only $1 million, and you also have a fund. So, Honeycoin, my challenge, when Brian Armstrong raised money, Coinbase, he started building Coinbase Venture. And Coinbase Venture today is one of the biggest revenue points. So as African founders, once you begin to be successful, let's begin to also have our venture and raise that 5,000, 10,000 check to other young people. That's the only way we can build this ecosystem together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to take one photo. Thank you so much, Eric, and the panelists. That's really quite an inspiring panel. And I believe a lot of founders here have been looking forward to meet our panelists today. Please make sure that you are not leaving before you meet them. I know you've been complaining that they are not answering your messages. This is the time. Thank you so much. Eric did finalize with one key thing. Your customer. Talk to that one customer, right? Talk to that one customer. In the next session, we have a keynote, and it's all about how do you talk to that customer, right? How do you present yourself? How do you prepare yourself? How do you present yourself? How do you present yourself in a customer? And this is one of the unusual keynote that you usually have in this startup showcase in tech. We usually go talking about funding, raising, technology, that is Web3, the technology, AI, the technology. But we forget one key thing in technology. How do you utilize technology for your own startup? That is social media. And today, I'm honored to have Maureen Mungara, SMM Africa, and she's also social media strategist and a coach. I met Maureen in a panel, right? Like we were having a panel together, and I heard what she was talking about, and I said, no, our ecosystem needs to hear what she have, because that is what we are missing in our own ecosystem. We have cool products, we have great startups, but it's difficult for us to reach our own customers. Welcome, Maureen.
You know, I used to believe that my work should speak for itself. How many of you believe the same thing? I used to believe that my work should speak for myself. It should speak for itself. Do you believe that? Let me see your hands up. When you see me, you see the business? Is that what you believe? Well, I thought that if I am very good at what I do, then people should notice me. Right? You think so too? I thought so, until something happened. And what happened really bothered me. So I realized that conversations that require my expertise were happening. And the kind of people that were called upon to handle those kind of conversations had nothing to do with my industry. Similar to the guy at the back, I didn't see the guy. Where is he? The guy who asked a question towards the end, the one whose friends raised money with an idea while he's validated his business. He's not here, he's gone. So when I heard what he talked about, I actually realized that that was me as well, and that is many of us. Where you realize that, but I'm qualified, I'm overqualified. Why is my work not speaking for itself? All right? And what I came to realize is that how skillful you are doesn't matter. How great the product you're building does not matter. What matters is how visible you are. All right? And that's the reason why I'm here this evening. I'm just going to talk to you for 10 minutes. And I liked that the last question before the panel left, they addressed to just usher me in, because that's exactly what I'm here to tell you. You can have no content. In fact, your product could be very mediocre. But the way in which you speak about it how much you believe in it and how much you're able to grab the attention of the people you're trying to sell to could actually get you more sales, more results than somebody who has something very powerful but cannot be able to communicate it in a way that the people who are listening to you can be able to think, I don't understand what you're saying, but I think there is something there. And that is why I'm here to speak to you about what we call building an expert-led brand. All right? I'm a teacher, so what am I here to talk about? My good student? Come on, I can hear you. Speak like people who are sure that they're very good at what they do. Exactly. What does that mean? Anybody? Anybody who's going to tell us? What do you think an expert-led brand means? So as I wait for you to think about that, and I think we have a hand at the back, you can help me take a mic there. They're going to help us answer that. My name is Maureen Mongara, as I was introduced, and I help founders, business owners, learn how to sell on social media. I'm also the founder of Social Media Managers Africa, which happens to be the fastest growing hub in Africa right now of digital entrepreneurs, specifically social media managers. So we train them, we mentor them, we equip them, and we link them up with opportunities across the globe. So that is what I do. And today I just want to focus on helping you build and understand what does it mean to build an expert-led brand, and to show you the leverage it's going to give you. We were told use the leverage. And leverage looks different. So how do you take advantage of the leverage that you have, that all of you in this place are builders, you're experts. You know something people don't know. You have something that can change the world. How do you leverage on that? So somebody at the back wants to tell us, what do you think an expert-led brand means? Yes? The team is gone to help us with the mic. All right, maybe you can try to be loud, we could hear you. Where you become the industry expert. Anybody else who has something to add? All right, so I'll put it very simple, just like what he said. An expert-led brand is a brand that is built around what you know and what you're an expert in. All right? So the difference is that instead of just being the random person in the crowd, you stand out in what you're doing. And now that I am very big on the platforms of social media, because I feel social media allows you to be in 100 places at the same time, and it gives you leverage, okay? So why is it important to build an expert-led brand in 2025? Number one is because there's a lot of noise. A lot of noise from people who can shout the loudest in the room and get the $15 million before you. A lot of noise on social media with everybody saying everything. A LinkedIn profile and a picture of you on your laptop and a very complex description of what you're building that people cannot understand what product you're building is not going to cut it in 2025, all right? So you want to be able to not just have surface level content. I'm building this, I'm a founder, this is the name of my company, and this is what we are building, this is the problem we are solving. That cannot cut it in 2025. You want to go beyond that. You want to go beyond surface problems. You want to be able to show people the real value that you're bringing in whatever it is that you're building. Another reason why you need to build an expert-led brand in 2025 is because trust drives adoption. That trust is such a huge thing today, and if you master how to build an expert-led brand, one of the things that is very important is you are able to communicate and show up as somebody who is very trustworthy. All right? And as you can tell, you find that somebody could simply invest in you just because you had how you carry yourself, your character. I just feel like you're passionate. And most of the times, if they could really tell you the truth, is that there's just something about you that drew them to you, that made them feel, I don't know you, but I feel I can trust you. And it's not just luck that somebody's built or born like that. It is actually a skill that you can actually acquire. Okay? And the last reason why you need to build an expert-led brand in 2025 is because opportunities follow authority. Can you say that with me? Opportunities. The more visible you are as an authority, the more opportunities will come your way. All right? So before I step away from you this evening, I want to give you 3 steps you can start to take right now to begin building your expert brand, your expert-led brand. Would you like to know? All right, so this is where you grab your pen and paper or your notebook or your phone and you write these things down. Very actionable things you can do. I know you're building whatever product you're building, but what really is your expertise? If I asked you, what are you an expert in? You could answer? What are you an expert in? You're an expert in? In technology. Anybody else? Yes. What are you an expert in? Marketing. Okay. So I'm going to use examples of the answers that you gave. I'm an expert in technology. Does that paint a picture or tell you something that makes you want to trust me? I'm an expert in marketing. My name is Maureen and I'm an expert in marketing. Does it make you feel anything about who I am? And that is what we need to do. I understand, as you guys in tech is even the English you speak is technical. So sometimes it's difficult to break down to layman English. But anytime you get an opportunity to speak, how complex your English sounds, how big the words you use, does not make you sound believable, become trustworthy. In fact, people lose you. Okay? So I'm going to use you an example. You're an expert in marketing. Who do you help? So let's say you help startups, right? What do you help them accomplish? You help startups build traction. And what are some of the achievements you've been able to achieve helping startups build traction? In terms of like, what have you been able to, if you can give it in terms of quantify it? Out of 3? Okay. All right. So you help startups gain traction through marketing and be able to raise their seed funding. That makes more sense than saying I'm an expert in marketing, right? So when you are an expert at something, you have to ask yourself, whatever it is I'm doing, who am I helping? And whatever I'm helping, what is the result I'm giving them? So when you get an opportunity to meet, I'm sure you're going to be meeting VCs and places you go, networking events. Before you start saying, my name is John and I'm building, so there's this idea. So the problem, has that happened to you? Yeah. You know, when you're, you don't know what, you're confused about how am I going to really make them understand. Sometimes I really don't care about what you're doing. People don't. The thing about human beings, we are very selfish. We care about ourselves. So the best way to get my attention is come to me and tell me something that you're doing that concerns me. All right? So I'll give much. Simple example. I'm not in the space you guys are in, so I can't give a perfect example in your industry, but I'm just going to give a very general example. Let's say, for example, someone wants to come and work with me. They come and tell me, maybe they want to be my social media manager. And they walk up to me and tell me, hi Maureen, I'm Anne, and I'm a social media manager. I noticed that you don't post every single day. I have been to so-and-so school. I have this degree and this certificate. I am Meta approved and all that. And so I can help post content for you. I can shoot content for you. At this point, it has all just been about Anne. Do you think I have time for her? We are so obsessed with ourselves that we are consistently selling ourselves to people who don't care about who we are. So I want you to leave this place and go thinking, the next time I'm talking to somebody who I need them to buy into me as an expert, how can I tap into something that matters to them? How can I take my offer and present it in a way that makes them feel that I am thinking about them and I care for them? So let's try it again. So Anne comes to me and she says, hi Maureen. Maybe I've never met her. I'm like, oh, she knows my name. So first I'm like, do I know you? And I'm like, oh, hi. Let me use you. What's your name? Collins. So Collins comes to me and says, hi Maureen. I'm like, hi. And before he even says his name, he goes straight to compliment me. But doesn't just compliment how I look, compliment something that he knows matters to me. I'm sure when you're moving to meet people who you need them to invest to support what you're doing, you've done research, right? You know a lot about them, you stalk them on LinkedIn. So Collins knows something about me. For example, he probably was able to see something that I currently was able to do, and maybe I shared it on my LinkedIn. Okay? I say, oh, I really love how you are doing A, B, and C. And I'm like, my reaction will be like, first I'll light up. I'm like, oh, you noticed. We like being noticed as humans. So he picks something that he knows matters to me. So go and find out the person who you need to talk to help you solve the problem or take you closer to where you want to go. It could be an angel investor. It could be a VC. It could be whoever it is you need. Go and find out what is it that means so much to them. What is it they care about that you can use to compliment them? So once you compliment me, you've got my attention. And then right away, you go ahead and say, now tell me your name. So we are so quick to say, hi, my name is... Do you notice when I came in here, I didn't say my name. I went right into sharing my story, and then I introduced myself, okay? So now after, oh, really? Oh, thank you. You saw that. Amazing. I said, yeah, I did. So actually, my name is Collins, and then once he introduces himself, he now wants to plug in to show whatever problem he wants me to help him solve. He has to find a way to show how I can connect to it. Okay? So, oh yeah, so my name is Collins. I love what you've been doing. He's already said that. And he'll probably go ahead and now talk about something he wants to help me solve. Maybe I'm his client, potential client. So say, instead of saying, I'd like to sell to you, or I'd like you to buy into, don't use those kind of words. You know? I like to contribute. I like to support. I like to help you continue doing what you're doing. And so I have this thing, this system that can help with your, and it can 10x your. So instead of doing it for this period of time, you can actually do thousands of them within 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh, wow. So he used my problem, he studied my business, and he saw how can his product fit into. But if he comes and tells me I have this product that does this, a generalized concept, I don't care, because it has nothing to do with. But if you make it about me, I am listening to you, and I'm probably buying to you. I'm probably buying into you. All right? So that's one of the first things that I want you to take away today. So if you want to build an expert-led brand, you want to be able to be very clear, what is my expertise from that perspective? Not just, I am good in tech, but what is it I can offer with my expertise? So the question to ask yourself is, who do you help, and how do you help them, and what's the problem you're solving? And if you can go further and attach results that are tangible, okay, that you've been able to do for other people, you can plug it right there. So that's one of the best ways to do that. You don't have to do it on social media. We are walking brands. We all are, right? Whether you like it or not, you are a brand. So you can decide that I am going to make my brand and show up in a way that people feel that I care about them and what I'm building is for them so they can hear me out. Okay? So the other thing that you want to really pay attention to if you want to build an expert-led brand, I was here from early in the afternoon, I'll sit at the back, and I watch a lot of you come on here at the front. And one of the things I took note is, I know a lot of you work in teams and all that, and if you have to be the one to come and pitch, you have no choice but to work on how you communicate. If there's you need to pause on all those classes you take to master your art and take some hours to master how to communicate, okay? And if it's not your strength, get somebody on your team who has the strength, because you can have the best idea, the best product, but if you cannot communicate, and communication is not the and one of the best ways you can do that is through storytelling, but I'm not going to go into that. I just want to give you 3 types of content you can create if you want to use your social media platforms to start building authority. Before we came on here, somebody asked a question, and the person who gave the answer, I think he was from that end, he advised the guy that first things first, you want to go to the program of the day. Did you hear him? And what did he tell him? Then go and see who's going to be on the panel, who's going to be in the room, and then Google them. Are you Googleable? Ask your friend that. Ask your friend that. That's how important. So if anybody was on the panel and you couldn't find them on Google, when you sit on there, you already have a perception about them, right? And the one with the best information is the person you actually want to go shake hands with. Am I right? All right? So that's how important social media is. Can you imagine how many people are you going to meet and talk to about what you're building? Single-handedly. You guys are buried in your laptops, right? Your night owls at night, in the morning you rest a bit, you're back to work. You don't have time to walk on the street and knock on doors and talk about your product to 100 people in a week, do you? Then leverage on social media. Okay? Leverage on social media and tell your story. Let people know what you're building on there. So I'm going to give you 3 types of content. I know you guys are really smart. You're going to get it and probably put it into practice immediately. I'm going to give you 3 types of content. Okay, let me just hear. Which is your favorite platform to post on? The loudest. Which is your favorite platform to post? X, good. Are you represented? The quiet ones? Okay, let's go again. Which is your favorite platform to post on? I had something here. Good. So we go with X. So why is it? Why X? As an individual or as a builder and a founder? As a founder? Business. Okay, good. So that's very, very important. It is important to decide on the platform you want to use, okay? Because when it comes to social media, if you want to be on every other platform, you're really spreading yourself too thin. So you need to be able to identify which is the best platform to be in, and what determines that is you have to ask yourself, why am I going on social media? Am I going there to run my business? Am I going there for fun times? Whatever reason you're going there for. So let's assume you're going on there to position yourself strategically for the right partners, for the sake of the event we have here, right? So you want to ask yourself, where are they found? Where are the angel investors on social media? How many of you know? Come on. Which social media platforms do you find the investors, the VCs? Where are they? Okay, LinkedIn and X. So we're gonna go with those two, right? So you need to pick one out of them to get started, build momentum. We heard about the word momentum so many times on here, and then you can expand to another platform once you have already proven your strategy and you're gaining the traction that you're looking for. So don't feel the pressure to be on multiple platforms if at all you have not yet mastered one. So I'm gonna go with, let's say for example, X and LinkedIn is what we are going to go for. So what kind of content do you want to put out on there? So first off, you want to create content that is in form of case studies. Say that with me. Case studies. Do you know what a case study is? Do you know what a case study is? A scenario that happened and then you take it up and you break it down. Okay? Let me give you an example. One of the guys on the panel just before I came up gave a case study of how Elon Musk came to ask for funding, and they didn't have to ask to see anything because he already has built credibility for his business, right? And they instantly gave him the money. So that's a case study. What does it do when I tell you such kind of a case study? What happens to you where you're seated? How do you perceive that information? It makes you understand and comprehend what I'm saying better. Because I gave an example with Collins, I demonstrated. Okay? I gave a case study, a scenario to explain what it is I want to communicate. An expert, you want to think about what kind of case studies can you break down on your content. For example, you could want to say, let me use an example from the crowd. Somebody who wants to share with us a win that you have achieved in your company. A win. Something you celebrate about that. You've been able to achieve this since you started building what you're building. Anybody? Pretty please. Yes. Do you have a mic? Okay. Yeah, let's use that imaginary mic.
Okay, so hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Chris, the founder and CEO of Minisend. So in a span of 7 weeks after soft launch, we managed to hit a transaction volume of $16,000. That is worth USDC. So that was something that I celebrate as a founder.
So within 7 days of a soft launch, you are
7 weeks.
7 weeks of a soft launch,
Yeah.
you are able to?
Hit a transaction volume of 16,000 USDC.
Okay, USD.
Yeah, basically still just USD because...
Okay, 16,000 USD.
Yeah.
Okay, can you clap for him? You know, if you're a builder, you know what that means. You know, sometimes even that one shilling, like one first transaction, deserves a celebration because of how many hours have gone into building something you believed in before people did, right? So we celebrate you,
Chris.
Chris. Okay, so let's talk about that case study. So if Chris is to create content and he wants to use that case study, he'll probably say how we made transactions worth $16,000 within the first 7 weeks of our soft launch. Are you guys not going to want to read that article? Are you not going to want to see whatever he's talking about? So that is the content I want you guys to go create for your company. How we raised or how we made 16,000 USD within the first 7 weeks of our soft launch. Was a launch supported, or was it just bootstrapping and all that?
Okay, so this was majorly supported by organic marketing, so just word of mouth. A fellow user having a good experience on my platform and referring my platform to another user.
So could we say with zero funding?
Yeah.
No, we add with zero funding, even makes it more enticing to want to learn. Can you guys promise me to do that? Will you tag me when you post that on X?
Yeah, you can check out my X at amchris.base.eth.
Rhoda, please get his X. I want to follow that. Okay.
Also, Minisend is _Minisend. You can just follow us.
Underscore?
Minisend.
I don't want to butcher that. Can you spell it?
It's just mini and then
Midi or mili?
Mini.
Mini.
Yeah.
Mini send.
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 Yeah.
Mini send. Tuma mtu.
Yeah.
Mini small.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I'm really curious what that is about. I think I will find out.
It's
Or you
actually
can-
an off-ramp mini app on Fakasta and on the Base app. So it's specifically tailored for creators and builders on Base.
Okay, can I come there at the back? Then you tell me in Lerman English, so I can comprehend. Good.
Okay. No.
All right. So, actually, it's a struggle. Can I just nifungwe roho? I'm currently trying to build a system, and the biggest challenge is getting developers I can trust who talk back to me like they get me. Because I say this, by the time they're responding, I'm like, wait a minute. Do I need a dictionary? What is this? Speak to me like a grade 1 child. If I can feel that you get me and you understand my vision, I am going to pay for it. But if I feel like you don't get me, I am jittery. So I think it just happens. I also have some tech guys in our family, and it's common. Hata wakiambiwa chukua mic salimia watu, they're going to use a jargon somewhere. Or they'll say, habari za jioni alijua. So, I don't know, is it a thing? So it's like the words kind of like, and you have to be like, sorry, come again, what did you say? Anyway, this is my personal experience. I'm not saying that's what happens, but I'm looking forward to meeting somebody who can talk to me to my level and grasp my vision, but I know I will. Okay, so the next type of content is tactical frameworks and systems. Now, before I move on to that, if you were to create content on X, who are you targeting? Who's your target audience?
Creators and builders on Base, of course.
These people in this room.
Yeah, basically anyone creating content on chain, and anyone who is contributing to Base as a technical.
Or to them, it's relevant, right?
Yeah,
it's meeting the right
actually
audience.
relevant, yeah.
Okay, so let's keep it at that. So the next, allow me to just use his example since we're already into that. The next type of content I need you to create is what we call tactical frameworks and systems. Every one of you have a tactical way of how you do what you do, right? So you want to think through what it is that your framework entails. Like, for example, the builders here probably struggle with something. They're trying to crack it. But if you can break down a framework that anytime they want to achieve that, they just need to take step A, B, C, and D. Rinse and repeat. Do you think you can come up with something like that? I'll give you an example of a framework I use. So I have a content creation framework for business owners. I tell them, anytime you want to create content, think about what content will position me as an expert, what content will help me build relationship with my audience, or what content will help me promote my product or service. Then I give them the framework. If you want to promote your product or service, don't dangle the product. This shirt is made of cotton. No. Dangle the desire that your product is fulfilling. So are you looking for, do you ever want to just put on a shirt and even when it's like almost just self-absorbing, never has those sweat patches? I'm like, yeah, all the shirts I buy, they just always, turn even color. And they're like, that's exactly why we created this shirt. You see what I did? I brought the desire and then I got you to respond and then I sold you the shirt. So that's my framework of how to create content that's going to make you money. Okay? So in your industry, in whatever it is problem you're solving, you can think, you already have it. You do it every day. You've just never sat down to think through it. Think about one area that your client is struggling with. Then ask yourself, can I just create a simple framework on this part, give it to them as content? It's going to make them feel like, oh my goodness, this is genius. So they want to follow. So perception is what? I know these guys on X, they are really great builders. If you're looking for somebody who's building a system you can invest in you can check them out. So so what goes around because of what you're putting out, and even if I'm not buying from you, I'm talking about you because of how you are sharing. So you didn't come and just share educative content. You built a framework for me. and lastly, in 1 second. The last type of content that you want to create is thought leadership. I created these slides just for you guys because I thought about the kind of content that's going to work. Thought leadership content automatically begins to make people have a perception that you're not just another person trying to claim they're building something worth of paying attention to, but they begin to think this person has something to offer. Okay? So what kind of thought leadership content can you share that your target audience would make sense? Today was a day full of a lot of thought leadership content. Like, for instance, if I were you, if I took notes, I'd go and post a LinkedIn post or on X, something I had them say, tag them, and put my thoughts into it. Right? There's so many things you heard today. That's how you start. You pick something somebody said and you build onto it. So you share your perception. We get to get a piece of your mind and you wrote on their concept. You understand what I mean? That's a good place to start when it comes to thought leadership. Go talk about what was his name? Don? The guy at the end there. What was his name? Anybody? Dominic, all right? For example, if you took what Dominic said, you could just pick everything. Pick one statement that really sounds like a thought leadership statement and go talk about it on your LinkedIn, okay? Maybe there's a book you're reading or somebody you look up to, a mentor, and they said something. Take that and build on that. So as I go, let's recap. 3 types of content. The first type of content is what? Case study. Come up with a case study and analyze it. The second type of content is come up with a tactical framework. And lastly, thought leadership. Thank you so much. My name is Maureen Mongara. You can connect with me on LinkedIn and on Instagram. On LinkedIn, I go by Maureen Mongara. On Instagram, I go by social media with Mo. Thank you. On X, I'm joining.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Please take your time. You can go to Instagram and follow Maureen at social media. Social media at social media with Mo_Africa. Once more, congratulations to all of our attendees today. Today's been packed with really knowledge, and every person that I've met for the past few minutes, you've mentioned of how these have been really valuable to you. I also want to apologize because of the time factor, that we have really gone beyond what we mentioned and what we are going to deliver. So I really apologize on that. I have also received some comments on what to use next time to make sure this doesn't happen. Thank you, attendees. Before we finalize that, 3 key sessions that are going to happen. First is building scalable startups in Africa by Chebi, CEO of Bakeries. Do you pronounce your name as Chebi? That is Kenyan name. We say Chebi. It's a short name of my tribe. Chebet. Chibi, yeah. Chiboso. No, I guess I will look for you, then we work on the pronunciation. Yeah, so we are moving that session of building scalable startups in Africa to Kilifi. Ooh. This is one of the key keynotes that was going to happen today for you founders, for what key things that Bakeries has been doing in Africa, scaling across Africa, helping payments platform in Africa. And I know majority of payment platform that you know is already connected to PayCrest. So if you're in a payment platform, you should be looking at him at this moment. I'm like, I'm coming for you. The next session that we are going to have also is building our impact careers. Building our impact careers, panelists, COCEP of Eat Safari is going to share about our own experience in terms of how do you go, or rather what do you do to be where she is, kind of. We also have Yvonne Kagundo, which she has a lot of experience in Web3. She won this year Women of the Year in Web3. That means a lot. And allow me to use this, from my own conversation with her and the rest of the team, she has experience of 10 companies in Web3. So these are the key things, like, okay, how do you get a job in Web3? And of course, how do you move to the next job in Web3? And how do you position yourself in Web3? We are also going to have Shali. Shali was one of our judges. Shali, she is sustainability manager in Google. She has worked there for over 10 years. And of course, as we know, Google is a unicorn. How do you work with unicorns? The panel are going to be moderated by Ranji. Ranji has over 20 years as a global recruiter. Yes, for the guys who are still searching for the jobs. We are also going to have ecosystem roundtable. This focuses on ecosystems in Africa that are building. We're talking about Brave, we're talking about Lisk, we are talking about StackNet, we're talking about ICP. All these we're going to talk about to us on challenges, opportunities that are in Africa, but I believe we are going to have the same sessions in Kilifi, if our program manager allows. Yes. And then one key important aspect as well that brought us today is Startup Showcase. We did the first batch of Startup Showcase. We call it Builders Track, guys building cool products in Africa. And they're looking forward to the next step. Then the next one that as well has been moved to Kilifi is pitching of established startups. These are the guys who are post-revenue. We had 14 startups who are actively generating revenue. However, we had to cap down to the 7 startups. And I'll touch more to why 7 startups. We are looking at the best of the best. This is a build-up of traction we had from last year. Last year we had 8 startups that we are doing just a manual pitching and looking at what we have. And out of 8 startups, 4 startups got funding. Out of those, that we have organizations that are working on raising their rounds at the moment in Web3, and that is quite an incredible success in our own ecosystem. And the key thing is we are building a trackable platform whereby anyone in Africa is able to look at Africa and notice that there are this number of startups, they come from this year in year, and they are solving this solution. Secondly is that this number of developers, we've been having quite of devs, and I know not all devs are founders, and that's totally fine. And I know a lot of people are being chased around with this word of, oh, you need to be a founder. No. That's kind of BS, because you know what you want. You can be as great as you are in your own career. That's why we had building our impact careers. Yes, I've just learned my thought of process. Yes. Yes, so we are looking at really the best of the best, doubling down from last year. And as I mentioned, yes, we are building the system where you can track down the number of developers in Africa, where they're coming from. You can as well meet them. The number of startups as well in Africa, you want to invest in them, you can just check in Eat Safari. Once more, Eat Safari is a collective ecosystem that brings everyone in Web3, all communities as well. And lastly, we are ending our session, but before we end our session, We have a valuable space, our partner, Blockchain Center. Blockchain Center has great news for startup founders that are within Nairobi. Marianne? After Marianne, we'll be finalizing and you can catch up and chat. Yes. Please, for the established startups that are going to pitch, you will see me after a few minutes. I will guide you on the next steps. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. How are the energies? You guys are tired? So I'll make it quick and precise. My name is Marianne Juguna. I'm working with the Blockchain Center, whereby it's a hub dedicated for all developers, a community and a home for you guys to come build, iterate, learn, host events, and for you guys to basically feel at home. So we're at Mararal Oasis. Please feel free to visit the co-working space and also take advantage of the free co-working space that is normally offered for all the developers in the Web3 space. We are looking forward to empowering each and everyone, no matter what products that you're building. We'll also be hosting product roast sessions, whereby we'll go deep diving into understanding what product you're building, areas of iteration that you also need to work on. So I formally invite all of you to come and join us at the Blockchain Center and make it your home, make it a place where you can always drop in, get to work from there, and get to enjoy, because at the end of the day, we're looking at how we're going to help you build something that is scalable, sustainable, and solving real-world problems. All right? Thank you so much, and have a lovely evening.
You look so beautiful, by the way, just in case. No. Yeah, yes. It's Safari team. Would you like to stand and just wave in case anyone wants to see It's Safari team? We have Assis, who's helping us with the media. Go to with them media. It's a YouTube channel. We are doing live streaming. Also, if you want to go and check your own sessions as a speaker, we have Alfred, our tech guy. Yes, and also contributed a lot in this startup showcase on how we are looking forward on curating a sustainable ecosystem for builders and developers. We have Yvonne. For the guys who know ICP in Kenya, you already know Yvonne. Doing a lot in ICP ecosystem, founder of ICP Hub Kenya, and as well, It's Safari team member, program manager, and a lot of other things inside It's Safari. We have Coco. She's left. We have Kokep. For the guys who have been looking for NFC chips, you've met Kokep. I wanted to describe something like, let me. Then you have myself. Yes, I'll be handling, I do ecosystem work in It's Safari, connecting with you. Also, instigator of It's Safari Startup Showcase. And there's a lot that's going to come. I was going to share, but I won't be sharing why we are doing It's Safari Startup Showcase because of time. This will share more in Kilifi. Then we have our own volunteer team and Safari Guide. Yes, you can just wave whenever wants somebody. Hey, hi. Sorry. We have Georgia Mukunga. Please forgive me, Georgia. Yes. I nearly left a really important person in It's Safari, Georgia. Georgia Mukunga is also a business developer LISC. I know founders you've been looking for Georgia. Eh? Georgia, wave your hand. Let me give you a lot of work. Yes, Georgia is business developer LISC and also handle logistics and all project management in It's Safari, that is putting things in order, and a lot of other operations. And yes, we have Lynette, we have Davis, we have Ashley. Great. Who else am I missing? No one. Once more, thank you. You can work at your own time. You can as well connect Looking forward to Eat Safari. That is tomorrow for blockchain, 8 a.m. Alfred? Yeah.
Hey guys, me again. Traveling with the train, this is your first time. You need to get there by 7:30, just because you need to get searched. That takes a while. There's others, there's traffic and stuff like that. So we'll be sending another email blast today. Some of you didn't get your tickets yesterday. We're sending those tickets through today. Yes. Has anyone here not received, just want to count, how many of you here are still waiting for the tickets for the train? Okay, awesome. So we expect everyone will receive the tickets at the train station. The train station will have support, eSafari staff. I'll be there. One of the SGR officials will be there supporting. And if there's anyone here who doesn't have any clarity or hasn't received any form of communication, and you did give your details on the website, please see me, right? Because we are using that system to keep all of you informed. Yes, 8 a.m. is the first one. If you miss that, there's a second train at 3 p.m., but we've booked everyone on the 8 a.m., so that's the plan. There are a few of you who've asked to travel on Friday. That's fine. Just don't be late, because trains don't wait. And traffic in the morning on Mombasa Road is difficult. So I would advise be there by 7, and then, casually grab your ticket from one of the officials and wait for the train. We'll arrive in Mombasa at 2 p.m., and that's a 5-hour journey. And from there, we'll get into coaches that are booked for the team and the members, straight to Kilifi, where you will be arriving in Kilifi town, Naivas, upon which you can take a tuk-tuk or a boda or a taxi to wherever you're staying. If you're staying at BTB camping, we will help guide you towards there from Naivas, but it's not far and you won't get lost. So just in case if there's any questions on logistics, just come see me here. Otherwise, looking forward to seeing you guys on the blockchain. This is the part of the journey that's really unique to Eat Safari, and I hope most of you get a chance to just connect with somebody new on the train, walk a bit, maybe see an interesting animal outside if you've not seen one before. But I think I've covered everything. Any questions? Come see me here. All right.
Yes. Thank you so much once more. Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much. You are amazing. We appreciate you for staying this long with us, and we're looking forward to seeing the rest of you in Kilifi. Karibu Safari.
If you are founder and you did not fill the form that you are sharing, and you like for our own founders, investors, and accelerators, what you see, what you